Chapter 1 The Richest Brother 1. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chensi Internet Cafe. There were not many guests at this time, only a few people. The Internet Cafe was full of smoke, filled with the choking smell of smoke. The sound effects of the game, mixed with the crackling of the keyboard and occasional swearing complaints, is the most common sight of an Internet Cafe. In the corner of the last row, two 17 or 18-year-olds were sitting. They were wearing the school uniforms of number 2 middle school. The students were still in class at this time, and the two apparently skipped class. One of the teenagers stared at the screen, his face flushed, and he clenched the mouse angrily. The veins on the back of the hand burst out from the force, almost crushing the mouse. However, the next moment, he suddenly froze, and then fell softly on the keyboard. Yan Chang. Yan Chang. What's wrong with you? Wake up, don't scare me. An anxious voice with fear woke Yan Chang up. He opened his eyes slowly, and in front of him was an enlarged face. 17 or 18-year-old boy with a few pimples on his cheeks, looking very anxious. Seeing him open his eyes, the boy suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Fuck, you scared me to death, I thought you fainted. Yan Chang regained consciousness, slowly straightened up, and said lightly, I'm fine. What no one knows is that in the young man's core, there has been a silent change. Yan Chang is a person from the immortal realm, and she is an immortal who has experienced the 9th generation of fast traversal and has reached the full level of skill points. Originally, he was living leisurely in the fairyland, but because his sister Yan Shu was calculated when she went down to earth, she would dress up as a female supporting role with a miserable end in every life. If no one intervenes, she will be suppressed, bullied, and used as a stepping stone all her life, and she will definitely feel unwilling and resentful. This shouldn't be her fate. So Yan Chang came along. He wanted to protect his sister and change her cannon fodder fate. The current world is a novel world. The title of the book is Pearl of the Giants. It is a cliché and story about the exchange of real and fake daughters. The heroine of this book is a fake daughter, Su Mingzhu. Su Mingzhu was born in a wealthy family, with a wealthy family, loving parents, and a brother who loves his sister and mad. She has been the apple of her family since she was a child. It wasn't until she was 18 that she was discovered that she was a false daughter who was held by the wrong girl. But this did not affect her parents doting on her. She was still a wealthy lady, and even if the real daughter came back, her status would not be shaken in the slightest. Even if she was afraid that she would think too much, her parents and brother loved her more than ever before. The real daughter can't even match one of her fingers. Then she fell in love with her brother again, and finally fell in love and married, becoming a real family. And Yan Chang's younger sister is the real daughter of the cannon fodder who was living abroad. She was brought back to the wealthy family at the age of 20. But the fate that has been changed cannot be replaced. Su Mingzhu received the best education and training since she was a child. She is noble and elegant, beautiful and generous, and everyone likes her. And Yan Shu, the Yan family where she grew up, is just an ordinary family, and her parents divorced when she was a child. She lived with her mother. The most expensive clothes she wore were no more than 200 yuan, and the farthest place she went was Linshur. I've never been abroad, I've never learned a talent, I don't know wine tasting, I don't know art. Such Yan Shu is like an ugly duckling who can't get on the stage. Therefore, Yan Shu was very jealous of Su Mingzhu and went mad with hatred. She was unwilling that everything she had was taken away by Su Mingzhu, and her life that should have belonged to her was taken up by Su Mingzhu, so she targeted Su Mingzhu everywhere, robbed her parents' and brother's attention and favor, jumped up and down, and tried her best to drive away Su Mingzhu. In the end, she made herself more and more annoying, and finally ended up being betrayed and kicked out of the house. Then, in a trance, he died in a car accident. Fortunately, Yan Chang is here. So this kind of ending won't happen again. His sister is pure and kind, and she shouldn't be so disgusting, nor should she be abused like this. Yan Chang's current identity is still Yan Shu's brother, but the brother of her adoptive parents. After Yan's parents divorced, Yan Shu followed his mother and he followed his father. An internet addict who died suddenly in an internet cafe in the original plot. Before Yan Shu returned to the wealthy family, he had already received the lunchbox, and then he became a talking point for the wealthy ladies to laugh at Yan Shu. Right now, it was the time when the original owner died suddenly, and Yan Cheng took over the original owner's body and continued to survive. The original owner is 18 years old this year, and Yan Shu is 3 years younger than him, 15 years old this year. In other words, there are still 5 years before she is taken back to the giants. In 5 years, whether it is long or short, how can he change his sister's fate? Yan Cheng thought about it for a while, and then came to a point. It may be a good choice to be a wealthier family than the Su family. Only he is strong enough to protect his sister from being bullied. Otherwise, how can an ordinary person with no power compete with the Su family? It took 5 years to surpass the Su family. Although it was a little over the top, it was not impossible. This needs to be well planned. Fuck! Who is so vicious? You don't need to scold you so badly even if you're playing a female account, right? Someone from this special horse is definitely messing with you. Li Chaoyang suddenly slapped the table angrily, pulling Yan Cheng's consciousness back to reality. Yan Cheng followed his gaze. What Li Chaoyang is browsing is a hot post on a forum, the true face of the return of the goddess Yen on August 18th. Return of Yen is the game name of the original owner. The whole post is full of vicious abuse, full of words such as shemale, really disgusting, dead gay, etc. And on the computer screen in front of Yan Cheng himself, the same post was also displayed. That is, the original owner was browsing this page before his death. Yan Cheng couldn't help frowning. Li Chaoyang turned a few pages, and he was angry when he saw those vicious remarks, let alone the parties involved. He looked at Yan Cheng's face carefully, and said to him a little apologetically, "I'm sorry Yan Cheng, if I hadn't let you play the female account, these things would not have happened." Yan Cheng shook his head, "It has nothing to do with you." Li Chaoyang and Yan Cheng are both classmates and youngsters. They often skip classes and play games together. When the game Swordsman became popular, the two fell into the pit together. At that time, seeing that there was a mission of heroes in the game, Li Chaoyang discussed with Yan Cheng that one person would play the female account and the other would play the male account, so that they could form a team to do the mission of heroes in the future. Yan Cheng played games just to make money and didn't care about it, so she registered a female account. Because of his good skills in first-class operation, he has slowly made a name for himself in the game. She was also given the title of a goddess by those who did good deeds. As a result, just today, someone broke out his identity and said that he was playing a female account in order to get close to men. So the players who had been chasing him scolded him, and all kinds of dirty water were poured on him. The original owner was so angry when he saw these contents, and he played the game for too long, so he died on the spot. Whether he died of anger or sudden death, he died in an internet cafe, and he couldn't get rid of the hat of an internet addict. Then it also appeared in the social news and became one of the negative teaching materials for teenagers who are addicted to games. Who is framing you? Yan Cheng, we can't let them splash dirty water like this, or let me clarify for you. Yan Cheng still shook her head. No, it's a fact that I'm playing a female account. Even if you clarify that I'm not gay, they will believe it? It's pointless to argue about this, because across the internet, you don't know whether it's a ghost or a ghost, so why waste it? Tongue? His expression was light, and his tone was calm. Such Yan Cheng made Li Chaoyang suddenly feel a little strange. He was too calm, and the scolding on the internet was so unpleasant that it could not arouse his anger at all. Then what are you going to do? They scolded you like this, and they said they were going to blame you. It doesn't matter, I don't plan to play games in the future. Don't play anymore? Li Chaoyang was taken aback. Don't you want to make money to find your mother? He knew that Yan Cheng had a bad relationship with his family and always wanted to leave. Playing games, selling equipment, selling materials for people to do power-ups, all to save money and go to his mother and sister. Yan Qing's mother took his sister to live in other cities after the divorce. I will look for it. The money has almost been saved, so I will not play the game. And the college entrance examination is about to be taken, so I can't skip classes like this. Li Chaoyang nodded. Then I won't play anymore, I'll quit the game with you. He pointed to the post again, then. Just let them scold and do nothing? Of course not, those players who are used as gunners don't matter, but I want to find out what's behind the scenes. How to check? Before Li Chaoyang's words came out, he saw Yan Cheng's fingers fluttering and tapping quickly on the keyboard. As he tapped, pages popped up on the screen, dazzling him. Then in less than half a minute, Yan Qing raised the corners of her lips. I found it. Li Chaoyang was stunned. When did you learn this skill? Just like a hacker, he found the person behind the scene with just a few taps. It's amazing. Just check the address. There are tutorials online, so it's not difficult. Yan Qing didn't say much. Li Chaoyang didn't doubt it either. When he saw the address displayed on it, he couldn't help but snorted. Isn't this your home address? Yeah. So it's obvious who's behind the scenes. Li Chaoyang also knew the situation of Yan Qing's family, so he immediately guessed, are those two in your family? Yan Cheng nodded. Yan Qing's parents divorced because Yan's father cheated and had an affair, and the affair gave him a pair of twins. The twins are only 5 months younger than Yan Cheng. In other words, Yan's father cheated on Yan Cheng's mother when she was pregnant for the first time. But they didn't get divorced until Yan Cheng was 15 years old. Because Yan's father cheated on Xiaosan, who was also a married woman. After the third child gave birth to twins, her ex-husband regarded her as her own child. It wasn't until the child grew up that he didn't look like his ex-husband at all, but was carved out of the same mold as Yan's father, and he couldn't hide it. Then the two families quickly divorced, and then Yan's father took Yan Cheng and remarried with the mistress. The stepmother has children of her own, and is very displeased with Yan Qing's oil bottle. With a stepmother, there is a stepfather, which is vividly reflected in the original owner. Therefore, the relationship between the original owner and the family was very bad, and it could even be said that it was bad. The twins followed suit. Like their mother, they often gave Yan's father eye drops to sow discord, making their father-son relationship, which was not very good, even worse. No, they don't play games, they go to games to make fun of you. What are they trying to do? Li Chaoyang was puzzled. Even if it doesn't do them any good, they'll be happy as long as it can block me. Fuck. Are you sick? Then what are you going to do with them? Or we'll beat them up with sacks? No, I have my own plans. Yan Qing chuckled. Just take this opportunity to get rid of them completely. Chapter 2: The Richest Brother 2. Yan Qing's family is also a bad debt. After his father Yan Changlin married Healy, their family of 4 was harmonious and beautiful, and the original owner became a poor little man who didn't care about his mother and didn't love her. Although it is not obvious to beat and scold him, there are many ways to challenge a child. For example, Yan Ziyua's sister and brother each have a bedroom, but the original owner lives in a room converted from a utility room. There's hardly anything to put on but a bed. For example, Yan Ziyua's sister and brother are constantly getting new clothes and new shoes all year round, but the original owner has not added any clothes for 3 years. It was the age of the eldest man, and he could no longer wear his old clothes. He could only wear school uniforms, or Yan Zichen's old clothes. If they were close brothers, it would be fine to wear each other's clothes, but to the original owner, Yan Zichen was equivalent to his enemy, and the two had always been at odds with each other. To let him wear Yan Zichen's old clothes is a great humiliation for a teenager with high self-esteem. So he would rather wear a school uniform than Yan Zichen's old clothes. For another example, he often forgot to pay for his living expenses, often forgot to take him when he went out to eat, forgot him at home when the whole family went on a trip, and did not leave a penny or a little food, and Healy from time to time. Eye drops, the teasing and ridicule of Yan Ziyua's sister and brother, seems to be a small thing, but it is enough to drive people crazy over time. For the original owner, this home is a desperate cage, a suffocating quagmire. It was normal for him to want to escape from such a depressing environment. His plan was to leave when he was 18, and he worked hard to save money for it. Although playing games seems unprofessional to others, it is the only way he can think of to make money. 1 month, another month, he was able to leave, but he died suddenly in an internet cafe and never woke up. Such a tragedy, although the original owner's own reasons, but more of a family factor. It can even be said that everyone in this family is the executioner who forced the original owner to death. However, although the original owner resented them, he never thought of taking revenge on them. After all, he still had the grace of childbirth. He just wanted to get out of the house, make a break with them, and find his mother and sister to live with. Therefore, Yan Qing intends to continue the will of the original owner and leave the family as soon as possible. Yan Qing had just stepped into the house when Yu Guang glanced at something flying towards him. He turned slightly sideways, and a glass rubbed his cheek against the door, shattering instantly. "Little bastard! How dare you hide? See if I won't kill you." Father Yin was furious, grabbed another glass and smashed it at him. "I worked so hard to support you in school, but you skipped classes and played games and were still outside. You bastard! Disgraceful thing! How could I have given birth to such a wicked as you?" Yan Qing turned sideways to avoid it again, and said lightly, "I'm a little bastard, a scumbag? Then what are you who gave birth to me?" Yan Changlin got even more angry. "You bastard! How dare you talk back? It's your fault. If I knew you were such a jerk, I should have strangled you when you were born. It's also saving you from embarrassing me now." Yan Sheng frowned slightly, and scolded twice in a row for shame. He glanced across the living room. His stepmother Healy was standing at the door of the bedroom from a distance, with a fake smile on her face. Yan Ziyue and Yan Zichen's sister and brother are watching the fun with schadenfreude. There was a laptop on the coffee table in the living room, and the page that opened was the post on the game forum. Yan Shang knew that it was not enough to make him stinky in the game, but also to add fuel to the fire in reality. "Dad, although it's wrong for my brother to skip class and play games, he is really not to blame for homosexuality. Some experts have said that the problem of sexual orientation is innate and cannot be changed." "Yes, Dad, although everyone can't accept such people and think they are aliens, whoever has such a person, the whole family can't lift their heads, and they have to be stabbed in the spine, but this is indeed a normal sexual orientation. My brother didn't like men on purpose, we should understand him. Even if it affects my marriage with my brother in the future, there's nothing I can do. Who made him our brother?" Sister Yin Ziyue pretended to persuade, seemingly speaking for Yan Qing, but in fact they were adding fuel to the fire. Yan Changlin was panting heavily, his eyes were red with anger. What is normal orientation? How can normal men like men? This is perverted. Disgraceful thing. You still speak for him. This is putting our old Yan's face in the face. I've lost everything. If people know, how can I behave in front of my colleagues? How can you raise your head in front of your classmates?" He actually believed Yin Cheng's homosexuality. The more he talked, the angrier he became, and finally he pointed at Yin Cheng and said angrily, "Get out. Get out of here. I don't have a son like you." Healy's eyes flickered. She stepped forward a few steps, and advised, "Old Yen, calm down, don't hurt your body. Yen Shang will only be 18 next month, such a young child is ignorant and playful, I'm curious about everything, just wait until I grow up." She didn't say it was okay, but Yen Changlin made up her mind when she said, "I'm 18 years old and still young? Ziyue and Zichen are a few months younger than him, why haven't they seen them so bastards? The is broken from the root. This family can't tolerate him as a bastard, get out and do whatever you like, don't get us involved." Healy sighed helplessly, "Oh, I can't control it anymore, it's hard for a stepmother to do it, and you don't care what else I can do as a biological father?" After finishing speaking, he turned around and persuaded Yen Xing, please apologize to your father. How can father and son have any feud overnight? You have caused so many troubles in the past, and it was your father who solved it for you. It's not easy to raise this family. You should be more considerate and considerate of him. Don't make him angry anymore. Seeing Yin Qing's half-smile but not smiling eyes, Healy's heart tightened, and she always felt that her thoughts had nothing to hide in front of him. It was only then that she discovered that the stepson who used to be impatient and exploded when he was agitated in the past seemed to be extraordinarily calm today. His expression was flat from beginning to end, without the slightest emotional fluctuation, and he watched this farce with a cold eye. Healy was startled, and suddenly had a bad premonition. What kind of eyes are you looking at? And he kindly persuaded you. Who are you showing that face to? Yen Changlin was angry again, and wanted to hit someone with something, but there was nothing handy around him, so he was so angry that he wanted to take a belt smoke him. Yen Qing said lightly, I agree. What? Didn't you say you're going to kick me out of the house and don't recognize my son? I agree. Yen Sheng said, taking out 2 pieces of paper from her school bag. Hey, this is a severance letter, in 2 forms. I have signed it. It will take effect when you sign it, and we will have nothing to do with it from now on. In a word, everyone in the living room was stunned. After a brief period of consternation, Yen Changlin grabbed Yen Cheng's severance book, read it again, and tore it into pieces furiously. Okay, you unworthy son, you didn't want to recognize me as a father for a long time. Even the severance book has been written. Okay, you're fine. Yen Shang was very calm, and took out 2 more from her school bag. It's just to be prepared. If you don't mention it, I'll never take it out. Since you've spoken, I'm not so uninteresting. Then cut it off cleanly, save it and regret it later. After all, my tuition, living expenses, medical expenses, and compensation for fights are a lot of money. After signing this agreement, I won't have to do it for me in the future. Spent money. Yen Changlin was so angry that he almost fainted. He glared at Yen Shang, and gritted his teeth. Okay, the wings are hard and want to turn the sky? I will make you. He snatched the agreement in Yen Qing's hand and looked back for a pen to sign. Yen Qing handed a stick very considerately. Yen Changlin's heart froze, and he almost had a heart attack. He signed it a few times and threw the agreement to Yen Qing. Get out. Get out of here. Don't step into this house again. Yen Shang took the agreement, carefully folded it, and put it away. He finally showed his first smile since he came home. It was very light and light, but it made people feel his joy clearly. Of course, this is exactly what I hoped. He only put on his school bag and didn't bring anything. He turned around very dashingly and left. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped and turned his head. By the way, although we have nothing to do, I still want to clarify that I am not gay. Someone deliberately splashed dirty water on the internet. As for who, I checked the IP. I found out the address of our house. Do you think it's a coincidence? Sister Yin Ziyua's complexion changed, and her expressions became unnatural. How is this possible? Don't talk nonsense. Is there someone in our family who deliberately framed you? Who knows? Yen Sheng stared at the 2 of them calmly, obviously without any emotion, but it made Yen Ziyue feel the pressure doubled. Fortunately, Yen Qing quickly retracted his gaze. Also, I recorded the whole thing just now, so you must not go back on it. It will make it difficult for me to do it. After he finished speaking, he fluttered away, and walked neatly. Leaving Yen Changlin angrily fell on the sofa. Neasy. Although Lily felt that today's Yen Chang was a bit strange, the oil drag bottle was finally driven away. Her long-standing wish was finally fulfilled, and she was so happy that she wanted to celebrate, but she didn't care about the abnormality. She suppressed the joy on her face, and pretended to be worried to persuade Yen Changlin. Don't be angry, the child can't control it when he is old. When he goes out and suffers a little, he will know it is wrong. When he asks for mercy, you can do it again. Forgive him, we are still family. Dream. You look at him like that. Why do you put me in the eyes of this old man? Since he has cut off the relationship, it's better to cut it off. I want to see if he can live without this family. Oh. Why are you angry with a child? Even though she said that, she couldn't hold back the joy on her face. Sister Yin Ziyue also came back to her senses, went back to the room and whispered, "What he said is true or false? Did he really find our address? Whether it's true or not, what if it's found? Anyway, he's been kicked out now." That's right, even if he didn't get out, Dad wouldn't believe him. Yanqing doesn't care about Yin Ziyue's sister and brother today. It's not that she just let them go so lightly, but she is afraid of unforeseen problems. Leaving the Yen family is the most important thing, and other things can be discussed later. Moreover, the best revenge for these two siblings is to stand at a height they can only look up to, and jealousy will make them self-destruct. After all, there is precedent for this. The original owner was not a bad boy who skipped classes, fought and played games from the beginning. He used to be excellent in both academics, and he was also a child from someone else's family. His parents divorced and his father remarried had no effect on his grades. How did it fall after that? Whenever the original owner's grades are better than Yin Ziyue's siblings, he will be in a variety of situations. Books and homework disappear for no reason, clothes and quilts are soaked in water, living expenses are inexplicably lost, and even his father is instigated to scold him every day. There is no peace all day long. It doesn't matter if it happens once or twice. It's like this every time. The original owner will understand that this is the ghost of the sister and brother. He also wanted to fight against them, and the less he wanted him to pass the test, the more he wanted to pass the test and mad at them. But in exchange, they intensified their frame-up. In the end, the original owner was emaciated and had to hide his clumsiness in exchange for a stable life. Then slowly, the hidden clumsy also became the real clumsy. So Yanqing didn't have to fight with them, let alone lowering his tone, it would have no effect. There is absolutely no shame or remorse between the two of them. As long as he becomes a wealthy family according to his own plan, the two brothers and sisters will be able to drive themselves to death. Chapter 3: The Richest Brother 3. Yanqing walked out of the house, and when she went downstairs, she happened to meet her neighbor, Aunt Feng. "Yanqing? Where are you going so late?" Yanqing smiled and avoided talking. "Aunt Feng, are you back? When I came down, I saw that Uncle Yu was ready to eat. You should go back to eat earlier." Feng Qiuping was not put off by him, and asked directly, "Is that your stepmother acting as a demon again?" This community is populated by old neighbors for many years. Who doesn't know the little things about Yan's family? Feng Qiuping and Yanqing's mother used to be colleagues and watched Yanqing grow up. Therefore, in the past few years, he has seen Yanqing's situation and took care of him a lot. Because of this, Healy also scolded her for being nosy. "Tell the truth, did your father and stepmother kick you out?" Yanqing shook his head. "I wasn't driven out by them." Feng Qiuping was about to say it's fine, but heard Yanqing's next sentence. "I cut ties with them." Feng Qiuping was stunned for a moment, then raised her voice. "Cut off the relationship? Did your stepmother push your dad to do it? I knew that this vixen would do this kind of thing sooner or later. What kind of a good child is forced by them, and I'm going to kick you out of the house. Come on, I'll take you back, even if I scold you, I'll have to scold your dad. Aren't you his biological child? Just have the heart to kick you out?" Yanqing quickly grabbed her and said, "Aunt Feng, don't go. This is what my dad proposed. If he wants to break it, he can break it. Anyway, I can't stay in this house anymore. I just happened to go to my mother in Xiaoshu." "Go to your mother? Do you know where your mother and them are?" Yanqing's mother, Ding Yuehong, has a very strong personality. After the divorce, she didn't want acquaintances to laugh at her or sympathize with her, so she took Yanshu and left the city, and no one knew where she went. The original owner didn't know either. It wasn't that Ding Yuehong didn't tell him, but after she settled down, she called him and was picked up by Yin Changlin, but Yen Changlin didn't tell him. Yen Chang didn't know either, because about the story before the female supporting role's return, she only wrote about how bad the place she lived, how ordinary the school she went to, how petty she was, how she couldn't get on the stage. It didn't write which city she lived in. But Yen Qing smiled and said, "I know, my mother gave me the address. I'll buy a ticket in a while, and my mother will pick me up there." Aunt Fong, don't worry. He was a high school student who didn't go out of school. He was kicked out of the house in the evening, and Aunt Fong would not ignore him. So he said this to reassure her. He can take care of himself, so he doesn't bother others. Fong Qiuping had no doubts. "All right, it would be great to be able to go back to your mother." "Then do you have any money on you?" "Just wait, Aunt Fong will go back and get you some money." Yen Xing quickly refused. "No, I made a lot of money playing games." "Aunt Fong, go back, and I will come back to see you later when I have time," he said, and ran away in a hurry, for fear that Fong Qiuping would give him money. Fong Qiuping looked at his back and sighed. It's a sin, adults make mistakes, and children suffer too. After returning home, Fong Qiuping told the family about it, and within 2 days, Yen Changlin and Yen Qing cut off the father-son relationship and kicked Yen Qing out of the house. The whole community knew. This is also in line with Yen Qing's intention. It would be good for everyone to know about it, so that the family will not deny the account in the future. The money saved by the original owner was stored in a card by him, and he always carried it with him. There were more than 6,000 yuan in total. For a student, this amount of money was already quite a lot. Yen Xing first stayed at the hotel overnight, and the next day rented a house near the school to settle down. There is still a month before the college entrance examination, so he plans to take the college entrance examination first, and then go to his mother and sister. Yen Chang. Li Chaoyang ran from the bus stop in front of the school and asked him in a low voice, "Have you really cut ties with your father?" Yen Chang nodded. "Really, I have already moved out and rented a house near the school." "You cow!" Li Chaoyang praised with his thumb out. "As far as your family's situation is concerned, breaking it early is a relief." Yen Qing was convinced. "By the way, you didn't come to school yesterday, and the twins acted as demons again. Someone on the school forum revealed that you were kicked out of the house by your father because you were gay, and your father kicked you out because you were embarrassed. This must have been done by the twins. No one would do this to you except them." Yen Qing frowned, but he didn't expect that he didn't plan to bother with Yen Ziyua's sister and brother, but instead they grabbed him and didn't let go. Although these rumors did not make him angry, they were indeed disgusting. "Wait for me to go to the internet cafe after school at noon. Let's go to class now," Yen Qing said. Li Chaoyang immediately remembered Yen Qing's amazing hacking skills yesterday. His eyes lit up. "Do you have a solution?" "Well." Yen Qing didn't say much, and walked quickly into the classroom. "Yen Ziyue, is it true that Yen Qing is on the forum?" At noon, when Yen Ziyue and her classmates were eating in the cafeteria, someone asked. Yen Ziyue hesitated. "I don't know." "Why don't you know? Isn't he your brother?" After all, living under the same roof, there will always be some clues, right? "He's been kicked out by my dad." After she finished speaking, she covered her mouth in panic, as if she had leaked some secret, and said quickly, "Sexuality is his privacy, it's his right to like whoever you want, and others will also nothing to say." She said vaguely, but her attitude was equivalent to proving that Yen Chang was indeed gay. For a moment, the girls around were inexplicably excited. It turned out to be true. "This is the first time I have seen homosexuality in reality. Yen Chang is very good looking, and if two handsome guys are together, it will be quite eye-catching." That's right, this kind of thing still depends on the appearance. If there are two ugly people, it will be disgusting. Yen Ziyue? This is not what she expected to develop. Fortunately, some people have different opinions. "I feel disgusting even if he is handsome. Most of the men like to cheat marriage. If you get married and find out that your husband is gay, would it be disgusting?" The boys' reaction made Yen Ziyue even more happy, disgusting, perverted, gay, and they all avoided Yen Shang, for fear of getting close to him and some scandal. Yen Ziyue was in a good mood, had a happy meal, went to the toilet and returned to the classroom. But after she walked to her seat, she suddenly found that the atmosphere in the class was not quite right. Her classmates looked at her strangely, with disdain, disgust and schadenfreude. Yen Ziyue panicked and suddenly had a bad premonition. She asked her deskmate, "What's wrong? Did something happen in the class?" The tablemate looked at her with a complicated expression and reminded, "You can read the school forum by yourself." Yen Ziyue hurriedly opened the forum, and after seeing the content above, her eyes darkened and she almost fainted. On the forum, someone picked up the posts she once posted anonymously, and also confirmed that they were all posted by her. She didn't understand what that long list of evidence meant, but the comments below said it was a real hammer. She couldn't refute it if she wanted to, because she really sent it all. Yen Xing felt that the two sisters and brothers were very skilled at throwing dirty water on posts, and it didn't look like they did it for the first time, so she checked it out, and she was pleasantly surprised. XX likes XX, pedals 2 boats. Posts like this are all pediatrics, and there are still being fostered, having an abortion, and doing aid in dating. The key is that they are all made up. There is no evidence at all. For example, the post of the school flower Wang Xiaoxiao being adopted for abortion, and a few pictures of Wang Xiaoxiao getting out of the luxury car were also posted. It was extremely sensational at the time, and many people believed it. It was Wang Xiaoxiao who specially asked her father to hold a parent-teacher meeting to clarify this rumor. Because her father is a well-known entrepreneur, and the family has money and power, is such a condition to be supported? Who believes? So the rumors don't fall apart. But other girls who were framed were not so lucky. If anyone believed this kind of thing, it would be a lot of harm to girls. Spreading rumors kill people, and some people are even forced to transfer schools. I really didn't expect her to be this kind of person, who knows the face but not the heart. The thought of me being in the same class with this kind of person gives me goosebumps all over my body. You see that the people she framed are all girls with good grades and beautiful. Is this because of jealousy? It must be, she is too scary. Just jealous of others being better than her, she deliberately framed her. It's too disgusting to use this reason. A few of her friends used to be hers. My God, it's been a lifetime of bad luck to have friends like this. She also broke the story of Yen Chang's homosexuality. Isn't it too vicious? After all, it's her own half-brother. What kind of hatred, what kind of grudge, to ruin people like this? You also said that they are half-sisters. Her parents both cheated in their marriages before they had siblings. You said that. What's the matter with several posts of boys stealing, beating, and harassing girls? You forgot she has a twin brother? This is someone her brother hates. These sisters and brothers are really ruining people. Yen Ziyue was like falling into an ice cave. Those discussions and gazes made her restless and restless. How could this be? How can it be discovered? What should she do next? What will teachers and classmates think of her? For a while, Yen Ziyue was flustered. Yen Zichen was also very flustered, and ran to her and asked, "Sister, what's going on?" "I don't know. Someone must be targeting us." She suddenly remembered something. It's Yen Chang. Yes. It must be him. Yesterday, I said that the IP check found our house. When Yen Zichen heard this, he immediately raised his voice. "I just said, he has already been kicked out, so don't provoke him at school. If you don't listen, it's better now. You even got me scolded." Yen Ziyue was stunned and said incredulously, "You are blaming me now? It was your idea to post it in the first place." It was only when the knife cut himself that he knew the pain, and the two brothers and sisters also began to blame each other. But Yen Xing didn't care about these things. After he finished this, he went back to school and didn't pay attention to the follow-up. I thought you weren't going to go back to class in the afternoon. Li Chaoyang said still. Mock exam tomorrow, go back to review. Ah? Is there an exam tomorrow? Li Chaoyang looked confused. It's too bad, I'm going to be beaten by my dad again. But Yanqing, you don't have to hide your clumsiness this time, right? You've cut ties with them anyway, and you don't need to pass the exam. I'm worried that they will embarrass you. Take the test well, and let everyone be impressed, and it will definitely surprise everyone. Saying this, Li Chaoyang suddenly became excited and was looking forward to this test. It may also be suspected of cheating. But Yanqing didn't say this. He thought for a while and said, when the exam is over, I'll help you with tutoring. There's still a month left, make a surprise attack, maybe there's still hope. Li Chaoyang's achievements are indeed a little appalling. The original owner has only this friend, and if he can help him, it is considered to be their friendship. Li Chaoyang scratched his head, my grades are already useless, won't you delay your review by giving me tuition? It's okay, it's for me to check the gaps and fill the gaps. Okay. Let's start after the exam. A classmate who happened to pass by them. The second-to-last tutor is the last-to-last one dares to speak and one dares to listen. Chapter 4 The Richest Brother 4. As the college entrance examination is approaching, there are frequent exams in the school, with a small test in 2 days and a big test in 3 days. Students have become accustomed to it. The teachers have also practiced the skills of correcting papers at the speed of light, and they can get the results the next day after the exam. The students in the 9th class of Senior 3, looking at the freshly released transcripts, almost exploded. Fuck! The second place is Yanqing? Fake, right? Did you make a mistake? It's impossible to jump from the penultimate place to the positive number 2. If it wasn't for a grade entry error, then someone cheated. Song Mingming, a member of the study committee, said without thinking. His grades fell out of the top 10 this time, and he could already predict the lectures from teachers and parents, and he was in a very bad mood. Although what he said was ugly, most students, no, it should be said that all students except Yanqing and Li Chaoyang thought so. So, looking at Yanqing's eyes, he suddenly became contemptuous. Bad grades are not wrong, but cheating is a problem with character. Yanqing sighed, this is also a misunderstanding. Yanqing didn't want to do such a coercive plot of making a blockbuster and becoming a student of a scumbag. He also had no intention of pretending to be coercive with a group of children. The age of the whole class was not a fraction of his age, so bullying children was really not a sense of accomplishment. So he originally planned to keep a low profile and improve by 1 or 20 places at a time. As a result, the test paper this time was a bit difficult, and the students generally did not perform well. Yanqing, a big scientific researcher, did the high school questions again. All the questions were very easy for him, so he estimated that he could almost get a mid-level score, and this time he was among the best. Therefore, it is quite normal to suspect him of cheating from the standpoint of his classmates. Yanqing can understand, so he doesn't care about these doubts at all. When his grades remain among the best in the future, the rumors will no longer be self-defeating. But Li Chaoyang couldn't hold back, he was happy for Yanqing, and when he heard others suspected Yanqing of cheating, he immediately refuted Yanqing, what are you kidding? Can you get second place by cheating? You can try it out? Yanqing's real achievements, he was not serious before, but now he is serious, understand? Yo, do you mean that he can change from the bottom to the second positive when he is serious? Oh, don't be funny. I know you have a good relationship, but you don't have to protect him like this. Song Mingming sneered. You can't do it yourself, it doesn't mean that others can't do it. This is Yanqing's true achievement. Then tell me why he did this? Did he deliberately disguise himself as a scumbag, just to hit everyone in the face for a blockbuster? After Song Mingming finished speaking, someone laughed along, that's right, this isn't some kind of cool post. You. Li Chayan was very angry, and he couldn't say anything about Yen Qing's family. Yen Qing patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. Don't be angry, the clearer will clear himself. In order to live up to your trust, I will strive to do better in the next exam, and I won't let you be slapped in the face. Li Chayan suddenly lost his anger, but instead became happy. Yes, the next test will be better. Let's see who dares to say that you cheated. Ha, I'm addicted to cheating, Song Mingming said strangely. Li Chayan was aroused by him again, and he got up in a hurry, just about to reason with him. It just so happened that the monitor came in from outside. Yen Qing, the monitor asked you to come over. This sentence seems to be some kind of signal, and the noise in the class is even louder. Some students even asked the monitor directly. Monitor, the class teacher asked Yen Qing to come over. Is it because he cheated? The monitor shook his head. I don't know. It must be, otherwise why? The eyes of everyone looking at Yen Qing were full of schadenfreude, but Yen Qing showed no signs of panic. He got up calmly and walked to the office calmly. Li Wenxiu, the head teacher of class 9 in the third year, did not frown after getting the report card of their class. The exam questions were difficult this time, and all the students in the class did not do well. But she frowned not because of this, but because someone's achievements were too outstanding. From the second last in the class, to the second positive number, and the 7th grade, Li Wenxiu couldn't even suspect that he was cheating. In addition, Yen Qing had a lot of bad things in the past, often skipping classes, fighting, and playing games, and his grades were even more messed up. This possibility is even greater. So, apart from cheating, don't do what he wants. But when someone stood in front of her, Li Wenxiu suddenly became uncertain again. The young man in front of him was tall and thin, wearing a clean white shirt with his cuffs rolled up at will, revealing a beautiful arm. He has smooth black hair, fair skin, and clear eyes. Standing there quietly, like a landscape, neither humble nor arrogant, tall and straight like a pine. Such a clean boy makes it impossible to associate him with the words plagiarism and cheating. Li Wenxiu asked as much as she could, "What's the matter with your grades this time? It's good to be aggressive, but don't cheat." The teacher wants to ask me if I have cheated, right? Yen Qing said directly, I can guarantee that I didn't cheat, this is my real grade. Li Wenxiu was suspicious, then how did you make such great progress? Because I finally cut off my father-son relationship with my biological father. So I don't have to deliberately take bad exams to set off my stepmother's children. I just restored my original grades, not a sudden improvement, he said calmly. Li Wenxiu was stunned for a moment, then realized what he meant by saying, you mean you were deliberately taking bad exams before? Yes, because I don't do this, my life will not be peaceful. My stepmother and her children don't see me as good, so as long as I pass the exam, I will either be framed or abused. And now I'm finally free, so it doesn't matter if I pass the exam. If the teacher doesn't believe me, you can check my previous high school grades, and you'll know if I lied. Of course, you don't need to be so troublesome. You only need to look at my next results to know whether my results are true or false this time. Li Wenxiu was stunned for a while because of the information revealed in Yen Qing's words. Because of her stepmother's suppression, she can only deliberately fail the exam? It sounded very absurd, but seeing Yen Qing's expression, she felt that this was not a lie. What's more, why would he tell such a lie that can be broken at once? As he said himself, won't he be beaten back to his original shape after the next exam? So what he said was true. This conclusion made Li Wenxiu very sympathetic. How confused parents are to do such a thing. If you don't cut off the relationship, won't you ruin your child's life? No, severing the father-son relationship is not a good thing either. Seeing Yen Qing's calm face, she didn't know what kind of despair he had experienced before finally reaching such a tragic step. Li Wenxiu's expression was complicated. If only he had paid more attention to this student before, he would not let a good seedling pearl be dusted. The teacher doesn't know your family's situation, so I don't know how to persuade you. I just hope you work hard now and don't think about anything. Nothing is more important than the college entrance examination. You still have a long road ahead, and there may be many difficulties, but be sure to look forward. If you have any difficulties, you can come to the teacher. Yanqing smiled slightly. Thank you, Teacher Li, I will try my best. Go back and have a good class. The teacher will clarify for you about plagiarism. Yansheng went to the office and came back soon. The people who followed him secretly wanted to see something on his face, but were disappointed. He was calm and could see nothing. But soon, the head teacher entered the class and solemnly stated that the results this time were real, and no one was cheating. The whole class was in an uproar, which means that Yancheng's grades are true. How can that be? Although many people do not believe it, but the teacher said so, and everyone can only accept it. Of course, private discussions are inevitable. Anyway, there will be a mock exam next week. Is it true? We won't know until we finish the exam next week? This is true, so everyone was quiet and began to look forward to the next exam. Soon, the school ushered in another mock exam. As usual, the results came out the next day. The students in Class 9 were all silent after reading the transcripts. Without him, Yanqing's name came first. First in class and first in grade. Yansheng felt that she had already made a high profile anyway, and it was impossible to keep a low profile if she wanted to. So don't make progress slowly, just open up. Damn it! I've served it. It turns out that this guy is a real boss. Otherwise, we can't copy the first place. My face hurts. It really hurts. It turns out that the boss didn't show his full strength last time. This is the real strength of the boss. Don't look at the boss, look at Li Chaoyang. He improved by 15 places this time. Really? The last time I heard Yanqing said that he was going to tutor Li Chaoyang, I laughed at them as the second to last tutor. But now, I want to laugh at my ignorant self. So, the boss not only flew by himself, but also took his good friends to fly? Everyone looked at Yanqing with eager eyes. I'm sorry to learn the gods. Do you see the standard posture of my apology? Can you ask me to fly? Big brother, I'm calling you Dad, can you help me improve to the 15th place? Dad, I'm not very demanding, I just need to improve to the top 10. Yanqing rubbed her head helplessly. Don't make trouble, just help each other and make progress together. I didn't care about the previous unhappiness. So everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and asked a little nervously, Yanqing, can we ask you questions in the future? Yes, as long as I have time. As soon as these words came out, it was a surprise. I didn't expect him to talk so well. There are still more than 20 days before the college entrance examination. At this time, those who are willing to take the time to help students talk about topics are definitely gods. For a time, everyone looked at Yanqing with more eagerness. Li Chaoyang whispered, you actually promised them, you forgot what they said about you before? Yanqing smiled and said, it's just a problem. It's impossible to make a study plan as targeted as you. It's impossible to open a small stove alone. As long as someone like Yan Ziyue isn't encountered, ordinary students are still very simple. Yansheng didn't care about the little fights between the students. But when it comes to helping them with all his heart and lungs, he doesn't have the time to spare either. He tutored Li Chaoyang during the day, and was busy making money at night. Chapter 5 The Richest Brother 5. Yan Ziyue has been living in dire straits these days, and everyone in the school is avoiding her like the plague. Those ridicule and contempt took her down like a knife. All the students are working to spread the word about what she does, and she gets pointed at wherever she goes. She has always been hiding behind her back to create rumors and violence against others. This time, it was finally her turn to suffer the consequences. But she didn't feel that she was at fault, she only attributed it all to Yanqing, and she resented Yanqing for this. If it wasn't for him to reveal those contents, how could she have come to this point? Every time she saw those contemptuous eyes, her resentment towards Yin Qing increased by 1 point. She desperately wanted revenge, but there was no way, and she didn't dare to repeat her old tricks to frame him, and she couldn't even find someone to beat him up. It wasn't until the results of the mock exam came out that Yin Qing ranked 7th in the grade, and she finally became happy. Such a result must have been obtained by him cheating. It's great to see Yin Qing unlucky without her taking action. She secretly waited to see Yin Qing's joke, but after 3 days in a row, there was no movement in their class. Yin Ziyue was anxious. Maybe their head teacher didn't want to care about a scumbag like Yin Qing. So she anonymously wrote a report letter and quietly sent it to the teaching office. Then after a few days, finally there is movement. But it wasn't the movement she wanted. Yin Qing was the first in the whole grade. How is this possible? How could he possibly be the first in the exam? Yin Ziyue didn't believe that this was Yin Qing's real achievement, so she continued to report him for cheating. Then, until the college entrance examination, Yin Qing sat firmly on the first throne and never came down. Yin Ziyue was going crazy. She didn't believe that Yin Qing had such strength. Isn't he a scumbag who skips classes and fights with the lowest grades? How could it be possible to take the first test? Why did he get the first place in the exam? However, no matter how jealous she was, it didn't affect Yin Qing in the slightest. Not only did he easily come first in the exam, but he also made up Li Chaoyang's score from the bottom to the middle of the class. The two of them became a miracle that the scumbag counterattacked. The head teacher was very happy, and used Li Chaoyang every day to encourage the whole class. Do you see it? As long as you work hard, it's never too late. It really inspired a lot of people to work hard. So after the results of the college entrance examination came out, the average score of class 9 was actually several points higher than that of other classes. The most incredible thing is Yin Qing. He actually won their province's #1 in science. This makes the school happy. The teaching level of No. 2 middle school is barely able to rank in the top 3 in their city, and it is even less impressive in the whole province. Before Yin Qing, let alone the provincial champion, they never even won a city champion. It is conceivable how surprised they were with Yin Qing, the provincial champion. From the principal to the head teacher, they are all happy to walk. I can't wait to pull up banners all over the city and tell everyone that the top scholar in the science department belongs to their school. The students in class 9 are also very happy. Even if they have 1 more point in the college entrance examination, they can surpass many people. For this reason, many people came to Yin Qing to thank him. For a while, Yin Qing became the man of the 2nd middle school. But Yin Ziyue's sister and brother are miserable. The two of them have seen their grades decline during this period of time. Before the college entrance examination, Yin Changlin and Heli found out, but for fear of putting pressure on them, she refrained from speaking. Until the results of the college entrance examination came out, Healy almost fainted when she heard the results. 412, 413. You two have a tacit understanding. What university do you want to go to with such a score? What's the matter with the two of you? Don't you usually get more than 500 points? A month before the college entrance examination, I will see that you are absent-minded, your father. I told you not to put pressure on you, so I held back and didn't say it, but the results were good, so I'll be tested like this? Healy scolded her face and covered her face, and the siblings lowered their heads and remained silent. If it was the past, they would definitely put the blame on Yin Qing, who caused them to be distracted. But now they dare not say it, not even Yin Qing's name. For fear of letting them know that Yin Qing had passed the college entrance examination as the champion. But the more I was afraid of something, the more it came. The next door Fong Chioping suddenly came to the door with a smile on his face to announce the good news. Congratulations to you, La Yin, you are a good teacher. I really blamed you before. Or you are good at teaching children, and you teach them well. A provincial champion in the college entrance examination. Yin Qing really gives you a face. What? Huh? You don't know yet? Yan Qing has been admitted to our province's #1 science subject. It's been reported on TV. Yan Qing, provincial champion. How is this possible? Yan Changlin muttered to himself. Why is it impossible? Yan Cheng's grades were very good in the past. Who knows why it has declined in the past few years? But Yan Cheng is a smart kid. He won the provincial champion as soon as he worked hard, which is really good for you. Fang Qiuping was deliberately angry with them. Knowing that he had cut off relations with Yan Cheng, the one on the left gave you a long face, and the one on the right gave you a boost. Seeing his disbelief and jaw-dropping appearance, he just felt exasperated. Such a good child will be driven out, leaving these two. Fang Qiuping glanced at sister and brother Yan Ziyue, tsk. When she left, the Yan family fell into a dead silence. Healy didn't care about scolding Yan Ziyue's sister and brother, her expression was very ugly. Yan Changlin didn't know what he was thinking, his face was silent. However, this is just the beginning. With the exposure of Yan Cheng's college entrance examination results, his past experience was also dug up. Whether it's the miracle of returning to the top in a month after falling for 3 years, or being kicked out of the house to cut off the relationship, each one is enough to shock people's attention. In addition, it is also mixed with the junior third, the stepmother framed the ex-wife and children, and this gimmicky plot has made Yan Cheng's matter repeatedly discussed. Then the Yan Changlin family suffered a tragedy. Excuse me, Mr. Yan, do you regret kicking out the top student in the college entrance examination? Do you have any feelings for the little three to oppress your ex-wife's children? Have you considered bringing Yan Cheng back? MS. What do you think of Yan Cheng's college entrance examination as the champion? This couple has become a street rat and has a bad reputation. Every day I was chased and blocked by reporters, and I couldn't find peace when I went home from work. Yan Changlin's company has politely advised him to take a break for a while, and Healy has also been excluded from her work unit. But all of this has nothing to do with Yan Cheng. He just turned 18 on the day of the college entrance examination. After the test, he was immersed in the stock market. 1 month before the college entrance examination, he took on computer work every night and saved some startup funds. He has many future high-tech projects in his mind, and he can use any of them to make money. However, the initial investment of technology projects is large, so he thought about it. It is better to make some money from the stock market first, and then start the project. He bought a few computers and kept an eye on the stock market day and night. Buying and selling, after several flips, the funds in the hand are like a snowball that keeps getting bigger and bigger. It was not until the results of the college entrance examination came out that he was dug out by Mr. Lee from his home. He was praised and rewarded, and a TV station came to interview him. Yan Cheng thought it was troublesome, so he pushed whatever he could. Only the TV station interview was accepted. He wants to let his mother and Xiaoshu see him through TV. Without their addresses, he was almost looking for a needle in a haystack by himself. If they were allowed to see themselves on TV, maybe they would come to him. Yan Cheng, I got a score of 425. It's just 10 points above the undergraduate level. My dad is so happy. I must invite you to dinner. Li Chaoyang said excitedly, although it's not as good as your champion, I'm already satisfied with this score. I didn't even dare to think about it before. Anyway, my dad doesn't expect me to go to any good school, as long as I can get a bachelor's degree certificate. Yan Cheng is also happy for him. I still have to choose a school well. There are not many schools that can be selected for this score, and it is not advantageous to choose a major. Don't worry, my parents are more attentive than I am. I ask everywhere about how to apply for the exam. Let's go, I'm going to my house for dinner today, and my dad said that he will give you a big red envelope. Yan Cheng shook her head, it's okay to eat, but the red envelopes are fine. You tell me it doesn't work, tell my parents to go. Yan Shu, your grades have been very stable, why did you drop so much during this period? The teacher knows that your mother is hospitalized, but do you have no other relatives at home? You run from the hospital to the school, how can you calm down and study? The teacher said these are not meant to criticize you, it's just that there are still a few days left for the senior high school entrance examination. You have to adjust your mentality and go all out to deal with the test. Even if your family can't help you, it can't hold you back, right? Yen Shu lowered her head, the corners of her eyes were slightly red, and said, I'm sorry teacher, I will study hard. The teacher sighed, don't put too much pressure on yourself, relax and study hard. Although the high school entrance examination is not as good as the college entrance examination, it is also very important and cannot be ignored. Yen Shu replied in a low voice. After school, Yen Shu hurried home, filled the soup stewed at noon, and hurried to the hospital. Before entering the ward, she rubbed her face, tried her best to smile, and then pushed in the door, Mom, I'm here. I brought you yam pork rib soup today. Ding Yuehong was lying on the hospital bed wearing a hospital gown, her face was pale, and when she saw her coming in, she showed a weak smile, Why are you running here again? Mom can do it alone. The hospital can order meals and they will be delivered on time. The high school entrance examination is coming soon, study hard at home, don't worry about me. There's no oil or water in the hospital's rice. You just finished the operation, so you need to supplement nutrition. Hey, try the loving and nutritious pork rib soup I made with my own hands. Yen Shu helped her sit up and gave her a bowl past the pork rib soup. Ding Yuehong didn't pick it up, but pushed it to her, You haven't eaten yet, so you should eat some pads first. You've been studying hard, so you must have been hungry long ago. Mom lay down all afternoon and still isn't hungry. I knew you would say this for a long time, so I brought 2 bowls today and dine with my mother today. She took out another bowl like a magic trick. Ding Yuehong laughed and took the soup bowl obediently. Okay, let's eat together. After eating, Yen Shu repeatedly told Ding Yuehong to take a good rest before putting on the lunchbox and leaving. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening when they went downstairs, and Yen Shu dragged out tired steps. What she didn't notice was that a video was playing in the hall of the hospital she just passed by, an interview with the top student in the provincial college entrance examination. Chapter 6: The Richest Brother 6. A large campus. After class, Yen Cheng packed her school bag and was about to leave the classroom when the monitor Feng Bowen came over and asked, Yen Cheng, the class is going to organize a dinner party on New Year's Day, do you want to attend? Yen Cheng stopped what he was doing. Is it New Year's Day? What time? Meet at the school gate at 6 o'clock in the evening. Yen Cheng thought for a while and said, I'll go back and see if my working time conflicts with me, and then I'll give you an answer. Feng Bowen said helplessly, Okay, you are very busy, try to come here. You can count the number of class activities you participated in during the 3 years of college, and you don't live in the dormitory. I guess you don't even recognize all the classmates in our class. Yen Cheng smiled, Nothing, I remembered everything on the first day of school. So amazing? Anyway, come over as much as you can, and get together with everyone. Okay. After Yen Cheng left, several girls surrounded the squad leader. How about it, will Yen Cheng come? Feng Bowen spread his hands, I'm not sure yet, it depends on whether it conflicts with working hours. But I guess it's more likely not to participate. The girls were suddenly disappointed. As one of the big male gods, Yen Cheng is very popular among girls, but it is a pity that he is always alone and rarely participates in any activities. Even the girls in the same class were not able to get close to the water tower and get the moon, and get closer to him. It's rare to be able to get close to the male through the convenience of the dinner, but I didn't expect him to not participate. After Yen Cheng left the classroom, she walked straight out of the school. After leaving the school gate and walking a few hundred meters, he stopped in front of a low-key black car. Opened the car door and sat up. The driver started the car and slowly merged into the traffic. In the back of the car sat a young man in a suit. He adjusted his glasses and quickly reported, Mr. Yen, you have a video conference at 8 o'clock tonight. At 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, I have an appointment with the person in charge in the United States to meet at the company at 10 o'clock. Li Rui quickly recounted the 2-day itinerary. Yin Qing listened carefully, and then asked, "Do you have any plans for New Year's Day?" Li Rui flipped through the itinerary. "Yes, you have an appointment with the president of Xingda Technology for dinner. Xingda Technology is Yin Chang's most important partner now, so naturally he can't miss the appointment without reason. Then there is no way, the class reunion can only be pushed." Yin Qing rubbed her head and asked again, "Is there any news on the person I asked you to find?" Li Rui shook his head. "There is still no news. I searched for the best private detective, but I never found Ms. Ding's whereabouts. Since their mother and daughter left Yan's house, it was as if the world had evaporated, leaving nothing behind." Trace. Yin Qing frowned. His mother wasn't hiding incognito, and she couldn't find it after looking for it for 3 years. This is not normal. Maybe, is the force majeure of the plot? Since it's not yet time for the female supporting role to appear, it is impossible for him to find it no matter how much he looks for. Only this reason can explain it. But if this is the case, doesn't it mean that the plot cannot be changed and the fate cannot be reversed? Ah! Yin Qing sneered. He didn't believe in force majeure. He only believed that fate was in his own hands. He dug out his phone, found a number without a note, and sent a message. "Look for an opportunity for the Su family to discover Su Mingju's identity. According to the progress of the plot, it will take half a year for Su Mingju's identity to be revealed." Now Yin Qing decided to add fuel to the flames and let this happen earlier. The Su family has been shrouded in a depressing atmosphere for the past few days. The daughter whom she has loved like a jewel for 18 years is not her own. It was because of a hospital error when he was born that he held the wrong child with someone else's child. But instead of being shocked, the Su family was first worried about their daughter Su Mingju's mood. Otherwise, don't tell Mingju about it beforehand? I still don't know which one will be found or not, and it won't be too late when he finds it. If he can't find it, it's just as if it didn't happen, and don't let Mingju be sad in vain. Mother Su said worriedly. Sui Chen agreed immediately. "Regardless of who finds it or not, Mingju is my sister, and I will never make her feel wronged or sad." Father Su also nodded. "Just do as you said. Life is not as good as raising kindness. After 18 years of raising, it doesn't matter whether there is that blood relationship." The three reached an agreement and decided to hide Su Mingju temporarily. However, when Mother Su looked up, she found that Su Mingju was standing at the entrance of the stairs, stunned in shock. Mother Su panicked. "Mingju, did you hear it?" Su Mingju's tears rolled in her eyes, bit her lip, her face pale. "Dad, Mom, brother, this is not true, you are joking, right?" Sui Chen strode over and hugged her into his arms. "Don't be afraid, Mingju, you will always be my sister, the daughter of my parents, the eldest miss of the Su family. No matter what happens, you will never change." Hearing this, Su Mingju felt a little relieved, but she was still lying in Sui Chen's arms, crying uncontrollably. "Why is this happening? So I'm not the daughter of the Su family, not my brother's sister, I'm just taking someone else's place." Sui Chen's face turned grim. "Don't talk nonsense, you didn't occupy anyone's place, you are you. No one can replace you." Su Mingju raised her head, her beautiful face was covered with tears, she was obviously heartbroken, but she still held on with a smile on her face. "Brother, this sentence of you is enough." Sui Chen's distressed heart couldn't be added anymore. He had never felt so sad about his little sister, whom he petted in his palm and never let her suffer in the slightest. He suppressed the darkness in his eyes and gently coaxed Su Mingju. "Mingju, my brother will take you back to your room to rest." When Su Mingju was settled and came down again, Sui Chen said to Su's father and Su's mother, "I'll arrange the matter of finding someone." Mother Su had no opinion, she just sighed and said, "The child doesn't know if he is suffering or not. It's the daughter of the Su family, so let's get it back sooner." "I know, don't worry. The Su family's hands and eyes are clear, and they are very efficient." They quickly put the Yin family's information in front of Sui Chen. Sui Chen blankly looked through the events of the Yin family over the years. From when Yen Shu was born, when Yen Changlin cheated in marriage, got divorced and married a third party, to when Yen Chang was kicked out of the house and took the college entrance exam as the #1 student. I read all the details. A cheating and stupid father, 2 selfish and vicious twin brothers and sisters, a vicious stepmother. How can such a family be worthy of being a relative of Pearl? Only the older brother of a compatriot can still see through it. Forbearance for 3 years and soaring into the sky, and cut off relations with the family. He is decisive and smart. It's just that he would appreciate such talents in the business field, but his brother who is a Pearl is obviously unqualified. He doesn't value family affection, he has a deep mind, and he's just an ordinary college student. If Mingzhu recognizes them, it is conceivable that this family will sting on Mingzhu like a blood-sucking worm to blood. His Pearl, how will he deal with it then? As for Ms. Ding and Ms. Yan, we also have clues, and we can find them soon. The subordinate in charge of finding someone reported this. Sui Chen's handsome face was cold and his eyes darkened. Don't look for it, let's talk about it later. Yan Xing, who had been following the movements of the Su family, soon learned that the Su family had stopped looking for Yen Shu, and immediately became very happy. No wonder Su Mingzhu's identity was revealed at the age of 18 in the original novel, but she did not find her real daughter until she was 20 years old. Moreover, it was the mother and daughter of Yen Shu who met unexpectedly with the mother and daughter of the Su family and finally found the person. It turned out to be nowhere to be found. The Yin family was all found, but the main lord didn't go looking for it, making it clear that he didn't want to change it back. Since he went to Chai Yan's house, it means that he wanted to recognize him in the first place. But seeing the situation of the Yin family, he didn't want to recognize it. Was he worried that the fake daughter would have such a group of unsightly relatives? Does Yen Shu deserve to live outside? Even though she was a real daughter, she still became the one who was abandoned. Yen Xing sneered, no matter what, if others don't feel bad, his own sister just feels sorry for himself. Chapter 7 The Richest Brother 7. Little Shu is back? Why is it so late today? Is there any delay in school? Go wash your hands and eat. Mom made your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs today. Ding Yuehong served the meal while talking, but she didn't get a response from Yen Shu. She looked back and saw Yen Shu standing at the door with her school bag, her face very ugly. What's wrong, Xiaoshu? Why is her face so bad? Is she sick? She hurriedly walked over and touched Yen Shu's forehead. Mom, I'm fine. Yen Shu bit her lip, and her tears suddenly couldn't be held back. Mom. My brother was kicked out of the house by my dad, and he was kicked out a month before his college entrance examination. Yen Shu was also in the 3rd year of high school. When the teacher used the previous college entrance examination champions to motivate them, he mentioned Yen Cheng. Only then did Yen Shu know that his brother had passed the provincial champion. This is the first time she has heard of her brother's news after 6 years of separation from her, and it's still such good news. She was pleasantly surprised, so she searched the internet for more news about her brother. Then I learned that my brother had been kicked out of the house long ago. Compared with the surprise that he passed the provincial championship, Yen Shu felt more distressed about what happened to his brother. They have a good relationship between siblings, and she liked to play behind her brothers when she was a child. After separation, she never missed her father, but often thought of her brother. I didn't expect to hear about him again, but this is the case. She felt sour in her heart. She couldn't tell whether she was distressed for her brother, or she remembered the grievances when she was abandoned by her father. What? Ding Yuehong was stunned, her face full of disbelief. How could it be? How could your father do such a thing? Why not? He can cheat in marriage, divorce you and marry a mistress. What else can he do? If you have a stepmother, you will have a stepfather. According to reports, my brother was bullied by them and didn't even dare to take the exam. Good. How can you expect him to be so good to my brother? He was the one who kept you from taking your brother away, but he left his brother but didn't treat him well. How could he be a father like that? Yan Shu's accumulated resentment burst out all of a sudden. When Yan Changlin chose that woman and her child and abandoned their mother and daughter, Yan Shu didn't plan to recognize this father again. I can still call him dad, because my mother advised her not to punish herself for the fault of adults. Yan Shu showed Ding Yuehong all the reports about her brother she found on the internet. Ding Yuehong read it tremblingly, slumped on the chair, covered her face and wept. Mom is wrong. Mom shouldn't be afraid of being laughed at by acquaintances, so she should hide away. You shouldn't leave your brother to your father. If we with a family of 3 together, your brother won't have to suffer all this. Your brother, how hard must your brother be? I was kicked out when the college entrance examination was so important. Your father was so cruel. Isn't your brother his child? If it wasn't for your brother's success, it would ruin his life. Ding Yuehong felt so guilty that she kept blaming herself. Yan Shu wiped away her tears and said firmly, Mom, let's go get my brother back. He doesn't want my brother, let's do it, and the 3 of us will never be separated again, okay? Ding Yuehong nodded quickly, okay, let's get your brother back, I'll go find him tomorrow. Mom, don't worry. I'll have winter vacation after the exam in 2 days. I'll go with you. I see news that my brother has been admitted to university, so we can go there and ask. Ding Yuehong's heart was numb and she had no idea. She nodded again and again when Yan Shu said anything. Okay, I'll listen to you. Mingzhu, the weather is fine today, why don't you go shopping with your mother? Go and see this season's new bags and clothes. You haven't bought new clothes for a long time. Mother Su suggested cautiously, for fear of touching Su Mingzhu's sensitivity nerve. Ever since Mingzhu found out that she is not the biological daughter of the Su family, she has been anxious and worried. Even the actions and words have become more careful, and they are no longer as cheerful and sunny as in the past. Although the Su family has repeatedly said that regardless of blood relationship, she is the eldest miss of the Su family, and no one can shake her position, but Su Mingzhu is still very uneasy. When I accidentally broke a plate during lunch, I was at a loss and apologized uncomfortably. This made Su's mother feel distressed. Her Pearl, born to be the pearl of her family, has always been proud and confident, and she has been dazzling with unbridled brilliance. How has she ever been so cautious? Because of this, the family has been very careful in talking and doing things these days, trying to take care of her emotions as much as possible. Su Mingzhu pretended to be strong and showed a smile. Mom, I still have a lot of clothes, don't you need to buy them? The more she was like this, the more distressed Mother Su felt. She couldn't help but pull her up. Go, those in your cloakroom are out of season. When did you wear out of season clothes? Mom can't bear you aggrieved yourself so much. Mother Su took her to the store she often went to, and did a lot of shopping. She bought a bunch of clothes, bags, and shoes. Shopping will make a woman feel happy, or it may be Su Mingzhu's attitude that gave Su Mingzhu a reassurance. Her anxiety finally dissipated, and she hugged Su's mother's arm and acted coquettishly. Mom, you are so kind to me. You are my precious daughter. I am not good to you, and who is good to you? Seeing her finally showing a long-lost smile, Mother Su was also happy. Call your father and brother out, let's eat out today. Go to you. Is your favorite Italian restaurant any good? Okay, I'll call them right now. However, the meal was never finished. Mingzhu, let's go to dinner another day. Your Aunt Song is sick and hospitalized. I have to go see her. Mother Su said to Su Mingzhu after receiving a call. I'll go with my mother. Su Mingzhu said. Alright, your Aunt Song must be very happy to see you. The Song family and the Su family are long-term friends, and the two have many contacts in the business field. Even a few years ago, the two families verbally agreed on the marriage contract between Su Mingzhu and Song Xinglan, the only son of the Song family. Mrs. Song was fine, she just fell down the stairs and suffered a slight bone fracture. The mother and daughter of the Su family stayed with her for a while and then said goodbye. They had just descended to the hospital lobby and bumped into a mother and daughter head-on. The four looked at each other, stunned. The mother on the opposite side was carved out of the same mold as Su Mingju. And that girl looked exactly like Su's mother. In addition, she just learned that Su Mingju was in the hospital by mistake, and Su's mother instantly had a guess. This is probably the wrong child and her adoptive mother. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that their daughters look exactly the same as the other? With such a guess, Mother Su couldn't help but look at the mother and daughter opposite. The girl has a bright face, with a high ponytail, revealing a clean forehead. The facial features are more like herself, but her big, deep eyes resembled her father Su Liangchang. Wearing a gray turtleneck sweater and a black down jacket over a straight fit, wraps the person from head to toe. Thanks to her youth and beauty, she can afford such a rustic dress. Her adoptive mother is not very particular about what she wears. Her clothes are neither style nor style, and she dresses like an ordinary housewife. Mother Su glanced at them and knew that their family conditions were very ordinary. Take a look at the pearls around you. She is dressed in high-level customization from head to toe. The jewelry and clothes are matched just right. Every strand of hair is well maintained, and there is exquisite elegance everywhere. Mother Su secretly sighed, although she never expected the family who adopted her daughter to be as rich and noble as the Su family, but after seeing it, there is still a big gap. I raised the other party's daughter so well, but the other party. Yan Shu was bumpy all the way, and accidentally caught a cold. As soon as she arrived in S City, she started to have a fever and a cold. Ding Yuehong was afraid that she would burn her body, so she hurriedly brought her to the hospital. As soon as she walked into the hall after the transfusion, she met a mother and daughter. The other party's clothes looked like a rich man, but what surprised Yan Shu was that the mother and daughter were very familiar with each other. After a closer look, I found that their mother and daughter look very similar to themselves and their mother. If there is only one image, it is not uncommon. There are many wonders in the world, and there are not no people who have nothing to do but look alike. But the two children are like each other's mother, which is too strange. It's like two mothers each holding the wrong child. However, Ding Yuehong didn't think much about it, just regarded it as a coincidence. Who would expect a normal person to hold the wrong child? Yan Shu is the same. It's just that she was very sensitively aware that the lady seemed to be looking at herself, looking at her from head to toe, as if she was evaluating her, which made Yan Shu feel very uncomfortable. She pulled her mother and gave way to the side, ready to go around. But unexpectedly, the noble and elegant lady stopped them. Please wait a moment, maybe we need to talk. Chapter 8: The Richest Brother 8. In the waiting room of the paternity test center, Ding Yuehong and Yan Shu's hands were tightly clasped together, anxious, nervous, uneasy, confused, all kinds of emotions were intertwined. They don't even know how they are sitting here. After hearing Ms. Jiang say that the children of the two families might be carrying the wrong child, the first reaction in their minds was absurd. But the lady named Jiang Yu said that she just learned some time ago that her daughter was born in the wrong hospital. As a result, their daughters are like each other, and it becomes very suspicious. Don't you want to know the truth? If it turns out that I was wrong, then you can rest assured. Otherwise, if you keep this matter in your heart, it will only make everyone brooding. This hospital has shares in the Su family. The results of the paternity test can be obtained in 2 hours, so it won't take much of your time. Jiang Yu said. Then the mother and daughter came here with them confusedly. But when the blood was drawn and they sat in the cold waiting room waiting for the results, they regretted it. Why would you believe such absurd words and really follow them for identification? What if they are liars? Although their clothes are either rich or expensive, they look like pampered wives of wealthy families, but liars can't write liars on their faces. And Jiang Yu began to regret after seeing Su Mingju's pale face and bloodless lips. Blame yourself for being so reckless, and ask someone to do a paternity test the first time you meet. And let Mingju stay here and wait for the result, making her wait like a sentence. Mingju must have thought that she couldn't wait to recognize her biological daughter, and she must have felt bad in her heart. Jiang Yu patted the back of Su Mingju's hand distressfully, and comforted her gently. Don't be afraid, Mingju, no matter what the outcome is, you are the eldest miss of the Su family, mother's most precious daughter, and no one can replace your place in mother's heart. When Ding Yuehong heard the words, her mood was a little delicate, so why did she still bring them for appraisal? Since you are reluctant to let your adopted daughter be wronged, it would be better if you pretend not to know and continue to make mistakes, so why are you still clinging to the truth? Ding Yuehong can understand that the adopted daughter who has been raised for more than 10 years has feelings and is reluctant to let her be wronged. But is it really okay to say this in front of a suspected biological daughter? If the result comes out and Xiaoshu is really her daughter, how should Xiaoshu handle herself after hearing this? In all fairness, if it was Ding Yuehong, she would be more inclined towards Xiaoshu if she had raised a little Shu who had feelings for more than 10 years, and on the other was a biological daughter who had never met and was related by blood. But he would never say such things in front of his biological daughter, or do anything biased. Even if it's not a daughter, just an ordinary friend and colleague, he didn't say this in person, not only without emotional intelligence, but also without brains. This lady doesn't look like she has no brains, so in the end she doesn't care. If she does, she won't be shy. Ding Yuehong quietly looked at Yin Shu's face, and found that her expression was as usual, as if she hadn't heard that sentence, so she breathed a sigh of relief. She can only pray now, the paternity test result has nothing to do with them, end it early and leave quickly. 2 hours seemed as long as 2 centuries. Finally, a staff member came out with the result. Mrs. Su, this is the identification result. Jiang Yu turned directly to the results column, and after reading it, her expression was complicated. She glanced at Yin Shu and handed the result to Ding Yuehong. Ding Yuehong didn't know what her mood was, but she took the 2 reports with trembling hands. After reading it, he instantly froze in place. Seeing that she hadn't moved for a long time, Yin Shu walked around from behind, took away the report, and checked it herself. Jiang Yu and Yin Shu conform to the law of inheritance, and the probability of paternity is greater than 99.99%. Ding Yuehong and Su Mingju conform to the law of inheritance, and the probability of paternity is greater than 99.99%. Clap, reports scattered on the ground. Yin Shu raised her head in confusion, with helplessness, stunned and panic in her eyes. Is this a mistake? Did they confuse the specimens? Ding Yuehong also came back to her senses and nodded in a panic. Yes, they must be confused. Both mother and daughter were reluctant to believe this result. They had come to S City to find someone. Why did they suddenly carry the wrong child with someone else? Jiang Yu was not particularly surprised because she had been prepared for a long time. She was still calm and graceful. I know it is difficult for you to accept this, but this is not the place to talk. Let's talk about it in another place. Ding Yuehong suddenly became vigilant. Are you liars? You deliberately colluded with the hospital to lie to us? Jiang Yu laughed. Although I haven't investigated your family's situation, I don't know how your family is, but you can check it online. Our Su family is also a prominent figure in S City. The implication is, what do you have to deceive me? Ding Yuehong was speechless. At this moment, the door of the waiting room was suddenly pushed open, and a person walked in from outside. The man has a handsome face and a grim expression. Wearing a well-cut black suit, he exudes a powerful aura that no stranger should approach. As soon as he came in, he walked straight to Su Mingju. His cold face instantly softened. Mingju, are you all right? Su Mingju bit her lip, tears couldn't stop falling, but shook her head and said, Brother, I'm fine. Sui Chen's distress couldn't be further increased, and he looked at Jiang Yu with dissatisfaction. Mom, I said that I will be responsible for this matter. Why do you want to intervene? You brought Mingju to such a place? Is blood relationship really that important? Jiang Yu had regretted today's impulse, but when she was questioned by her son, she couldn't help but look embarrassed. Yi Chen, this is my mother's fault, but the result has been confirmed. Sui Chen interrupted her involuntarily. Mom, you can take care of this matter. I'll take Mingju back first. She is very uncomfortable now. Oh well, You go back first, and pay attention to safety on the road. Then Su Yichen took Su Mingju's hand and strode away. Yan Shu and her daughter did not give Yan Shu a look from beginning to end. Ding Yuehong and Yan Shu, from the shock just now, slowly turned into embarrassment and embarrassment. Zhang Yu hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, Yi Chen has a good relationship with the Mingzhu brothers and sisters, but it was difficult for him to accept it for a while. I apologize to you for the rudeness. It's too late today. My husband will meet you and talk about the two children in detail." "I don't know if it is convenient for your husband, he is Mingzhu's biological father. I think it is necessary for the adults of both families to be present." Yan Shu came back to her senses and said indifferently, "No, there is no need to apologize, he is right, blood relationship is not important, since you can't bear her for fear of her being wronged, it just so happens that my mother can't bear me, so everything remains as it is." Bar. After she finished speaking, she looked at Ding Yuehong with uneasy and expectant eyes, and sought her approval, "Right? Mom?" Her hands clenched her sleeves unconsciously, which was a sign of her nervousness and fear. "Are you afraid that you don't want her to?" Ding Yuehong immediately felt distressed. "Yes, my mother can't bear Xiaoshu." "Mrs. Su, what happened today should not have happened. Your daughter is still your daughter, and Xiaoshu is still my daughter. Let's not disturb each other." Jiang Yu was stunned, and felt unbelievable. The family background of the two families could be said to be very different, yet Yan Shu didn't want to come back? How does this work? Xiaoshu is my biological daughter, the child I gave birth to through my pregnancy in October. I have missed her for so many years, and I have finally found her. Do I have to continue to watch her suffer outside? What about Su Mingzhu? Let her go back to my mother? Yan Shu asked directly. Mingzhu naturally wants to stay at Su's house. Maybe she knew that this request was unreasonable. Jiang Yu's expression became embarrassed, but she still said to Ding Yuehong, "We have raised her for so many years, and we have deep feelings for her. It's reluctance to let her go. Besides, the conditions of the Su family are relatively good, and they can give them the best life, the best resources, and the best education." In the end, she herself felt that this was the best way to do it. You are also their mother, a biological parent. You also want them to have a better life, right? Besides, it's not that you are not allowed to recognize each other. Both of them are your daughters. They can visit you often, and they can also accompany you on New Year's and holidays. They also call your mother, just like every child. Having two mothers, isn't that bad? These words sounded grand, but Ding Yuehong knew that once she agreed, it would mean that both daughters would return to the Su family. But she was still moved. Because Jiang Yu was right, the Su family could provide them with a better life. And she, a divorced woman, has only a barely subsistence job. After the operation 3 years ago, her body has not changed very well, and she has become unable to do a little heavy work. Xiaoshu has suffered a lot by following her. If she continues to follow her, she will not be able to provide her with better conditions. Even with her sensibleness, she may have to subsidize her family. Mingming, she is the child of the Su family. If she is not mistaken, she is the one who has a bright life. It has been wrong for 18 years, and she has lost so much. How can she be held back now, for her own selfish desires, to prevent her from going back? As for that child, Ding Yuehong's heart is a little complicated. Maybe the blood relationship will really be affected. When she first saw the child, she felt that the child was kind. Now that it was confirmed that she was really her own child, she had a strange feeling in her heart. But the child probably didn't like her, and didn't say a word to her from beginning to end. After knowing the result, he didn't even look at her. As if a basin of cold water had been poured on her, her mind also softened a bit. That's fine, the Su family treats her very well and won't make her feel wronged. Chapter 9 The Richest Brother 9. The car slowly drove into the gate of Su's house, and after passing through the lawn, flower beds and fountains, it finally reached the main building. "Second miss, here we are, get out of the car." Yan Shu got out of the car silently. After knowing that she was a single-parent family, the Su family had even more reason to let her come back, and her mother finally agreed. "They're right, you can have a better life when you go back to the Su family. You can do what you want to do, learn what you want to learn, and never have to worry about money again. And your mother raised you alone, already some are overwhelmed, and when you go back to Su's house, mother will be more relaxed." Although Yan Shu knew that she was doing this for her own good and to let herself go back to Su's house in peace, she deliberately said this, but she still couldn't help feeling aggrieved. Why don't you ask her if she wants to go back? Why not ask her if she wants a better life? Mingming only said that the family of three should be together and never be separated again. Why is she being pushed out so easily now? Sometimes the self-righteous for your own good of adults is really annoying. Yan Shu thought about it, and felt that she was going too far. Knowing that her mother was really thinking about her, she did this, but she still blamed her. Maybe my mother is even sadder than she is now? Whether it is an adopted daughter or a biological daughter, she has become someone else's family. She must be in pain, right? Yan Shu couldn't help worrying about her again. "Second miss, please." The serious-faced butler took Yan Shu's luggage and led her into the main building of the Su family. The Su family is very big, and it looks very luxurious from the outside. I didn't expect it to be more luxurious and delicate after entering, with the heritage of a wealthy family everywhere. Standing under the gorgeous and bright crystal chandelier, Yan Shu suddenly became uneasy, feeling like an ugly duckling who strayed into the palace, out of tune with this place. "Second miss, your room is here." The housekeeper led her to the easternmost room on the second floor. The room is beautifully decorated, with pink and white tones, very girly. The wardrobe is full of clothes, the shoe cabinet is also full of shoes, and there are several sets of unopened skincare products on the dresser. They are all very suitable for her age, and the person who prepared these must have put a lot of thought into it. The style of the clothes looks a bit like Mother Su's taste, so, did she prepare things? Yan Shu suddenly felt that the family seemed to be looking forward to her coming back. "Second miss, I don't know your preferences. I only prepared these for the time being. If you don't like it, I'll replace it for you." Yan Shu was startled and asked softly, "You prepared all these?" "Yes, second Mississippi Madam specially ordered me to prepare it for you." The housekeeper replied politely. Yan Shu suddenly felt that what she had just thought was ridiculous. "By the way, the second lady, the husband is working in the company now. The eldest lady passed out in the morning. The young master and his wife are with her in the hospital. She asked me to have a good rest after receiving you." Yan Shu's heart couldn't help but feel cold, like falling into an ice cave. At noon, no one from the Su family came back. After asking Yan Shu's taste, the housekeeper instructed the kitchen to cook her a luxurious lunch. Sweet and sour pork ribs, braised pork, prawns and tomato sauce are all her favorite dishes. The chef's craftsmanship is also very good, but when Yan Shu sits alone at the huge dining table and eats silently, she feels that these dishes are not so delicious. It was not until night that Jiang Yu came back from the hospital. Looking tired, he came to Yan Shu's room. "Little Shu, are you still used to it?" "I'm sorry, I should have been waiting for you at home, but Mingzhu suddenly fainted this morning. Your brother and I were with her in the hospital." "Don't you blame your mother?" Yan Shu looked at this biological mother who had just met. Unlike her mother, Ding Yuehan, who was haggard and old, the years did not leave any traces on her face. Her skin is delicate and smooth, well maintained, she wears delicate light makeup, and she wears a dress that she can't see the brand, which is elegant and decent. It was the previous her, the kind of person who could never have an intersection. She was silent for a moment and shook her head. Jiang Yu laughed. "Xiaoshu is so sensible, mother, you can rest assured. Mingzhu is weak and sensitive. You should take more care in the future, and your sisters should get along well." Yan Shu was silent again, but Jiang Yu didn't notice it, and continued to say, "Little Shu. Everyone is very happy that you came back. Originally, I discussed with your father and planned to hold a welcome banquet for you. Invite some relatives and friends to come over and formally introduce you to everyone. But you also found out that Pearl can't do anything for the time being. Accepting that she is not the matter of the Su family's biological daughter, her mind is very sensitive and her mood is very unstable, and she even fainted this morning. So Xiaoshu, let's not hold the banquet first, shall we? Let's take care of Mingzhu's mood first, and we won't be too late when she recovers. Besides, it's the most important thing for us to be together as a family. Everything else is a form, right?" Yan Shu became more and more silent, and it took a long time to squeeze out an ugly smile. "I listen to you." Jiang Yu laughed immediately and rubbed Yan Shu's head. "Xiaoshu is still sensible. Your father is coming back soon, let's go out. Although your brother and Mingzhu are not here, but today my parents accompany Xiaoshu to eat and take you out. Let's open a bottle of the good wine that Dad keeps, let's celebrate. It is good." When the two walked out of the room, Su's father, Su Liangchang, had already returned and was sitting on the sofa downstairs reading a book. He was nearly 50 years old, but he couldn't tell from his appearance, he was still handsome and personable. There is a kind of majesty in the upper body, which makes him look very difficult to approach. Seeing the mother and daughter come down, he looked away from the book and said lightly, "You're back? Are you still used to it?" Even if it wasn't the first time they met, even if he was his biological father, Yan Shu still felt that he was dignified and indifferent, and dared not look directly at him. She replied in a low voice, "Well, it's fine." Su Liangcheng couldn't help frowning, but after all, he didn't say anything, only said, "Let's have dinner." Unlike the Chinese cuisine this morning, the meals this evening are almost all Western. Both your brother and Mingzhu like Western food. You are about the same age as them, so I think you should like it too. I specially ordered the kitchen to make this. Xiaoshu, do you like it? Like it, thank you. The servant pulled out a chair for them, and the three sat down. Yan Shu looked in front of her, the delicate tableware, the beautifully arranged plates, the champagne from Liuli was filled in the goblet, and the butler played soft music. All this left Yan Shu at a loss. She also went to the Western restaurant with her mother, but the atmosphere of the Chinese-style Western restaurant was completely different from the current atmosphere, which made her completely overwhelmed. He clearly used the knife and fork carefully, but because he was in a hurry, he accidentally made a harsh sound of the knife rubbing against the plate. Jiang Yu and Su Liangcheng looked over at the same time. Yan Shu's face flushed, and she bowed her head and apologized in a low voice, "I'm sorry." Mother Su sighed, "It's okay, dining etiquette can be learned slowly." Seeing Yan Shu's head drooping lower, Mother Su couldn't help frowning. "It's okay to make mistakes, but don't be so petty. Once you are afraid of your hands and feet, you will be very unable to get on the stage." Jiang Yu also knew that Yan Shu could not be blamed for this. She also cherishes her biological daughter who has been living abroad since childhood, but she is too ordinary. How can she survive in the rich circle? Chapter 10 The Richest Brother 10. On the first day Yan Shu returned to Su's house, neither Su Mingzhu nor Su Yichen came back, and the same was true the next day. It was not until the third day that their brother and sister returned to Su's house. "Why did you come back? Didn't you just leave the hospital the day before yesterday?" Jiang Yu asked casually. Hearing the question, Su Mingzhu glanced at Su Yichen subconsciously, and then quickly looked away. She bit her lip, her cheeks flushed with blush. Jiang Yu noticed the suspicious redness on her face and asked with concern, "What's the matter? Your face is so red, is the air conditioner running too hot?" Su Mingzhu nodded casually. At this time, Jiang Yu noticed that her lips were also red and swollen, and she couldn't help laughing. "Is your brother taking you to eat spicy food? Your lips will swell when you eat chili peppers. You can't even wipe your mouth when you eat it secretly." Lied to mom? Su Mingzhu faltered and was speechless, and couldn't help but cast his eyes on Su Yichen for help. However, her face turned even redder from his half-smiling look. Seeing that she was shy and was about to find a crack in the ground to get in, Sui-chen calmly spoke and helped her out of the siege. Yes, I went to steal it. It's just another form of stealing. Jiang Yu had no doubts, and smiled softly. It's not a big deal, you can eat it if you want, and what are you doing without telling your mother? By the way, you haven't said hello to Xiaoshu, have you? I'll go and tell her to come down. Jiang Yu went upstairs, but because of her words, the heat on Su Mingju's face slowly subsided, and her smile faded a little bit. She bit her lip and looked at Sui-chen pitifully, as if she was about to cry in the next moment. Brother. Sui-chen hugged her distressfully. Don't worry, if you really don't want to see her, my brother will let her go. No, brother. Su Mingju hurriedly stopped him. Brother, I'm fine. After all, she is the real daughter of the Su family, and she is just a thief who stole her happiness. Now that she's back, how can he let her go selfishly? Parents will be sad too. Sui-chen, who knew her well, knew what she was thinking by seeing her expression, and smiled helplessly. Mingju is always so kind. My brother even hopes that you can be a little more selfish and think more about yourself. Su Mingju shook his arm and smiled. It's okay, I still have a brother. When Yan Shu came down, she saw such a picture of brother and sister in love. Because he knew from the beginning that this brother didn't want to see him, Yan Shu didn't have any hope for him, and he would just be a familiar stranger in the future. However, even such a simple expectation has become her extravagant hope. Sui-chen's indifference towards her was put on his face, and after he greeted her indifferently, he never said a word to her again. And what about Su Mingju? Sister Xiaoshu, I'm sorry. One mouth is to apologize to her. Before Yan Shu said anything, Sui-chen interrupted her coldly. Mingju, you don't need to apologize to her, you did nothing wrong. Jiang Yu also said quickly, yes, Pearl, it's not your fault, it's the hospital's fault, you are also a victim, you don't need to blame yourself. Su Mingju was comforted by them, and finally smiled again. Yan Shu watched all this with a cold eye, and realized again that she was incompatible with this family. They were a family, and she was just an outsider. After dinner, Yan Shu was about to wash up and go to bed when Su Mingju came to knock on her door. Her appearance is not as bright as Yan Shu, but she is also a delicate and beautiful woman like Xiao Jibiyu. And her temperament is extraordinarily pure and innocent, very lovable. She is wearing a white dress at the moment, her body is slender and weak, and she is so pitiful that it can arouse the desire to protect others. She stood at the door of Yan Shu, and she was crying 3 times before she spoke. I'm sorry, Xiaoshu, I didn't expect the housekeeper to prepare such a room for you, it's too wrong for you. You can move to my room, I'll just come and live in this room. Because you are the real daughter of the Su family, I have occupied your position for so many years, now it is time to let go. I should have gone back to Ding's mother, but I really can't bear my parents and brother, so I stayed here shamelessly. Don't worry, I will grab anything from you, as long as I can stay with my parents. Yan Shu immediately felt disgusting, like eating a fly. It is this kind of person who was talking about it again and again, right? She kept saying that she would not rob her of anything, but she passed out and was hospitalized on the first day she came back, stealing everyone's attention. I don't know if it's real or fake. Also came here to change rooms? What kind of is this? Even if she wanted to, those 3 people who pampered her would be reluctant to let her suffer this grievance, right? Or did she just come here on purpose to tell herself how good her room was, and that her room was just a guest room? Yan Shu didn't want to talk to her, and said coldly, no, I like this room very much. Her attitude was so indifferent, Su Mingju was startled, then bit her lip and started to cry. Little Shu, are you still angry with me? Because I occupied your position for 18 years and made you suffer. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. If you hate me, I'll leave now, okay? Yan Shu had accumulated emotions for a few days, and finally broke out at this moment. She sneered, then leave. What? Su Mingju froze in place as if struck by lightning. What? Are you expecting me to say, I don't hate you, you don't leave? Oh. So you didn't actually plan to leave, you just wanted to get forgiveness from me and make yourself feel at ease, right? Then don't be shy here, dove occupying the magpie's nest for so many years, robbing my parents and brother, isn't it normal that I hate you? Do you want me to happily praise you for grabbing it? Don't say nonsense about being reluctant to give up your parents, you just can't bear the glory and wealth of the Su family. Yen Shu lay beside her ear and said word by word. Su Mingju's face was pale in an instant, and she took 2 steps back in panic. No, I didn't. What are you doing? Sui Chen walked over angrily, dragged Su Mingju behind him, and protected him with a tough posture. He sneered at Yen Shu. What did you tell Mingju? Yen Shu responded indifferently and did not speak. Su Mingju was behind him, crying silently, her face pale and shaky. Sui Chen didn't care about talking to Yen Shu, he just left a cold sentence. You better remember your position, don't think about things that don't belong to you. I only have one younger sister, and that is Mingju, you don't want to be with her. Compare. Otherwise, the Su family doesn't need second young lady. Then he hugged Su Mingju in his arms and left in a hurry. Yen Shu's face was numb, and she recognized her biological parents and returned to her original home, but she became something that Xiao Xiang did not belong to? She doesn't know what this man's mind is thinking. Even if she has a deep relationship with her foster sister, she doesn't need to treat her own sister so coldly, right? Even the superficial relationship is unwilling to maintain. When Yen Cheng received the news, she almost laughed angrily. The force majeure of the plot is really powerful. He has already changed the plotline, and people are keeping an eye on the Su family. I didn't expect that the plot would still be able to take advantage of the loopholes and make the original fade again. Staged. He just went abroad for a week because of the company's listing. He was so busy that he didn't pay attention to domestic news for a while. As a result, in just a few days, my sister was recognized back to the Su family. Then the grievances and unfair treatment she experienced after returning to Su's house, are they still experienced? Yen Qing's face turned cold, so she bought the nearest flight and flew back home immediately. After getting off the plane and getting into a private car, the driver asked, Mr. Yen, go to the company or go home? No, go to Shengying High School. This is Xiaoshu's high school after transferring, and today is her first day of school. Needless to say, this aristocratic high school, which is based on family history, will also make Xiaoshu suffer a lot of grievances. Yen Xing guessed right, but Yen Shu felt extremely uncomfortable the first day she came here. She went to an ordinary high school before, and students have nothing to do but study, and grades are all criteria for measuring students. When we got here, everything was different. Family background has become a standard for measuring students, and learning has become a secondary thing. Whether it is a teacher or a classmate, as long as your family background is strong, you can make people look up to you. The Su family's family background is very good, it is a first-class wealthy family in S City. You can tell by looking at Su Mingju's gesture of being held by the stars. However, this kind of family background is not easy to use on Yen Shu, because her identity has not been publicly acknowledged. The Su family didn't give her a welcome banquet, nor did they introduce her to a good family. It shows that they don't pay attention to her. So even if she is the real daughter of the Su family, she is not as heavy as Su Mingju's fake daughter. It doesn't matter whether it is the daughter of the Su family, what matters is the attitude of the Su family. Befriending a worthless real daughter, how can it be compared to the pearl in the palm of the Su family's palm? Some people even deliberately troubled Yen Shu in order to please Su Mingju. But because it was the first day, everyone didn't do anything out of the ordinary, that is, sarcasm in words. In addition, the courses here are also different from what Yen Shu has learned. Most of the students here will not take the college entrance examination, and the content they learn is based on elite education. Finance, science, art, language, social, and more. Cultural classes only make up a very small part. Yen Shu's proud academic record was useless. Need to learn these things from scratch. On the first day of class, I caught up with the oil painting appreciation class. The teacher took out an original oil painting for the students in the class to appreciate. They expressed their opinions one by one from the style of painting, the genre of art, the author's experience, and the ideas expressed in the painting. However, Yan Shu was only shocked when she heard that the painting had been auctioned for more than 1 million yuan. The things other people said are all in the clouds, and I can't understand anything. The teacher also clicked her to answer, so she could only stand there in silence, her face blushing. After class, he was ridiculed by others. He was really a douchebag, and he didn't know anything. At the end of the day, Yan Shu was more tired than running a marathon. However, this was not the end. After school, the driver who was supposed to pick her up never showed up. She stood in the cold wind at the school gate for half an hour before someone told her, "You are the girl the Su family just found?" The Su family's car has already left, and Su Mingju seems to be a little uncomfortable, so she didn't finish school. Left early. Yan Shu's tears were suddenly unbearable, and all the grievances erupted in an instant. Then at this moment, a bright black low-key car stopped in front of her. The door opened and a man got out of the car. The man's temperament is cold, his body is slender, his facial features are handsome and unpretentious, just like the craftsmanship of the creator. On the bridge of his nose was a pair of gold wire glasses, which added a bit of a noble temperament to him. He stood still in front of Yan Shu, stretched out a hand with clear joints and slender fingers, rubbed her head, and chuckled. It's ugly to cry. Chapter 11 The Richest Brother 11. Yan Shu stared blankly at the familiar and unfamiliar face, her eyes widened in disbelief. Brother? There were still tears on her face, and her nose was red with cold, looking pitiful. Yan Xing couldn't help feeling distressed. It's me. Sorry, brother is late. Yan Shu jumped into his arms instantly, hugged him and cried, Woo-woo, why did you come to me, brother, I miss you so much. She cried earth-shatteringly, as if to vent all her grievances. Yan Chang was both distressed and funny, and patted her shoulder to comfort her. Don't cry, my brother is here, no one can bully our little Shu in the future. No one bullies me, I just miss my brother so much. She subconsciously didn't want her brother to worry. After Yan Qing comforted her for a long time, she finally managed to stabilize her emotions. Seeing the mess on her brother's clothes, she immediately blushed and withdrew from her brother's arms in embarrassment. I saw on the internet that you were kicked out of the house by your father. He doesn't want you anymore. Why didn't you come to me and my mother? We have always missed you. As soon as we heard about you, my mother and I came to you. Well, it turned out to be. Having said this, Yan Shu suddenly remembered that his brother should not know that he is not his own sister. She suddenly panicked. If my brother knew that he was not his sister and Su Mingju was his own sister, would he stop liking her? Just like the Su family's parents and brother prefer Su Mingju and ignore her, will the brother do the same? Yan Shu suddenly became frightened, and the surprise of seeing her brother was also diluted by this anxiety. What are you thinking? Get on the bus first, isn't it cold standing here? Yan Shu stood there and didn't move. She lowered her head and asked in a muffled voice, Brother, if I wasn't your sister, would you dislike me? He looked up at his brother's face. A chuckle came from above her head, and then the warm palm rubbed on top of her head again. This warm current spread from the top of her head to the bottom of her heart, making her feel at ease instantly. Don't worry, the things you're worried about will never happen. I can find your new high school, so I know everything. Yan Shu raised her head suddenly. Brother, do you already know? Knowing that, she didn't dislike her. Yan Shu's nose suddenly became sore, and she couldn't help but shed tears again. Brother, you are so kind to me. You are my sister, I am not good to you, and who is good to me? Then, you have a younger sister. Yan Shu couldn't help feeling sour at the thought of giving up half of his brother to Su Mingju. I only have one younger sister, her name is Yan Shu. What does other people have to do with me? Yan Xing said firmly. Yan Shu's eyes lit up instantly, and she couldn't help but be excited. For the first time, someone stood by her unswervingly. Yan Shanglin chose Xiaosan and her children, but abandoned her and her mother. Su's parents and elder brother also chose to favor Su Mingzhu, while ignoring her own daughter. Even the school's classmates and teachers chose to stand on Su Mingzhu's side. Now, someone finally chose her without hesitation. The attitude of others suddenly doesn't matter anymore. It's enough for her to have a brother. Yan Shu finally calmed down completely, got into the car in a relaxed mood, and then talked to Yan Cheng about the past few years. She only picked up some light and interesting things to talk about, and she didn't mention any unhappy topics. Yan Xing looked at her quietly with a smile on her lips. Noticing his gaze, Yan Shu stopped embarrassedly. Brother, you just listen to me, why don't you talk about you? How have you been all these years? Why didn't you go to us? I looked for it, but I never found it. Then I started a business while studying, and my life was mediocre, and there was nothing to say. Entrepreneurship? Yan Shu realized later that his brother's current image is indeed not like that of an ordinary college student, dressed in an elite style. The car they were riding in looked very low-key from the outside, but it was extraordinary inside. It seemed to be a little better than the car that the Su family took to pick her up. Then you succeeded in starting a business? Yan Shu asked curiously. Yan Cheng nodded and smiled softly. My brother will support you in the future. Yan Shu hurriedly shook her head. No, you've worked so hard, keep the money you earn to marry my sister-in-law. I'm going to college soon, and then I can work and study hard. Brother, you're so good, I can't be worse. My brother is also a student, so making money is definitely not easy, so I can't spend his money. As long as their family is together, she is happy even if they are tired and bitter. At this time, she still didn't know what the concept of her brother's entrepreneurial success was. She just thought it was an ordinary petty joke. Yan Xing smiled lowly, rubbed her head again, smiling all over her face. Yes, my sister is not bad. But you are still young, so it's right for your brother to spend money on you. You can earn money later. It's the same thing if you spend money on me. Why do brothers and sisters care about so clearly? Don't worry, my brother is very rich, you can't spend enough money on me for a while. Seeing her suspicious expression, Yan Xing showed her several documents. Then Yan Shu knew how rich her brother was now. At the dinner table this morning, the one discussed by the father and son of the Su family appeared only a few years ago, but has emerged in the city of S. After the company was listed abroad a few days ago, he became the richest mysterious man in the city of S. It was her brother. Yan Shu was hit hard by this heavy news, and she was dizzy for a long time without regaining her senses. It was not until the car drove into a more luxurious manner than the Su family that Yan Shu finally recovered and looked at Yan Cheng resentfully. Brother, have you misunderstood the word ordinary? Starting from scratch and becoming the richest man in a city in a short period of time, is this still ordinary? To put it this way, her experience of recognizing a wealthy family after being held wrongly for 18 years is nothing but ordinary. Yan Xing smiled. After getting out of the car, go around to the other side and help her open the door. Little Shu, welcome home. From now on, this will be your home. My brother knows that you were unhappy in Su's house. If you are unhappy, don't feel wronged. Home is a place that warms you, heals you, and makes you happy. If you only suffer from grievances and indifference, it is not home. So don't worry about blood relations, leave them. You are my sister, we are a family, and my brother will always be your backing. Yan Shu's eyes were hot, and she blinked hard before holding back her tears, nodding her head, and yes, this is her home, because there are family members. She never wanted to go back to the suffocating place in the Su family. And my mother, I have already sent someone to pick her up, and she will arrive tomorrow. Then we will be a real family reunion. Yan Xing said again. Yan Shu happily nodded again, She has no other reaction than nodding now. Do you still have your things in the Su family? I'll let them get them back, and by the way, tell them that you won't go back in the future. Yan Shu was about to nod her head, but then she quickly shook her head. Brother, I'll go by myself. Judging from her limited contacts, her biological father was a standard businessman, with the typical characteristics of a businessman profit-seeking. At first she thought he was a strict father, with a dignified nature that was hard to approach. But when she saw with her own eyes that he was indifferent and dignified towards her, and the next second she saw Su Mingzhu, she immediately turned into a smile. She knew she was wrong. It turned out that he could also be a loving father. Then just when she thought he loved Su Mingzhu, but just didn't like her, she heard with her own ears that he said to Su's mother, "Cultivating Mingzhu for so many years, she can't be separated from the Su family because of this. Her marriage with the Song family can't be broken. You can bring Mingzhu to the Song family more. As for that child, it really can't be on the table, and the marriage can also be counted on. If you don't marry her, you can just give some dowry to marry off." She knew that Su Liangqing didn't like Su Mingzhu more because of his deep feelings, but that Su Mingzhu could bring him benefits. Because she can't get on the stage and is useless, she is indifferent. Such a person who only values interests, if let him know that his brother is the mysterious rich man they say, he will definitely take the opportunity to develop a relationship with him. He wouldn't even let her go. He pretended to play a father-daughter relationship with her, and bound her with family affection. Yan Shu didn't want to make it difficult for her brother, so she didn't need his presence to leave the Su family. She could handle it herself. The reason why she swallowed her anger at the Su family before was because she was afraid of being abandoned, afraid of being alone, and still had some illusions about her family. But now, she doesn't have to feel wronged anymore, because she is also supported by her brother. Seeing her suddenly high fighting spirit, Yan Shang was a little strange, but she didn't stop her. "Okay, my brother respects your opinion. Anyway, with him watching, she won't be bullied." Yan Shu went back that night, ready to fight quickly. When the driver sent her to the door of Su's house, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. It has been 4 full hours since the dismissal at 5 o'clock, and no one from the Su family called to ask where she was. But Yan Shu didn't care anymore, and walked towards the main building of the Su family with ease. Then, she saw a shocking scene in the living room. Su Yichen and Su Mingzhu kissed fiercely. The battle was so intense that she heard the sound of tsk-tisk at the door. "Well, brother, don't be here, my parents are coming back." "Then let them see, I will tell them, I want to marry you, we are not related by blood anyway." "But, what about my engagement with the Song family?" "Return directly. Dad won't agree. He attaches great importance to the marriage with the Song family. Then let his other daughter be on top. Su Jiabai is raising her, and it's still useful." Yan Shu expressionlessly retracted the phone and turned off the camera. What a coincidence, she also thinks that these two disgusting things are somewhat useful. Chapter 12 The Richest Brother 12. Su Liangchang and his wife went to a dinner party today and came back after 10 o'clock in the evening. After returning home and changing into home clothes, Jiang Yu said to Su Liangchang, "I went to see Mingzhu. This afternoon, the housekeeper said she was a little uncomfortable, and she came back from school early." When she came to Su Mingzhu's bedroom on the 3rd floor, Jiang Yu knocked on the door lightly, but no one answered, so she pushed open the door and went in. You. She looked in horror at the two people in the room who were kissing fiercely. Her eyes darkened and she almost fainted. Hearing the sound, the two hurriedly separated. Su Mingzhu's blushing face instantly turned pale. Mom, you're back." She was trembling, her voice trembling. She knew that the affair with her brother would come to light sooner or later, but she didn't expect it to come so soon. What will Mom think of her? Do you feel that you are shamelessly seducing your brother? Will he kick her out of the house in a fit of rage? Will it stop her from being with her brother? She was frightened and restless, and her mind was in a mess. Su Yichen grabbed her hand tightly, intertwined his fingers, and comforted her softly. "Don't be afraid, Mingzhu, I have everything." After he finished speaking, he protected her behind him with a tough stance. Looking at Jiang Yu firmly, she said loudly, "Mom, I want to marry Mingzhu." Jiang Yu's eyes were dark again, and she held onto the door frame so she didn't fall down. After a long time, Jiang Yu came back to her senses and pointed to the two of them with trembling fingers. You are brothers and sisters. There is no blood relationship." Sui Chen immediately retorted, "I like her, and I only want to marry her in my life." "Mom, you can fulfill us. Mingzhu is also the person you have been hurting for 18 years. In this circle, people will definitely be looked down upon. The Song family may not marry a fake daughter. When they come to break off the marriage, do you want Mingzhu to be ridiculed? Even if they do marry the Song family, they may not be wholehearted." The pearl of love. We hold the pearl in our hands that has been painful since childhood. Are you willing to let her suffer this grievance? So let Mingzhu marry me, and our family will never be separated. Isn't that bad? Jiang Yu was so shocked that she was speechless, and it took a long time for her to regain her senses. However, after you have been brothers and sisters for 18 years, you suddenly said that you were going to get married. What does this make outsiders think? They will definitely scold you for being rude. No. Sui Chen interrupted what she was about to say. Mingzhu is only 18 years old, and we didn't get married right away. Outsiders already know that we are not brothers and sisters. As long as the limelight passes in a few years, we won't get married. There will be too much discussion. Jiang Yu hesitated. She was really reluctant to let Mingzhu be wronged, and her son begged so hard. If she objected, the two children would definitely be separated from her. She looked at Mingzhu again. Her face was pale, her lips were bloodless, and there were tears in her eyes, and she looked at herself anxiously. "Mom, I really like my brother and want to be with him. When I was a child, I said that I would marry my brother when I grew up, and you agreed with a smile. You don't know how happy I was at the time, and I fantasized about growing up every day, wearing a white wedding dress to be my brother's bride. But when I grew up, I realized that we are brothers and sisters, and it is impossible to get married. So I can only quietly bury this dream in my heart. But I didn't expect God to give me such an opportunity again. We are not brothers and sisters, and we are not related by blood. So, does this mean that even God wants to fulfill me? Mom, please help us too." Mother Sue softened instantly. In the end, it is the dear baby who has been in pain for 18 years, and she can't see her being wronged. She sighed, "Your dad won't agree." "What do I agree to?" The sudden sound frightened the three of them. Su Liangchen walked in. "What are you all crying and arguing about?" "I can hear it from the second floor." Sui Chen originally wanted to find a suitable opportunity to tell him about it again. But since he had already heard it, he didn't know how much he had heard it, so he just had a showdown, and told him what he had just said to Su mother. But what people didn't expect was that Su Liangchen was very calm after hearing this, and he didn't mean to be shocked or angry at all. He was silent for a moment, then looked at Sui Chen and asked, "Have you made up your mind? Are you sure she won't marry her? Will you never regret it?" Sui Chen said firmly, "Yes, I will never regret if I don't marry a pearl in my life." Su Liangchen nodded lightly. "Then you can marry, but you can't make a big deal out of it before getting married." He knew his son and made a decision that no one could dissuade him. Rather than making a fuss to break up the relationship between father and son, in the end they couldn't stop them from being together. Might as well agree on this, lest the two of them make crazy behaviors that are desperate for love. Moreover, the more parents stop them, the more they experience obstacles, and their feelings will only deepen. There are no twists and turns when the wind is smooth, but it is easier to be flat. With a few years to go before marriage, who can say for sure what will happen next? Sui Chen and the two were in disbelief at first, then they were ecstatic. "Thank you, Dad." "Thank you, Mom." "That's great, Pearl." "Did you hear me? Mom and Dad agree that we're together." Su Mingzhu blushed shyly. "Well, I heard that, brother." Jianyu asked hesitantly, "What about the marriage contract with the Song family?" "Mom, the marriage contract is for the daughter of the Su family, and Mingzhu is not now." "Don't you still have a biological daughter?" Sui Chen replied quickly, obviously planning for a long time. "You mean, let Xiaoshu be on top? Will the Song family agree?" Su Lianqing thought for a while and said, "In the past few years, you have taught her well. If you can do it, the Song family will not disagree. Taking her out more makes people think that we value our biological daughter more. The marriage between the two families is natural. Which one do we attach importance to? Which one does the Song family marry?" He was really reluctant to give up his marriage with the Song family, so he planned to do both. Mother Su hesitated for a moment, but agreed, "All right, it's also her blessing that Xiaoshu can marry into the Song family. Then, let's make a welcome banquet as soon as possible and officially introduce her to relatives and friends." "Okay, you can take care of this." So things were resolved perfectly, and everyone was happy. Yan Shu, who was outside the door, listened with a cold expression on her face, and left lightly, just like when she came. Ah! What a great blessing! Without even asking her client's opinion, she was pushed out of the marriage. He also had a face that was high above and benevolent to her. So disgusting! She originally wanted to get together and leave the Su family in a private negotiation, but now she has changed her mind. She texted Yan Sheng, saying that she would not be able to go back in a few days, and told him her plan. Yan Sheng didn't interfere with her at all, just let her decide for herself. "If you need your brother's help, just speak up." "Thank you, brother, but I can handle it myself. Then when your business is over, I'll pick you up." It is good. Chapter 13, The Richest Brother 13. For the rich and powerful, hosting a banquet is as simple and common as eating and drinking. The Su family said that they would hold a welcome banquet for Yan Shu as soon as possible, so it was set in 3 days. The clothes are fragrant and the temples are shadowed. Under the luxurious and bright lights of the living room, the brightly dressed guests came and went to entertain and greet each other. Jian Yu led Yan Shu downstairs and kept exhorting along the way. "Be a little more aggressive, and don't be timid and look like a small family. Our Su family is also a respectable family. You are the young lady of the Su family, so you can't be taken lightly. Talk less for a while, lest you make a joke and meet a lot of people. Just laugh." Yan Shu listened in silence, with no expression on her face. Jian Yu sighed. She wasn't raised by herself, and she wasn't caring at all. When they reached the entrance of the stairs, they happened to meet Su Mingzhu, who also came down from the 3rd floor, followed by the tall and handsome Sui Chen. Su Mingzhu was wearing a white one-shoulder dress today, revealing a smooth and slender neck. The soft skirt hangs down to the ankle, swaying and moving, immortal and elegant. She is very suitable for white, and she likes white the most, because white can best bring out her pure and lovable temperament. So, Mingzhu likes white. She has already chosen a dress. It's not good for you two to wear white at the same time. Mom chose a pink one for you. Do you like it? Yan Shu doesn't hate pink, but Jian Yu chose a pink off-shoulder tutu skirt for her, which is too cute. Standing with the noble and elegant Su Mingzhu, she is like a child. Coupled with the fact that she hadn't paid attention to sun protection before, the skin was a healthy wheatish shade. Wearing pink with black skin will only make it look darker and even more rustic. But it doesn't matter, she doesn't need others' liking anyway. Seeing Jiang Yu, Su Mingzhu immediately stepped forward and took her arm affectionately, and the mother and daughter walked down side by side affectionately. Sui Chen was half a step behind them, stopped beside Yan Shu, and dropped a condescending sentence, "You'd better stay calm, don't think that if you have a welcome banquet for you, you can go over the pearl." Yan Shu clenched her fists, her fingernails almost digging into her flesh, so she barely resisted the urge to scold him. Whenever she thought this person was shameless enough, he could always refresh the lower limit again. Don't be angry, she can't be as knowledgeable as a fool, and she can't ruin today's plan. Thinking of the plan, Yen Shu calmed down, and the corners of her mouth slowly twitched. She had prepared a big gift for the Su family. When they went downstairs, all the guests' eyes fell on Su Mingju's mother and daughter in front, as if they were the protagonists of today. It wasn't until Jiang Yu was about to introduce Yen Shu that she realized that she was behind. "Little Shu, come here, let me introduce you, this is Mrs. Song and this is Mrs. Li." Yen Shu walked over and said hello. "At first glance, this child is your own. It looks like you were carved out of a mold. Only one pair of eyes looks like Mr. Su. Yeah, if it wasn't for her appearance, I don't know how long it would take to find her." After the greeting, Jiang Yu led Yen Shu again to greet the other wives. Yen Shu looked at each other very calmly, and didn't care about their sarcasm or pity. After seeing everyone almost once, Jiang Yu said, "Mingzhu, you take Xiaoshu to meet your friends. You young people can play more freely together." "Okay, mother, I will take good care of Xiaoshu." Su Mingzhu replied gently. When Jiang Yu left, Su Mingzhu hesitated for a moment, bit her lip, and hesitated. "Little Shu, my friend may have misunderstood you." Speaking of Xiao Qiao, when Xiao Qiao arrived, before she finished speaking, several girls of the same age came over. Yen Shu also knew them, because they often troubled her in school. The leader is a girl named Wang Shuer, who is a loyal supporter of Su Mingzhu. She has a straightforward personality but no brains. She likes to fight for Su Mingzhu the most. As long as Su Mingzhu frowned, she would ask Yen Shu, "Did you bully Mingzhu again?" Sure enough, as soon as she saw Su Mingzhu's appearance, she immediately stood in front of her like a calf. "Su Yenshu, you are bullying Mingzhu again." Yes, after Yen Shu returned to Su's house, she did not change her original name, but added Su's surname directly before her name. Su Mingzhu quickly grabbed her, "Shui, no, she didn't bully me." But her pitiful and frightened look made her look like she was wronged and didn't dare to say anything. How could Wang Shuer believe her? "Mingzhu, don't be afraid. If she bullies you, you can say it. I'll go to Uncle Su and Aunt Su to decide for you." Su Mingzhu shook her head, "Forget it, it's not appropriate for an occasion like today." Wang Shuer also hesitated, because before coming, her mother specially explained to her that she should be quiet today and not cause trouble, as if some big man was coming. "Alright then, I'll listen to Mingzhu this time." However, he still looked at Yen Shu with yin and yang and mocked him. "Some people don't look like a prince wearing a dragon robe. A good high-end dress is just a street stall." "Ha, that is, I thought it was an imitation when I first saw it. Then I thought about it, the Su family is not bad for this money, how can it be impossible to buy a fake? So it can only show that someone is too low, and you can't blame clothes for being ugly. No matter how good clothes are, they can't stop this rustic temperament." Yen Shu turned around and left with an expressionless face. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she could not help but explode. She walked through the flow of people and walked to the side of the living room, which was a projection wall. When she was about to turn on the projector while no one was paying attention, a clear voice sounded behind her, "What are you doing?" Yen Shu was startled and looked back. A handsome young man was looking at her curiously. He looked familiar, but Yen Shu recalled it for a while before she remembered that this was her first day of school. When she was standing at the school gate waiting for the driver, the boy who told her that the Su family car had left. She said blankly, "What's your business?" The young man said quickly, Don't get me wrong, I have no ill intentions, just to see if I can help you." "Need not." Yen Shu indifferently refused. A trace of annoyance flashed in the boy's eyes. "Okay then." Yen Shu saw him leave, and continued the movement in her hand. The suddenly lit screen caught people's attention, and the housekeeper came over and asked, "Second miss, what are you doing?" Yen Shu hadn't spoken yet, when the young man appeared again just now. "I'm sorry, I asked her to open it, just a little curious. If it's not right, we'll close it right away." The housekeeper smiled and said, "There's nothing wrong with it, young Master Song, you can do whatever you want." When he left, Yen Shu was silent for a while and asked, "Why help me? The teenager touched his nose. I think you don't want people to find out, so. Yan Shu was silent again. Thank you, please walk away. What? The teenager was stunned, but Yan Shu didn't explain that she didn't want to implicate others in what she was going to do. The young man was puzzled, but he went a little further. Then, Yan Shu finally played the video smoothly without being disturbed again. Well, brother, don't be here, my parents are coming back. The sudden sound attracted the attention of all the guests. People looked in the direction from which the sound came, and saw a very exciting scene. Two young men and women were kissing fiercely. But upon closer inspection, someone noticed something was wrong. This isn't the eldest master of the Su family, Sui Chen, and the eldest young lady, Su Mingzhu? Really, then, isn't this a brother and sister? Incest? For a time, everyone's expressions became subtle. But something more subtle is yet to come. Then let them see. I will tell them, I want to marry you, we are not related by blood anyway. But, what about my engagement with the Song family? Return directly. Dad won't agree. He attaches great importance to the marriage with the Song family. Then let his other daughter be on top. Su Jiabai is raising her, and it's still useful. The video is only a few seconds long, and it is quickly played, but the amount of information revealed in it is astounding. Even if the two brothers and sisters of the Su family get together, they still need to get married. It's okay to get married, and I'm going to use another sister to top the marriage contract with the Song family. What kind of weird siblings are these? The eyes of everyone looking at Su Liancheng and his wife were full of sympathy. How could there be such a pair of children? However, after the video ended, there was still a recording. Then you can marry, but you can't make a big deal out of it before getting married. You mean, let Xiaoshu be on top? Will the Song family agree? In the past few years, you have taught her well. If you can do it well, the Song family may not disagree. Taking her out more often makes people think that we value our biological daughter more. The marriage between the two families is naturally which one we value. Song which family to marry? Also, it's also a blessing for Xiaoshu to marry into the Song family. Then, let's make a welcome banquet as soon as possible and officially introduce her to relatives and friends? Everyone's expressions became more subtle. They thought it was just the two young people who were ignorant, but they didn't expect the Su family to be the same. That's right, if there is a father, there will be a son, and if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Gee, what a wonderful family. The three members of the Song family were also present today. Mr. Song and Mrs. Song's face were ashen with anger. Hearing that the Su family was plotting against them, it was strange that they were not angry. They wanted to ask the Su family for an explanation, but the Su family couldn't care about them at this time. The video is not long, but because the content is too shocking, no one reacts to it. By the time the response came, it was already too late. Sui Chen roared angrily, "Turn it off! Quickly turn it off! Who set this up? Ruining our Su family!" The housekeeper wiped away his sweat and replied in a frightened manner, "Master, it was the second lady who put it away. It's her. I knew that this woman had a vicious mind. There's no room for Pearl to frame her so viciously." When Su Mingzhu saw the pointing of the people around her, she screamed and fainted. Sui Chen grabbed her, picked her up in a panic, and ran out. "Mingzhu! Mingzhu! Don't scare my brother! Wake up!" With this appearance, who believes that they are innocent? Zhang Yu also wanted to faint. When she broke through her son and was with her adopted daughter, she was not as hit as she is now. She suddenly thought of something, turned her head to look at Yin Shu, stared at her resentfully. "Why are you so dark and vicious? Why do you do this? What's wrong with our Su family? You want to destroy us so viciously? Get out of here? Get out of here! I don't have a daughter like you. You are not allowed to step into the Su family again in the future. Yan Shu finally laughed from the bottom of his heart. I can't ask for it. So many people are witnesses. Don't go back on it in the future. I will make a clean break with your Su family, and it has nothing to do with it. Jiang Yu saw her fearless appearance, and suddenly had a bad premonition, as if something was out of control. But soon, she stabilized her mind and felt that she was worrying too much. After leaving the Su family, Yan Shu was nothing but an ordinary little girl. What was there for her to care about? So she sneered, I won't go back, what I regret is why I recognized you. No, if I knew you were so vicious, I shouldn't have given birth to you in the first place. Even the people around felt that Jiang Yu's words were too harsh. Even if the child was at fault, with the same knowledge as a child, he would lose his dignity after all. What's more, this child is not wrong. Should she be used by this family without any complaints? Su Liangcheng was equally furious, but he was used to seeing strong winds and waves, and quickly calmed down, knowing that this was not the time to deal with this matter, and the top priority was to appease the guests first. I'm so sorry to let everyone see a joke. The children in the family are ignorant. After more than 10 years of living abroad, it is understandable to have some resentment towards the family. In a word, define this as Yan Shu's ignorant revenge. Yan Shu sneered, I'm sorry, I'm not your child. Ms. Jiang said just now that I'm no longer your Su family's child. Su Liangqing's eyes were indifferent, looking at her like a dead person. Are you sure you want to make a clean break with the Su family? Yan Shu nodded heavily, yes, I am absolutely sure. Well, I do what you want, and you will have nothing to do with the Su family in the future. Just as he finished speaking, a voice came from the door, I'm sorry, I'm late. Chapter 14 The Richest Brother 14. Everyone looked at the door and saw two people walking in. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a slightly fat body but a very refined temperament. With a smile on his face, it makes people feel very friendly. Everyone immediately recognized that this was Gu Tingjun, the president of Xingda Technology. The Gu family has been thriving in recent years, and has faintly surpassed the other major families. As the head of the Gu family, Gu Tingjun attended most important business banquets. And today's welcome banquet for little girls is mostly attended by wives and young ladies, or young juniors, and it is not enough for the dignified family head of the Gu family to condescend to participate. Although the Su family sent an invitation letter to the Gu family, at most they thought that Mrs. Gu was here, or that the family members of the Gu family were the representatives. Never thought that Gu Tingjun would come in person. But the most surprising thing was the young man beside him. A man between a teenager and a young man, wearing a well-cut suit, is slender and tall, with a noble and cold temperament, and his appearance is even more handsome. On the bridge of the tall nose is a pair of gold wire glasses, behind which are a pair of deep eyes. His expression was indifferent, yet he approached gracefully and calmly, as if a layer of light had been plated on his body, and the dazzling lights were not as dazzling as his. As soon as he appeared, he attracted the attention of everyone present. Many young ladies blushed quietly and asked who this person was. Su Liangqing took a few steps forward and greeted with a smile, I didn't expect that President Gu would come here in person, it really makes the humble house shine. Mr. Su was very polite. Gu Tingjun said with a smile. After greeting, Su Liangqing turned his eyes to the young man beside him, President Gu, This young man has an outstanding temperament, which is really hard to ignore. But never heard of such outstanding young people in the younger generation of the Gu family? Others were also curious, and they all pricked up their ears to listen to the movement here. Hey, look at me, I forgot to introduce you. This is one of my little friends. Mr. Su may not know him, but he must have heard of his name. Oh? I don't know what the little friend's name is. After hearing Gu Tingjun calling him a little friend, Su Liangqing understood that this young man could be on an equal footing with them. For a while, I was even more curious, when did such a person come to S City? My surname is Yan, Shan Mingqing, I take the liberty to visit, please forgive me. Although he said forgiveness, his expression was very cold, and he didn't mean to ask for forgiveness at all. But no one cared about this, and the crowd began to riot after hearing his name. Ordinary people may not be so sensitive, but among these wealthy people, who at this time does not know that the richest man in S city is called Yin Sheng? This financial upstart, known as the god of wealth, appeared out of nowhere, but he seemed to be on the hook. In just a few years, he became the richest man in S city. It is rumored that he is a bit of a golden hand, and all projects, investments and industries he handles will definitely make a lot of money, so he is nicknamed God of Wealth. Everyone in the circle has heard rumors about him, but this guy has always been mysterious and low-key, and few people have seen his true face. Never thought he was so young. No one doubted that he was Yin Sheng with the same name and surname, not the rumored God of Wealth. The only one who can get Gu Tingjun to accompany him and introduce it solemnly is Yin Sheng. However, he came to attend the Su family's banquet for the first time. Could it have something to do with the Su family? Su Liangcheng knew that he had nothing to do with his family, but it did not prevent him from being pleasantly surprised. If he could befriend this man, it would be of great benefit to the Su family. Maybe the losses caused by this farce today will be made up for it. He smiled and said, don't be rash, I'm the one who neglected. I've heard of Mr. Yan's name for a long time, but I didn't expect to be so young and promising. Please come in quickly. I'm sorry, Yin Sheng interrupted his enthusiasm, Mr. Su may have misunderstood. I didn't come to the banquet, but to pick up people. I didn't want to come in to disturb him, but I happened to meet Mr. Gu, so I went with him. Come in together. Pick up? Pick up who? Are there any people in the room who are familiar with the new richest man? To be able to ask him to pick him up in person, the relationship must be extraordinary. Not only Su Liangcheng, everyone is guessing who Yin Sheng is going to pick up, secretly recalling whether he had offended someone who was suspected of being related to the richest man. I don't know who Mr. Yin is going to pick up. Sister. Sister? The richest man and his sister? Since it's a younger sister, shouldn't her surname be Yen? Su Liangcheng suddenly had a terrible guess. He remembered that when he first heard the name Yen Sheng before, Sui Chen said that the elder brother of Yen Shu's adoptive mother's family was also called Yen Sheng. But he also said at the time that it could not be the same person, because Yen Shu's brother was just an ordinary college student. Without graduating from university and without any background, it is impossible to have such an achievement. But now, the person standing in front of him is so young, and he also said that he has a younger sister. Su Liangcheng couldn't think about it anymore. He forced a smile on his face and asked, Mr. Yan's younger sister is? Others were also waiting for his answer, but Yen Sheng didn't answer, just turned his eyes to Yen Shu with a smile on his face. Little Shu, come here. Brother is here to pick you up. Just 2 sentences, but it was no less than a bolt from the blue, causing Su Liangcheng to stand instantly. The others also sucked in a breath of cold air, and couldn't help but be surprised when they looked at Yen Shu. After living abroad for 18 years, he was just brought back by his wealthy parents. The welcome banquet was not over yet, and his biological parents cut off the relationship and kicked him out of the house. But before he left the house, his richest brother came to pick him up. This twists and turns, ups and downs, twists and turns and bizarre experience, TV dramas dare not shoot like this. Originally, everyone thought that Yen Shu was a fool. Although the Su family did not behave authentically, they were a wealthy family, and the background of a wealthy family was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. After leaving the Su family, he also offended people to death. When he was severely beaten by society in the future, he would know how reckless his behavior was today. But I didn't expect that people are really fearless. What is the Su family? They also have an older brother who is even richer than the Su family. And he was very good to her, and he even came to pick her up in person, to stand up for her, unlike the Su family who only calculated her value. The eyes of everyone looking at the Su couple became schadenfreude. If it weren't for the one just now, with this relationship, the Su family and the Yen family would join forces, and the benefits would naturally be countless. But after the trouble just now, no one dared to say that the Su family and the Yin family would still be on good terms. Wang Shuer and a few people in the corner, their faces were white and scary, and they muttered to themselves in disbelief, "Impossible, impossible. This is not true. How could Yan Shu be Mr. Yan's sister? If all this is true, what should they do when they bullied Yan Shu before? If the family knew that they had offended people to death, they would definitely not be able to spare them." Thinking of such a result, several people couldn't help trembling, and for the first time regretted their previous actions. Under the envious or complicated eyes of everyone, Yan Shu calmly walked towards Yin Chang and raised a bright and moving smile. "Brother, let's go home." "Okay, go home." Yin Chang greeted Gu Tingjun, then the brother and sister left side by side, leaving behind a group of stunned guests. Gu Tingjun said with a smile at this time, "It seems that President Su is not very convenient to entertain guests today, so Gu will leave first and come to visit another day. When it's over, there's no need to stay." Gu Tingjun's words seemed to be a signal. After watching the lively guests, they all said their goodbyes and left. The others still greeted the Su family more or less, but the Song family snorted coldly and left without saying hello. Everyone knows that after today's events, the relationship between the Su family and the Song family is difficult to repair. The two of them work closely together. I wonder if it will affect these cooperation. At the same time, he offended the Song family and Yin Kaishan. I wonder if the Su family can survive. If it can survive, it is estimated that the vitality will be greatly damaged. If you can't make it through, someone has already started planning how to divide the cake. This is the rule of this circle. At the moment of interest, any friendship is empty. After all the guests had left, only Su Liangcheng and his wife were left in the Su family, and they still hadn't recovered from the shock just now. Yin Shu, how could she be Yin Qing's sister? In other words, how could Yin Shu's brother be that Yin Chang? But Mother Su's face was blank, she didn't know what she was thinking. The servants did not dare to make any sound, for fear of disturbing them, and even let their breathing lighten. The entire Su family was silent, shrouded in a silent atmosphere. This silence was not broken until Su Yichen and Su Mingju came back. As soon as they left Su's house, Su Mingju woke up, so she didn't go to the hospital. Su Yichen coaxed Su Mingju in the car for a long time before finally letting her forget what happened just now. Seeing that the guests had all left, they got out of the car and returned to the main building. What about that Yin Shu? Let her come out and apologize to Mingju on her knees. Su Yichen was full of anger and asked the housekeeper as soon as he entered the door. They don't yet know what happened after they left. The butler hesitated, not knowing how to answer. What are you still doing? Su Liangcheng asked Su Yichen angrily with a sullen face. Didn't you say that Yin Shu's brother can't be that Yin Chang? Even if you don't even investigate, you swear that it is absolutely impossible. What about him now? If you were more serious, the Su family wouldn't be in this situation today. Su Yichen looked blank. Dad, what are you talking about? How did you get involved with Yin Chang? What happened today has something to do with him. Seeing that he hadn't figured out the situation, Su Liangcheng laughed angrily. Your brain, what else do you care about besides Mingju? Jiang Yu had come to her senses at this time. Hearing him scolding her son, she couldn't help but argue for him. Why do you still blame Yichen? He doesn't know it either, it's that little who has the intention to hide it, who can guess she has something to do with Yin Chang. When selfish people make mistakes, they often don't look for their own reasons, but resent others for making her make mistakes. Jiang Yu is like that. She resented Yin Shu for making her lose such a big face today, resented that the video released by Yin Shu made the Su family's reputation discredited, resented that Yin Shu knew about the relationship with Yin Chang but didn't say it, and kept them in the dark, so it was such a big deal. The ugliness. She knew that the relationship with Yin Shu was impossible to repair, so she didn't want to, and completely resented Yin Shu. Mom, what is going on? Why can't I understand what you and Dad said? What happened after I left with Mingju? Sui-chen finally realized what happened after they left, and asked quickly. It's Yen Shu. She turned out to be the younger sister of the god of wealth, Yen Sheng. But she kept it from us until she cut off ties with us, and we didn't know who came to pick her up in person. Jiang Yu gritted her teeth, her eyes leaking a deep hatred made her face distorted, and the elegance and nobility of the past no longer existed. Impossible. Sui-chen said firmly, it's impossible. How could that one be Yen Shu's brother? Yen Shu's brother is just an ordinary college student, and he was kicked out of the house. How could he be the richest man? Ha! You still don't believe it now? Self-confidence is a good thing, but too much self-confidence is an idiot. Su Liangcheng sneered. Sui-chen met his disappointed eyes, and his heart gradually became cold. Could it be true? Is Yen Shu's brother really the god of wealth? He was still in shock, but Su Mingju on the side said softly, but isn't Yen Shu the biological daughter of her parents? Her brother is not her brother? In a word, the three of them instantly remembered the things they ignored. Yes, Yen Shu is the daughter of the Su family. It can't be Yen Qing's biological sister, his biological sister. It should be a pearl. I was too shocked before. This simple fact has only been discovered until now. Chapter 15 The Richest Brother 15. Yes, she is not Yen Qing's sister, Mingju is. Sui-chen's eyes suddenly lit up. How can Yen Shu be the sister of the richest man? All this should be a pearl. If Mingju recognizes this brother, no one will laugh at her as a fake daughter who occupies a magpie's nest, because her biological brother's family business is no worse than that of the Su family. The more Sui-chen thought about it, the more excited he became. Jiang Yu did the same. She resented Yen Shu and couldn't see her better at all. After knowing that Yen Chang was her elder brother, she could not wait to curse God for being blind, and to let someone like her have such luck. But it would be great if all this was a pearl. At this moment, Yen Shu is no longer her biological daughter, but her enemy. However, Su Liangcheng poured a pot of cold water on them, idiot. He can come to Su's house to pick up Yen Shu. Do you think he doesn't know that Mingju and Yen Shu were held wrongly? You heard him mention it. A pearl? I'm afraid he, like you, doesn't pay attention to that blood relationship at all. Impossible. How can Yen Shu be compared with Mingju? Mingju is gentle and kind. As long as they meet her, no one will dislike her. It must be that Yen Qing has not met Mingju yet, and only learned something about her from Yen Shu's mouth. How could that woman say good things about Ju? It must have been all kinds of slander, which made Yen Chang misunderstand Mingju. As long as Mingju sees him, he will definitely recognize Mingju. Is it really? Even Su Liangcheng couldn't help thinking about this possibility. Yes, that must be the case. He even recognizes a vicious sister like Yen Shu. How could he not recognize Mingju? Jiang Yu said. In the end, Su Liangcheng was persuaded. Well, just give it a try and find a chance for Mingju to meet him. Anyway, it won't be worse than it is now. If you can befriend Yen Qing, the benefits it will bring are immeasurable. Compared with profit, what is the face? Besides, it wasn't him who bowed his head, so it wouldn't matter if he failed, but if he succeeded. Yen Qing's brother and sister, all the way back to Yan's manor. Ding Yuehong had already been picked up 2 days ago. Before, because both daughters became the Su families, she returned home in a state of grief, and then remembered that she went to S City to find her son. As a result, the son forgot to look for it, and even the daughter became someone else's. Naturally, her only son had to be found, so she cheered up again and was ready to go to S City to find someone again. As a result, as soon as she walked downstairs, she encountered a car sent by her son to pick her up. At first, she thought she had encountered a liar. But the person who came to pick her up called Yen Qing's video, and when she saw the familiar face on the other side of the video, she finally believed that it was Yen Cheng who really came to pick her up. It was only because he was too busy to get away that he didn't pick her up in person. Under the envious eyes of the neighbors, she got into the car that came to pick her up. She has never ridden in such a good car in her life, and listening to the discussions of the people around her costs tens of millions. When she first heard it, she was proud of her son, but what followed was full of heartache. Others are still relying on their parents for living expenses and tuition fees at his age, but he has created such a big family business by himself. He has no background, no connections, or even starting capital. How difficult it must have been for him in the first place. How much he has achieved now is a testament to how hard he has worked in the past. When Ding Yuehong thought of this, she felt distressed and guilty. If she hadn't left and hid far away, her son would not have had such a hard time. Ding Yuehong brought the last dish to the table, just as the siblings arrived home. Go wash your hands and eat. She smiled gently, looking at them with joy. After Yan Shu entered the restaurant, she took an exaggerated breath. Wow, Mom, what delicious food have you made? It's delicious. You are poor, you and your brother like to eat. Go wash your hands quickly, or it will be cold. As ordered. Yen Sheng had already washed her hands, rolled up her sleeves, and helped to serve the meal. A warm and joyful scene. It's like nothing happened before, like they've always lived together and never been apart. This is very good. A family of 3 together is more important than anything else. Brother, I don't think the Su family will give up so easily. Su Liangchang is a man who only seeks profit. Now that he knows your identity, he might come to pester you. You don't have to worry about me, just drive them away. After dinner, Yan Shu came to Yan Sheng's study and said so. Yan Sheng smiled. Don't worry, brother knows what to do. I've already had someone handle your transfer procedures. You study hard and don't worry about the rest. Yan Shu nodded, and then hesitatingly said, Brother. If you want to recognize Su Mingzhu, you don't have to worry about me, she is your sister after all. I'll be very happy if you recognize me. Her brother is good to her, and she knows that between her and Su Mingzhu, she is already content to stand firmly on her side. She didn't want to embarrass her brother because of herself. Yan Xing got up from behind the desk, walked in front of her, and rubbed her head with a smile. Don't think nonsense, brother is only your sister. But Mom. Yan Shu was still a little hesitant. She hated Su Mingzhu very much, but after all, she was her mother's biological daughter, her brother's sister, and her blood relationship could not be erased. Even if my brother said that he doesn't recognize her, but there is something you want to recognize from your mother, right? In the past, because the Su family could provide her with a better life, her mother had to agree to let her stay in the Su family. But now my brother is not bad, will my mother still deny her? My mother has me there, and I will make it clear to her. Yan Cheng was afraid that she would be entangled, so he changed the subject. There is a banquet tomorrow night, you can accompany me to attend it. I also just took this opportunity to introduce you to everyone. Ah. Yan Shu really stopped worrying about Su Mingzhu's affairs, but she became uneasy. Brother, I can't do it, I'm afraid I will embarrass you. There's nothing to be ashamed of. I'm with you, so don't be afraid. But I don't understand wine tasting, art, dining etiquette, and the clothes and jewelry they were discussing. It will definitely embarrass you. Yan Shu said, more and more frustrated. Brother, am I bad? Yan Xing laughed. What does it matter if you don't understand that? It's just icing on the cake if you can, and it doesn't matter if you don't. And most people are just arty, and few really understand art. Do you know what your biggest feeling is when your brother is rich? What is it? You can really do whatever you want with money. When you stand at a certain height, even if you say erguotu is delicious, some people will agree. If you eat steak with chopsticks, they will praise you for being informal. When you wear street stalls, they will praise you. Your true temperament. Your height determines how others treat you. Your height determines how others treat you. Yan Shu was suddenly shocked and thoughtful. This banquet was hosted by the Gu family. Yan Shang and Gu Tingjun had a good personal relationship, and the other party helped him again yesterday. He had to come to participate because of reason. He had always kept a low profile before, and this was his first appearance at a private banquet. Gu Tingjun came to meet him in person. Ha, you really came. The first time Yan Kaishan attended the banquet, he came to Gu's house. I am really honored. You're welcome, Mr. Gu. You invited me in person, why can't I come? That's not necessarily true. It's not like I haven't invited you before. When did you come? Yan Cheng smiled helplessly. Don't turn over the old accounts, right? Okay, don't turn it over, you can come today to give me face. Gu Tingjun turned his eyes to Yan Shu. Miss Yan is really splendid today. When you come here, you will be your own home, don't be restrained, I will be in a while. Let the little girl accompany you, she is about the same age as you should be able to play everywhere. Yan Shu hurriedly responded. Attending the banquet today, she had a completely different feeling from yesterday. No one laughed at her and ridiculed her, saying that she couldn't get on the stage, and everyone looked at her with amazement, curiosity, and envy. It's not because her brother asked a stylist to match her with the most suitable clothes and makeup to make her look better than yesterday, but because her brother is Yin Chang and he values her very much, so everyone will look up to her. She glanced. It can also be said to be a fox and a tiger, not her own ability. Yan Shu understands, but she will no longer feel uneasy about it. She will work hard, and sooner or later, others will respect her because she is Yan Shu, not because of her status as Yan Chang's sister. Yan Chang was surrounded by a group of people talking about things, and accompanied her Gu Yuan to the bathroom. Yan Shu walked to the self-service area and got something to eat. Her eating and resting schedule has always been regular, and it was already dinner time, and she was already hungry. Hi, see you again. A familiar voice sounded from behind her. Yan Shu looked back. It's you. It was the boy who helped her cover up at Sue's house yesterday. It's the third time we've met. Let me introduce myself. My name is Song Xinglan. The young man said very familiarly. As his name suggests, he has a pair of eyes that are as bright as stars, and when he smiles, there are stars twinkling in his eyes. The scent is clean and mild, not offensive. My name is Yan Shu. I know, is there anyone who doesn't know your name now? 2. Song Xinglan also took a dinner plate and brought food to eat with her. I heard that you are going through the transfer procedures? Well, you are well informed. The whole school is paying attention to your movements. I heard people say it. By the way, the Su family is also here for today's banquet. I don't know if there will be any trouble. Be careful. People didn't talk about it, and as soon as Song Xinglan's voice fell, Yan Chang was approached by someone. Sui Chen took Su Mingzhu to Yanqing and opened his mouth to say, Mr. Yan, Mingzhu is your own younger sister, she was wrongly held in the hospital when she was born, and Aunt Ding also knows about this. Cheated. When he spoke, he didn't avoid people at all, and he didn't mean to lower his voice, so the eyes of everyone around him were all looking here. Yan Cheng looked at the two people in front of her. Sui Chen is tall, handsome, rich, domineering, infatuated, all the characteristics of a male protagonist in a romance novel. Su Mingzhu is pure, beautiful, weak, like a little white flower, and her life experience is tortuous. She is the heroine in standard romance novels. She bit her lip and looked at Yan Qing pitifully, her eyes filled with anxiety that she wanted to get close but didn't dare, mixed with a bit of admiration and admiration. I'm afraid that if I change to an ordinary person, I will immediately soften my heart when I see her like this. But Yan Cheng is not an ordinary person, he looked at the two casually. I'm sorry, you are. Sui Chen was stunned, and then remembered that this was indeed the first time they met. He had seen Yan Qing's photo when he was investigating Yan's family, but the other party had never seen him. So he explained seriously, I'm Sui Chen, this is my sister Mingzhu, she is your biological sister. Although I don't know what Yin Shu said, she must have lied to you. Mingzhu is gentle and kind, she is a very good nice girl. Before Yin Qing could finish speaking, he interrupted impatiently, what is she like and what does it have to do with me? My sister has only one Yin Shu. I've only heard of those who recognize their relatives by looking for their biological parents, but I've never heard of those who don't recognize their parents and only recognize their elder brother. When my mother went to recognize her, she didn't even see her, and she didn't even say hello, but now she's rushing to find me. Are you recognizing relatives or recognizing money? Chapter 16 The Richest Brother 16. The noisy banquet hall fell silent, and everyone's eyes were focused on the three people in the middle. Yen Xing's tone was very flat, but what she said was like a knife, and every sentence stuck in Su Mingzhu's heart. She was pale and shaky, with tears in her eyes. No, I didn't, I was just too shocked. So shocked until now to react? Then shouldn't you go to your parents to recognize you? What's the matter with coming to find my brother? Yen Shang looked at her with a half-smile, and didn't speak anymore, but the meaning revealed in that expression was already very obvious. Su Mingzhu instantly felt ashamed. Yen Sheng's words mercilessly took off her fig leaf, exposing all her unbearable thoughts to everyone's sight. Enough! Don't think of others so badly. You are rich, but the Su family is not bad. Whether you recognize Mingzhu or not, she is the eldest lady of the Su family, and she doesn't need to come to touch you at all. Light. Sui Chen became angry and his face flushed red. He didn't expect that he would bring Mingzhu to recognize his relatives, but he would be rejected in person, and he would be so embarrassed that they could not come down from the stage. Then what are you doing now? After being rejected, he said that he didn't need to touch his light at all. Is this forcing his respect? However, these two are a perfect match. A father and mother who said that he did not dislike the poor and love the rich, but refused to recognize ordinary parents, turned to the richest brother to recognize him. One said that he didn't need to be exposed, but suddenly ran in front of him, opened his mouth and said that Yen Shu lied to him, and Su Mingzhu was his sister. This kind of difference between words and deeds, saying one thing and doing another, is really a natural pair. No wonder the two of them got together. The onlookers ate another melon with relish. What happened to the Su family last night has spread throughout the wealthy circle. Whether it was the eye-popping romance between Sui Chen and Su Mingzhu, or the strange words and deeds of the Su family, and the fact that they drove out their newly recognized biological daughter, the richest brother of the family came to pick him up on the spot and slapped the Su family in the face. Crackling. Every piece of it is enough to make the Su family a laughingstock. I thought that what happened last night, the Su family should stop for a while, but it didn't. Sui Chen and Su Mingzhu actually approached Yin Chang again and said they wanted to recognize their relatives. If he failed to recognize his relatives, he turned his face on the spot. TSK, the faces of the Su family are really big. However, this also confirmed one thing, that is, it is impossible for the Su family to befriend Yin Chang. This made those who were worried about the alliance between the two powerful groups secretly relieved. Sui Chen saw the ridicule, contempt and gloating in the eyes of the people around him, and only felt angry. Su Mingzhu looked like he was about to faint at any time. He gritted his teeth and pulled Su Mingzhu straight away. Before leaving, he threw a sentence, "My Su family is at odds with you, you wait for me." This. I'm afraid it's not a fool, is it? Although the Su family is indeed not bad, and the rich and powerful heritage is not to be underestimated, but Yen Qing can become the richest man in just a few years. How can it be so simple? I have already offended the Song family, but now they say that they are at odds with Yen Chang. Is it because the Su family died too slowly or what? TSK, why didn't I find out before that the eldest young master of the Su family was so brainless? The banquet continued, and the guests seemed to be unaffected and continued to chat and laugh. Your brother is very good to you, Song Xinglan said to Yen Shu. Yeah. Yen Shu nodded heavily, trying her best to suppress the heat in her eyes. Her heart was sore and swollen, and she felt very relieved. Her brother is really good, the best brother in the world. In the corner of the banquet hall, Mrs. Wang told her daughter, "See? Mr. Yen values Yen Shu very much. He didn't plan to recognize Su Mingju at all. You used to be classmates, so you can use this to build a good relationship with her." Wang Shuer felt bitter in her heart and dared not say that she had completely offended people to death. She replied vaguely, "I see, Mom. I know you're not going yet. What a great opportunity now. You're still her classmate, how hard can it be to say hello in the past?" Wang Shuer couldn't, so she had to bite the bullet and step forward. As if lead was poured into her legs, she moved slowly step by step. Madame Wang thought she was dawdling, so she took her personally and walked over. There are no female elders in the Yen family, and Yen Shu was the only female guest. It is not unusual for her to say hello in the past. Knowing that she couldn't escape, Wang Shuer simply kept silent and pretended to be dead to the end, secretly hoping that Yen Shu would not tear her face on such an occasion. However, things backfired. After Mrs. Wang greeted Yen Shu did not mention what happened before. Wang Shuer was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but she saw the young man beside Yen Shu, who looked at her with an unexpected expression. "Student Wang, are you here to apologize to Yen Shu?" Madame Wang was taken aback. "What apology?" Song Xinglan snorted. "Student Wang has been bullying Yen Shu in school before, didn't she tell you?" he said innocently. Madame Wang's expression changed, and when she saw her daughter's guilty face, she knew that this was true. Her face was very ugly, and after apologizing to Yen Shu, she took Wang Shuer and hurriedly left. After they left, Song Xinglan said to Yen Shu, "The Wang family is not very peaceful, and several sons are fighting for power. If Wang Shuer's father knew that his daughter had offended you to death, and then offended Mr. Yen, she would definitely not be able to please him." He took revenge on Yen Shu's behalf without bloodshed. Song Xinglan was a little complacent, and looked at Yen Shu with an air of asking for credit. If there was a tail behind him, it would have turned into a propeller at this moment. However, Yen Shu's focus was different from his. "How many children does the Wang family have? Where is Wang Shuer's father?" Now that she has entered this circle, she can't be blind, and she has to study hard to adapt to these things. Her brother was so kind to her, and she also hoped that she could help her brother instead of holding him back. "Oh, there are 3 sons and 1 daughter, Wang Shuer's father is the second, and the old man Wang still holds the real power, but he is already retired. The Wang family is now managed by the Wang family, but the others are not idle and keep moving." Although Song Xinglan was a little embarrassed, she still seriously explained the Wang family's affairs to her. There are also some other rich and powerful families who have not fallen behind, including who is married to whom, who is a deadly enemy with whom, and so on. This night, Yen Shu gained a lot and gained a general understanding of this circle. On the way back, Yen Shu recalled the news she got tonight, and sorted out the relationships of the major families in her mind. "But suddenly I heard my brother ask, 'Who is the boy who chatted with you all night?'" Yen Qing seemed to be just asking casually, but her ears perked up, listening carefully to her answer. Yen Shu didn't notice it, and answered directly, "His name is Song Xinglan, I don't know which family he belongs to, and I'm coming back to ask you." It's not good to ask Song Xinglan in person, so tonight she asked all the aristocratic families, but she didn't inquire about him. Song Xinglan thought she already knew, so she didn't say anything. However, when Yen Chang heard Song Xinglan's name, she immediately shook her head and her face became serious. "He can't do it, anyone can do it, but Song Xinglan can't." "Ah? What doesn't work? Why?" Yen Shu didn't know why her brother reacted so much. Song Xinglan is the only son of the Song family who was engaged to Su Mingju. He is Su Mingju's fiancé, why do you think he can't? In the novel, Song Xinglan, as the second male, is also Su Mingju's fiancé. Even after Su Mingju and Sui Chen were together, in order not to make Su Mingju embarrassed, he took the initiative to agree to change the marriage partner to Yen Shu, and his dedication was simply moving. Although Yen Qing has intervened in this life, And some things have not yet happened. Yan Shang has already decided that Song Xinglan is not good, so no matter what, he will not let his sister get involved with such a person. He is Su Mingju's loyal licking dog. He must have deliberately approached you for Su Mingju's sake. Don't be fooled. Ah? Yan Shu widened her eyes in confusion. Although she felt that Song Xinglan and her brother were not talking about the same person, she still obeyed and agreed, okay brother, I will keep a distance from him, absolutely not. Take his time. My brother wouldn't hurt her, and besides, the fact that Song Xinglan was Su Mingju's ex-fiancé was enough to resist, and it was definitely right to stay away from him. On the other side, Sui Chen took Su Mingju back, and Su Mingju cried nonstop along the way. When she cried, she was not crying like that, but bit her lip and wept silently. The crying pear blossoms bring rain, but it does not detract from the beauty in the slightest. While crying, he apologized, I'm sorry brother, it's all my fault, I shouldn't have recognized him, it made you suffer so much. It doesn't matter what I do, but he shouldn't treat him like this. Sui Chen was deeply distressed, his eyes filled with pity for Su Mingju, and then he became even more resentful to the Yanqing brothers and sisters. Mingju, don't cry, as soon as you cry, your brother will feel distressed. Don't worry, sooner or later, I will make the Yan family brothers and sisters pay the price and ask them to kneel in front of you and beg your forgiveness. His face was icy cold, but the corners of his mouth were slowly raised, revealing an extremely cold smile. Didn't he only recognize Yan Shu? He likes to recognize relatives so much, just right, someone must really want to recognize him. The Yan family fell into a dead silence. Yan Shang, who was kicked out of the house by them, became the richest man in S City. When they first heard the news, the Yan family only thought it was absurd. Yan Cheng? The richest man? How is this possible? But the person who told them the news presented irrefutable evidence, and they couldn't help not believe it. Therefore, at this moment, the Yan family fell into silence collectively. He really became the richest man? Yan Changlin asked this sentence with difficulty. Official news reports can never be faked, Healy said. Then what should we do now? How to do? Knowing that this stepson is so promising, she couldn't drive people out without saying anything. Why did she have such shallow eyelids in the first place? So she took Yan Changlin's salary in this old and small broken house in her eyes. Afraid that Yan Chang would take away any of the property, so he spared no effort to drive people away? With Yanqing's current achievements, a little bit of casually leaking from her fingers is much more than that bit of fortune she's been digging for. Thinking of this, Healy's heart aches with regret. What should I do? You are his biological father after all. How can father and son have an overnight feud? The broken bones are still attached to the tendons. If you go to him and be soft, can he still deny you? Liang, as if he has seen the good life in the future after father and son recognize each other. Yan Changlin hesitated, what if he doesn't recognize him? He even signed a severance letter. If you don't recognize you and make trouble with him, rich people like them value their face more than anything else. At that time, they would rather use money to get rid of you than let you make trouble. He casually leaks something between his fingers, it's all the money we can't make in our lifetime. What are you hesitating about? The Yan family brothers and sisters are also persuading, yes, Dad, he is our brother, he is so rich, what's the matter with us? The two of them failed the college entrance examination and only went to a college. Now that they have graduated, they have always been high and low. If you can't find a job, you will be idle at home every day. After hearing the news from Yan Xing, the two of them were the happiest. With such a rich brother, what are they doing? My brother just gives them some pocket money, enough for them to eat, drink, and buy designer bags and clothes. So the mother and son encouraged Yan Changlin, go find him now, and let's go. Yan Changlin was already moved, but couldn't stand their persuasion, and immediately agreed, okay, let's go now. Then, the family fantasized about a better future and set off. Almost as soon as they set off, Yan Shang had already received the news. The male and female protagonists have always been accident-prone, and Yen Cheng was afraid that they would make another trouble and would catch herself by surprise, so she kept sending people to watch them. Therefore, as soon as Sui Chen made a move, he was aware of it. Deliberately revealing his news to the Yen family and asking them to come to the door? Want them to trouble you? With the greed of that family, knowing Yen Cheng's current achievements will definitely rush to blood. Even if he can't make a big move, it's enough to disgust him. However, this Yen Cheng was already prepared, and the family was destined to return empty-handed. But come, always give play to the value. Doesn't this have a biological daughter? It is easier for them to find a reason to blood than a son who has cut off their relationship, a biological daughter who was wrongly embraced by a wealthy family but refused to return it? Yen Cheng called Li Rue and explained it, and then he didn't care about it. However, the Sui Chen brothers and sisters cannot be allowed to jump like this again. Although it doesn't affect him from time to time, it's disgusting. So, the Su family should go bankrupt. Chapter 17 The Richest Brothers 17:1 Yen Chenglin's family of 4 went straight to Yan's group after coming to S City. But he didn't even enter the door. The security guards dutifully stopped at the door and did not let them in at all. Do you know who you are blocking now? This is your boss's parents. We are his younger siblings. Yen Zichen scolded the security guard arrogantly, you better let us in quickly, or I will let you eat no way to go. Sorry, we can't let you in without an appointment. Are your brains covered in shit? What kind of appointment do I need to make when I come to my brother's company? Get out of the way now, or let my brother open you guys. That's right, this is my son's company. I've never heard that a father needs to make an appointment to see his son. The family was messing around, and what they said was hard to ignore, so although the security stopped them, they quickly reported the matter. And soon someone came down. The person came in a suit and leather shoes, his hair was meticulously combed, there was no wrinkle on his clothes, and his shoes were shiny. The steps he walked were like being measured with a ruler, and every step was exactly the same. He stood in front of Yan's family blankly and opened the document bag in his hand. Yen Zichen heard the security call for Secretary Tali. Are you my brother's secretary? Did he already know we were here and asked you to pick us up? He knew we were here, so why didn't he come pick us up in person? My dad is still here. He had just made a big talk in front of the security guards, but now he couldn't slap them in the face, which made Yen Zichen a little dissatisfied and felt that he was being neglected. Healy quickly grabbed him and said, your brother must be very busy to manage such a big company. Maybe he is in a meeting now, how can he get away? Please forgive me, don't be so ignorant. Did this silly child think that it was a time when he could instruct Yen Cheng casually in the past? If Yen Cheng is annoyed, who will give them money? Yen Zichen also reacted and finally stopped talking. Seeing that they were all quiet, Li Rue finally said, Mr. Yen said that you have cut ties with him, and you signed the cut-off letter yourself. He took out the original cut-off letter and put it in front of Yen Changlin. Shaking for a moment, he said, I hope you don't appear in front of him again. In a word, the Yen family all turned pale. Yen Zichen couldn't hold his breath the most and immediately shouted, what? He doesn't even recognize his biological father? You can't be so forgetful if you have money. Believe it or not, we will expose him online. Yen Chenglin's face was flushed with shame and anger, this little bastard, he really doesn't recognize me as a father. Dad, you don't have to worry, this kind of severance letter has no legal effect. It is a legal obligation for children to support their parents. If he doesn't support you, you can sue him. Yen Ziyue was well prepared, and had already written the severance letter on the way here. Things are clarified. That's right, if he doesn't support my dad, we'll sue him. Yen Zichen also reacted and quickly helped. But Li Rue took out another piece of paper calmly. Yen was under 18 when he was kicked out of the house, because you abandoned him before, so he can first ask the court to order you to pay his alimony. Then only then can he be held accountable for his alimony. Yan Zichen hurriedly said, "Just give it. How much should my dad give him alimony? He will only pay more to support my dad. Don't think this can scare us, we are not stupid." The other three nodded in agreement. Li Rui still had that expressionless expression, and took out a piece of paper again. Then, according to the calculation standard of the minimum alimony stipulated by law, when the per capita monthly income of a family with children is higher than the minimum living guarantee line, the excess part will be calculated as 50% for those with less than 2 children, and 40% for those with more than 3 children. Calculate alimony. The alimony payable needs to be divided by the number of dependents. Yan's total monthly income is 2,800 yuan, after deducting the minimum living guarantee, the remaining 1,000 yuan. Mr. Yan, you have 4 children, so Mr. Yan only needs to pay 40%, which is 400 yuan. The 400 yuan is still half of Mrs. Ding's biological mother, so you can only get 200 yuan per month in the end. This money will be credited to your account every month after you are 60 years old, please rest assured. The 4 members of the Yin family were stunned. What the heck? 200 a month? Are you sure it's not missing 1,000 words? You fart. How can he only have 2,800 a month for such a big company? Are you treating us all as fools? Find a decent excuse to fool people. Yan Zichen scolded and almost wanted to beat someone, but was stopped by the security guard. Li Rui was unmoved, and his face remained expressionless. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yan has no property under his name, everything in the Yan group is in the name of his mother, Ms. Ding, and his sister, Yan Shu. There is only a monthly salary of 2,800, you can check this. 2,800 yuan is the minimum wage in S-City, otherwise it can be even lower, so that Yin Changlin can't get a penny." Li Rui thought a little sadly. The 4 members of the Yin family were dumbfounded. Since he told them to investigate, he must have no fear, so this is all true? Even if they go to sue, can they get at most 200 yuan? Have to wait until after the age of 60 to get it? I have long known that capitalists are dark-hearted, but I didn't expect it to be so dark. Aren't you afraid that we will be exposed? Even if your accounts are clean, but the boss of such a big company doesn't support his father, it's not honorable for you to say it? Yan Zichen threatened. Li Rui pushed his glasses. Want to use public opinion to pressure? Sorry, our company's public relations team of 100 people is always waiting. The internet has memories. I think the report of the top student in the college entrance examination being kicked out of the house can still be found now. There are also people who are interested in the news of the school, and it seems that it is not out of date to post rumors about school violence. You 4, please be prepared, we can send you to the hot search at any time. In an instant, the memory of being a mouse crossing the street 3 years ago and being yelled at by everyone was instantly revived, and the 4 of them were fearful from their hearts. The Yin family is desperate. How could ordinary people like them ever play with these black-hearted capitalists? Is it really going to come back empty-handed? Wait, you just said that Yin Qing's property was transferred to Yin Shu's name? Yin Shu is also my father's daughter, and she also has the obligation to support my father. Yin Qing transfers all property to Yin Shu's name, then we will go to Yin Shu and ask for it. Yan Zus suddenly thought of the key point. The other 3's eyes lit up. Yes, Ding Yuehong doesn't matter, the divorced ex-wife can't divide her property. But Yan Shu is different. She is also Yin Changlin's daughter. Even if she is sentenced to her ex-wife, she still has the obligation to support her father. Li Rui still had that expressionless face, as if nothing could move him. I'm sorry, there's something you probably don't know yet. Miss Yin Shu hugged someone else's child wrong when she was born. She is the biological daughter of the Su family, the number 1 wealthy family in S-City, and Su Mingzhu, the daughter of the Su family, is your daughter. The Su family has a deep affection for Su Mingzhu and could not bear her to leave, so they kept both daughters, but they disliked it later. Miss Yin Shu kicked her out of the Su family. But these are not important. The important thing is that Miss Yin Shu has nothing to do with you and does not have to pay you any alimony. You can find your own daughter Su Mingzhu. This girl is gentle and kind, and she must be reluctant to have her biological father and siblings suffer outside. What? The Yin family was stunned again. Is Yin Shu being held wrong? She is not the daughter of the Yin family, so what kind of rich Su Mingzhu of the Su family is their daughter? The story of holding the wrong child with a rich family will actually happen in their house? After being stunned, the four of them were ecstatic again. What is the Willow Dark Flower Mingyu village? This is. Originally thought that Yin Qing's work was so brilliant that they would not be able to get the money, but I didn't expect such a surprise. The first rich man. It sounds rich. Moreover, they had a deep relationship with Su Mingzhu and were reluctant to let her go. How good, they are also reluctant to take this biological daughter who they finally found back, they must take it away. If you don't want them to take it away, then take the money. When Sui Chen heard the Yin family coming to the door, he suspected that he had heard it wrong. Who are you talking about? People from the Yin family? Shouldn't they go to Yin Cheng? How did you find the Su family? Suddenly, he remembered something. That person is not only Yin Qing's father, but also Mingzhu's father. Yin Qing has cut off relations with him, and he will definitely not let them get entangled easily. The easiest way is to lead the misfortune to the east and send people to the pearl. How despicable. Sui Chen cursed secretly and ordered his servants to drive out the Yin family. He knows the virtues of this family better than anyone else, and of course he won't pay attention to them, let alone let them get entangled with pearls. However, the servant came back soon after going out to spread the word. Master, they said that if you don't see them, they will go to the police and say that the Su family kidnapped their daughter. Sui Chen's face turned cold and his eyes darkened. Let them in. The Yin family walked into the main building of the Su family in amazement. They had never seen such a luxurious house. Did not expect that one day they would be able to deal with the people who live here. Yan Ziyue walked all the way. After seeing the luxury of the Su family, she couldn't help but feel jealous towards the half-sister she had never met. She was obviously born to the same father. Why is she so lucky to have grown up in such a wealthy family when she was born? Living in such a big manor and going out to pick them up in a luxury car, even the servants of their family dress more decently than their parents. As for her, her family is ordinary, and if she wants to buy a slightly more expensive dress, she has to grind it with her parents for a long time. Big-name bags can only be seen, and you can't afford one. If there has never been such a strong comparison, she may not have any ideas, but people can't stand comparison, and a comparison will make her heart unbalanced. However, she also knew that people were under the eaves at this time, so she could only endure the unwillingness in her heart and followed the housekeeper into the main building of the Su family. As soon as she entered the door, she saw the man sitting on the sofa. He is handsome and indifferent, with an extraordinary temperament, just sitting there quietly. There is an indescribably powerful aura. Yan Ziyue's heart beat faster. She glanced at him quickly, and then quickly lowered her head, her face flushed. How can there be such a beautiful man? She heard the housekeeper call him the young master. Is he the young master of the Su family? Isn't that Su Mingzhu's brother? For a moment, Yan Ziyue suddenly thanked Su Mingzhu again. If it wasn't for her being wrongly held, she might never have the chance to recognize such a high-quality man in her whole life. If she can marry this man, she will have her share of everything in the Su family, right? You can live in such a big manor, get in and out of luxury cars, buy big-name clothes and bags, and do nothing but go shopping and beautify every day. Thinking of such a beautiful life, Yan Ziyue couldn't help but her heart beat faster. She decided to be nice to Su Mingzhu after she recognized her relatives and asked her to match herself with her brother. In addition to her, the other three of the Yin family also have their own ideas. They were stunned by the luxury of the Su family, and all they thought of was a better life in the future. The way they put greed on their faces made Sui Chen disgusted. He frowned and said coldly, "Tell me, how do you want to solve it?" It is impossible for Mingzhu to recognize the Yen family. As her father, if you really care for her, you should know that it is right to keep her in the Su family. Her best choice. When Yen Changlin heard this, he felt happy in his heart. There is a door. But there was a very reluctant look on his face. She is my biological daughter. I have been looking forward to my daughter for 10 months, and I have never seen her since she was born. It's fine if I didn't know, now I see, there is no reason to deny it. You will also be a father in the future. Do you want to watch your child be raised in someone else's home? You can't call you dad, you can't take it on your knees, it's not easy to even meet. After Yen Sheng hit a wall, this time they were obviously prepared. After a few words, what Yen Changlin said was sincere and full of grief, as if he was really just a father who couldn't bear his daughter. A sneer flashed in Sui Chen's eyes. If he didn't know the true face of this man, I'm afraid he was really deceived by him. It sounds so nice, but it's just to make more money. 10 million, leave Su's house, don't appear in front of us again, and don't disturb Mingzhu. Yen Changlin stood up, his face full of anger. Who do you think of us? I just want to recognize my daughter, not to sell her. Yen Zichen also helped. That's right, we just want to get my sister back. Where is my sister? Did you lock her up? You didn't even let us see, you just wanted to send us money. Yes, isn't she abusing her, afraid of being discovered by us? Yen Changlin nodded quickly. Yes, you let her out, I want to see her. Before they came, they had negotiated that they must see Su Mingzhu. Because Li Rui said that Su Mingzhu is gentle and kind, this little girl must be easier to fool. Moreover, her blood relationship with the Yen family is unbreakable, and the rest of the Su family have nothing to do with them. So they must see Su Mingzhu today. Sui Chen looked at them coldly, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. 20 million, leave immediately, or I promise you won't get a penny. This. Yan's family looked at each other. This sentence caught their life. They were making such a fuss just for money. What if they really angered people and couldn't get the money? Although they are in charge of this matter, who knows what dirty tricks these giants have. 20 million is not a lot, and their family can't make this money in their lifetime. The Yen family was shaken. However, at this time, Su Mingzhu came back from school. Brother, I'm back. She came in and saw a few strangers sitting in the room. She was stunned. Brother, they are. Before he finished speaking, the Yen family rushed up and surrounded him. Child, I'm your biological father. I didn't even see you when you were born, but now I see you. I didn't expect you to grow so big. Sister, I'm your brother. Did the Su family bully you? This person has been preventing us from seeing you. They didn't do anything to you, did they? Su Mingzhu was at a loss, and her face became pale. But after hearing their concerned words and a gesture of defending her, she slowly relaxed again. I'm fine. Sui Chen's face was ashen. He was worried that the family would take advantage of Mingzhu's kindness to prevent them from meeting, but he did not expect them to meet. Mingzhu, you go back to your room first. Su Mingzhu nodded obediently and answered obediently. Wait. Why do you stop our father and daughter from meeting? I am her biological father. Your child has been returned to you. Of course I will take my daughter away. 50 million, at a villa, get me out of the Su family. Otherwise, I won't let you get a penny, and you won't be able to survive in this world. His face was frighteningly cold, and the Yen family was stunned by him for a while. All I can think of in my mind are the movie scenes of killing people on the high seas. 50 million, plus a villa, that's a lot. The Yen family looked at each other and agreed. Well, we are not such unreasonable people. Since you are reluctant to leave Pearl, then do as you say. Sui Chen sneered, too lazy to pay attention to these greedy people. After writing a check and having someone deliver the keys to a suite, they drove them out. When the 4 members of the Yen family came out of the Su family, they still felt very unreal. They looked at the check and key over and over again, for fear that it was all fake. 50 million. The four of them plus $1 will never make so much money in a lifetime. Look at what you can do. What is this money worth to people like them? Maybe it's not enough for them to eat. You shouldn't agree to buy it out at one time, you should put a long line to catch big fish. She didn't get close to Sui-chen as she expected, which made Yen Ziyue very unwilling. I feel like I have missed an opportunity to marry into a wealthy family. You can also see his attitude. Where do we have the final say? The money is quite a lot, enough for us to spend. Yen Changlin said with a red face. So did Helly. I have been an ordinary person all my life, and I have never seen so much money, so I think 50 million looks like a lot. However, when they really spend it, they feel that 50 million is too little. After becoming rich, the first thing Yen Changlin and his wife did was to quit their jobs. Yen Changlin also put on a banquet, entertaining his former colleagues, and raised his eyebrows in front of them. Sister Yen Ziyue is not looking for work anymore. Yen Zichen went out and bought a car and spent 5 million directly. Healy felt that her son was not too young, and it was time to get married. Although they had a villa, this was where their family lived, and the young couple still had to have a new house when they got married. So a house cost another nearly 10 million. Yen Ziyue lived a happy life of shopping every day, buying and buying every day, swiping the card without blinking on the big-name bags she liked. She really passed the addiction of rich people. The family suddenly became rich, spending money like water. Then within 3 months, the money was squandered. At this time, they were in a hurry. They had experienced the happiness of the rich, and they never wanted to go back to that miserable life. Why don't we go to the Su family to make some points? Yen Zichen said. Then, what if the eldest young master of the Su family really wants us to disappear? He's just trying to scare us. In a legal society, how can it be so easy for a person to disappear? And it's a family of 4. We can't imagine the means of the rich. What if it is true? At this moment, Yen Ziyue suddenly exclaimed and showed them with her mobile phone, "Look, the young master of the Su family has an incestuous relationship with his adopted daughter? Isn't the adopted daughter of the Su family Su Mingzhu? No wonder we have to take us away. It turns out that the two of them have been together for a long time." Yen Ziyue gritted her teeth and said she was still obsessed with Sui-chen, and she still had fantasies about marrying into the Su family. Now that she heard that Su Mingzhu was with Sui-chen, she was about to die of anger. He was even more disgusted with Su Mingzhu. However, Yen Zichen's eyes lit up. With this handle, he has to give us money. Otherwise, we can sue him. Who knows if he deliberately seduced it? This is a crime. Yes, let's prepare before we go. If we have an accident, we will call the police automatically, so that he will not be afraid of him even if he threatens us. So the Yen family went to the Su family again. As soon as Sui-chen got home, he heard the housekeeper say that the Yen family had come again. With blue veins jumping on his forehead, he walked into the living room with a dark face, and said coldly, "What are you doing here again?" Yen Zichen took out his mobile phone, let him read the report, and said triumphantly, "We all know, you didn't let your sister come back to our house because you were with her. You abducted my sister when she was young. You are a crime, do you know that?" Looking at Sui-chen's cannibalistic gaze, Yen Zichen was not afraid at all. "You don't need to threaten us, we were prepared before coming here. As long as we can't go back, someone will call the police, and it will be exposed on the internet. You kidnap us. Someone else's daughter wants to be silenced. No matter how powerful your Su family is, you can't just cover the sky with one hand, right?" Sui-chen's face was terrifyingly dark, and he took a deep breath before resisting the urge to beat him to death. He took out the checkbook, signed one, and threw it to him. "Get out." Yen Zichen picked it up and looked at it, and said dissatisfiedly, "Only 5 million? Where are you sending the beggars?" Sui-chen sneered, "You'd better not challenge my patience. I don't have time to play with you right now. I advise you, you'd better get out of here before I change my mind." What Yen Zichen wanted to say, Healy stopped him and whispered, "Anyway, we have his handle in our hands, and we will ask him after the flowers are finished." Don't be in a hurry. Don't make people anxious, rabbits are in a hurry. If he is beaten, what will he do if he perishes with us? Yen Zichen thought about it too, and then happily accepted the check, and arrogantly asked the housekeeper to send a car to take them back. The housekeeper looked at Sui Chen, and Sui Chen waved his hand coldly and agreed. However, his compromise made the Yin family think that they had grasped his handle and became more reckless. The appetite is also growing, and in less than half a month, the 5 million was squandered by them again. They have already tasted the sweetness, and they went directly to the Su family to ask for it without thinking. The Su family has been very busy in the past few months, and several projects have inexplicably gone wrong and were called off. The huge investment was all wasted. Then the Song family stopped cooperating with the Su family, and the previous cooperation was gradually withdrawn. The Su family has a big business and can't bear it anymore, so they have to ask for help from other good families. However, the old friends who were good friends in the past were smiling and perfunctory in front of them, but they were more aggressive behind the scenes, trying to take the opportunity to get a piece of the Su family. Su Liangcheng knew that it was Yin Cheng's fault. As soon as he made a move, he acted resolutely, which greatly hurt the Su family. Those suspended projects almost broke the Su family's capital chain, which was a fatal blow. Seeing that the Su family was about to collapse, the others immediately added a fire. Shopping malls are like battlefields, there are no permanent friends, only permanent interests. In just a few months, the assets of the Su family have shrunk by more than half, and Su Liangcheng has aged more than 10 years. At this time, the Yen family came to make trouble again. After hearing that it was not the first time that they had come to ask for money, and that they had caught Sui Chen and Su Mingzhu and threatened him with this, Su Liangcheng was trembling with anger and his blood was surging. It was dark in front of him, and he fell directly to the ground. Sir! Sir! The servants of the Su family hurriedly sent the person to the hospital. The Yen family was also dumbfounded. They were just asking for money, so how could they be so angry? How did they know that Su Liangcheng had been struggling for several months and had already reached a critical point, and their arrival just became the last straw that broke the camel's back? However, compared to the shamelessness of the Yen family, Su Liangcheng was more angry with Sui Chen. For the sake of a woman, he had to provoke Yen Cheng and let the Su family fall to this point. Then it was still for Mingzhu, and was pinched by the Yen family again. How could he not know that his son is still in infatuation? Isn't it because of being off? Yen Ziyue was a little flustered. Probably not. I think he was still angry when he was sent away. Then what do we do now? Don't want the money? There is no one in the Su family, who can I get it? Then at this time, Su Mingzhu came back from school. As soon as she saw several people in the living room, her face turned pale. The last time has made her see clearly, this family is just for money, and they don't care about her at all. What are you doing here again? She asked softly, biting her lip. Yen Ziyue walked up to her with arms in her arms, and said, Yin and Yang, what are you doing here? Of course I'm here to find you. You eat and drink well in the Su family, live the life of a wealthy eldest lady, and talk to the eldest young master of the Su family. In love. Having said that, she curled her lips in disdain. It's not disgusting to be with my brother, whom I have called for 18 years. Su Mingzhu's face was pale, and she was about to cry, biting her lip and rebutting pitifully, we only got together after we knew we were not related by blood. As soon as you know it, you're together, isn't it because you have a dirty mind before? Yen Ziyue said impatiently, you don't need to explain to me, who cares about you? You are living so well now, you can't forget your relatives. Our dad is so old and he doesn't have a job, how can you let him live? Ah. Su Mingzhu looked at the man who should be called dad blankly. He looks ordinary, and wearing a high-end suit can't get rid of the petty bourgeoisie, and he is not as decent as her current father at all. There was no kindness in the eyes looking at her, only greed, as if she was a fat sheep. She bit her lip. I don't have much pocket money, I'll give it to you, hurry up. She didn't want the Su family's parents to see her unbearable relatives, as if they were stains. Yan Zichen said quickly, then turn around first. After Su Mingzhu turned around, he was both envious and somewhat dissatisfied. It's only 1 million. With 1 million pocket money, the eldest Miss Su Mingzhu was really enjoying herself. No wonder she doesn't want to go back to their house. Yan Ziyue was even more jealous. Then you always have some jewelry and bags in there, right? Give me some. What? What? I'm your sister, and I didn't ask for new ones for you. What's wrong with giving me a little bit of what you've used? Persimmons pick and pinch softly. She sees Su Mingzhu's appearance as a little white flower. She feels that she is weak and easy to bully, and she immediately bosses her up. A trace of resentment flashed in Su Mingzhu's eyes, but she quickly returned to normal. There were tears in her eyes, and she looked pitiful. I'm sorry, sister, those were bought for me by my mother. If they were given to you, I would not to explain to her. If she knows something is missing, she will call the police. Yan Ziyue hesitated as soon as she said the word alarm. Su Jiazhen was eager to get rid of them. If the police said they were thieves, wouldn't they really be in trouble? Forget it, money can't buy anything. Who cares about your broken things? Don't pull them down. Dad, Mom and Zichen, let's go, it's getting late today, let's come back to my sister someday to get in touch. When Su Mingzhu heard this, her face became paler, her body was shaky, and she was about to faint. The Yin family walked away, ignoring her at all. When the Su family was in chaos, Yan Xing's family was also facing a formidable enemy. Yan Shu was approaching the college entrance examination. Yan Sheng and Ding Yuehong took care of her strictly, and the troubles of the outside world did not affect her at all. Yan Shu's grades were excellent. Although he had delayed his homework a few times before transferring to another school, he made up for it quickly. In addition, Yan Xing hired a famous teacher for her tutoring. In the past few months, she has devoted herself to studying, and her grades have improved a lot. Don't be nervous, don't put too much pressure on yourself, it doesn't matter what you do in the test, no one blames you. Your brother is right, just play like you usually do in exams. Have you brought everything? Have you left the admission ticket? Check it again. Outside the examination room, Yan Shine and Ding Yuehong were cheering Yan Shu. Seeing that they were more nervous than herself, Yan Shu couldn't help laughing. Don't worry, I have everything with you. Mom, brother, I'm in, you go back first, just let the driver pick me up after the test. Okay, come on, Xiao Shu. Ding Yuehong sighed after watching her walk into the examination room. Little Shu is luckier than you, we were all by her side when she took the exam. When you took the college entrance examination. How aggrieved. Thinking of this, Ding Yuehong blamed herself. Yan Shine patted her shoulder. Mom, it's all over. Yeah, it's all over. After Su Liangqing passed out, he woke up and found that his mouth was crooked and his eyes were slanted. It was a stroke. Fortunately, I was sent to the doctor in time, so the symptoms were not too obvious. But such a body can no longer go to work, and can only rest peacefully. As for Sui Chen, he obviously couldn't clean up the mess of the Su family. Therefore, as soon as Su Liangqing fell, the Su group seemed to have no pillars, and it was even more difficult. At this time, even if Yin Shang wanted to let them go, the others would not let go of this piece of fat. Those people are like beasts that smell the fishy smell, and they devoured the huge Soviet-style group, leaving no scum. When the Su family went bankrupt, Yin Shu's college entrance examination results came out. She passed the college entrance examination champion in S province. 2 brothers and sisters in a family, both passed the college entrance examination first and foremost. I have to say that this is a blast. Bombing news. The media rushed to report, and Yin Cheng's original news was dug up again and reported together with his sisters. Then the former top student in the college entrance examination was kicked out of the house, and the matter of the junior third was sent to the hot search again. At this time, people noticed Ding Yuehong. The husband cheated in the junior was in the top 3, but she raised both children to be the top scorer in the college entrance examination. This mother is too good. Yes, I also want to say that this mother is amazing, and she must be very good, so she has taught these two children so well. Although it is said that my brother has been separated from her for 3 years, compare the two of the junior 3 children, it is obvious that the older brother and younger sister follow the mother's genes. As soon as the top scorer in the college entrance examination comes out, I don't know if Mama Ding has any secrets to pass on. Don't expect the top scorer in the college entrance examination, just let this arrogant child in my family improve a few places. This is just the beginning. As the news fermented, more information about Yen Chang's siblings was picked up. Then netizens were all stunned. On the eve of the college entrance examination, I was kicked out of my house, and then I took the college entrance examination to make a counterattack. Do you think this is all? No, this is just the beginning. Yen Chang founded his own company when he was in college. In just 3 years become the richest man in City S. Just ask you guys, can't you believe it? My mom. It shocked my whole family, I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw the news. What is the script of Shuangwen's counterattack flow? Do you want to be so cool? No, I don't think the script dares to write like this. At this moment, I just want to know what the expression of the family that drove Mr. Yen out of the house looks like. Are your guts broken? Worship the boss. The awesome life doesn't need explanation. I want to say, no one pays attention to the big brother's sister? This sister is not simple. She is not the biological daughter of the Yen family, but she was born with the wrong person. The key is that her biological parents are wealthy families. The family gap is too big. It should have been a life of 1,000 pieces of gold, but ended up living abroad. I grew up in an ordinary family, and my parents divorced. One wrong step, life is very different. If I were her, I would be mad. The drama where the real and fake daughters are exchanged actually exists in real life. What's the follow-up? Has it been exchanged? The insider said, the Su family was reluctant to adopt their daughter if they didn't get it back, so they kept both of them. But they thought that Yen Shu couldn't make it on the stage and was petty, and then something happened, and the Su family took it out in less than a month. People are out. I'm going, what kind of wonderful parents are these? When I saw that I was reluctant to bear fake daughters, I knew that I would definitely not be able to keep a bowl of water. Sure enough, the real ones were driven out, leaving a fake. Isn't it the parents' reason for being petty? Is it? If I'm not mistaken, Yen Shu grew up in a wealthy family. Why is this impossible? My God, to have such biological parents, how wrong my sister is. There should be no particular grievance, because on the day she was kicked out, she was taken back by the richest brother himself. Fuck you. Both of these brothers and sisters are using counterattack scripts. This is too cool. Her biological parents like to use fake daughters to drive her out of the house, and the richest brother of the family will come to pick her up. Today's me you love to ignore, tomorrow's me you can't stand up. Fortunately, my sister met a good brother, so the tragedy became a Su Shuang drama. What kind of fairy brother is this? I want it too. Want one. I want a sister like this, who is good at studying and excellent. Where can I find such a sister? So, sister, can I be your sister-in-law and love you in the future? My little sister is so pitiful, I am so distressed. When I become your sister-in-law, I will take good care of you. So what happened to the fake daughter? I pay more attention to her. Don't say that the child does not know, she is innocent. She occupies the position of the younger sister and steals the life that belongs to the younger sister. She is a vested interest. Don't be cheap and be good, saying that she is also a victim or something like that. If all the victims are like this, I want to be killed too. And my sister was kicked out less than a month after returning home. I don't believe she didn't make a fuss about it. I don't know if she's making a fuss, because She's with Sue's family. Yes, it's Yen Shu's brother, her adoptive brother. Yen Shu broke their affair and was kicked out of the house. My God, this is too disgusting. Although they are not related by blood, they used to be brothers and sisters. They got together so quickly. Chapter 17 The Richest Brother 17, 2. It's too much. Conspiracy theory: could it be that the fake daughter didn't want to leave the Su family, so she seduced the eldest young master of the Su family, changed from a daughter to a daughter-in-law, and continued to stay in the Su family justifiably? Then this fake daughter's scheming is too deep. This, isn't it impossible? Fuck. Have you read the news? The Su clan is bankrupt. Really or not? Isn't the Su family a wealthy family? How do you say bankruptcy means bankruptcy? The Su family committed public anger and fell out with their partners. Several families swarmed and divided the Su family. It is said that there seems to be the handwriting of the big boss Yen. The big guy is awesome, even such a wealthy family can do it. Shouldn't it be to vent his anger on his sister? Ha ha ha. Well done, the fake daughter's bamboo basket is empty, and in the end, I will become an ordinary person. So, everyone has their own lives, and what should be yours is yours. It's late, but it's here. The news of the bankruptcy of the Su family added another fire to the affairs of the Yanqing brothers and sisters. For a time, the two brothers and sisters were in the same spotlight. Chapter 18 The Richest Brother 18. Yen Cheng held a celebration banquet for Yen Shu. The clothes are fragrant and the temples are shadowed. Under the dazzling lights, the guests dressed in fancy clothes and holding fine wine laughed and chatted happily. Just like the Su family used to be. However, at this time, Su Mingzhu could only see such a scene from the circle of friends. In the photo, those who once surrounded her and complimented her now congratulate Yen Shu like the stars holding the moon. In the past, the ugly duckling who was timid and could not stand on the table, now blooms her beauty proudly like a white swan. And she, overnight, fell from the rich and powerful daughter that everyone envied, to the mortal world. Crowded with the Su family in a room less than 50 square meters. The fate of the two seemed to be suddenly reversed. Su Mingzhu bit her lip, blood dripping from her lips. The hand that grasped the phone was bluish-white from the force. She is not reconciled, all this should be hers, she is Yen Qing's sister, why should Yen Shujiu occupy the magpie's nest and grab her position? It shouldn't be like this, it's not her destiny. Sui Chen walked in from the door, his face was exhausted, his eyes were blue and black, and blue stubble appeared on his chin. He was decadent and down. The image of the rich and noble son of the past no longer exists. He slumped down on the sofa and said to Su Liangcheng, who was in a wheelchair, I went to them, but no one was willing to see me. The bank is liquidating, the Su family's property should not be enough to pay off, and they may have to bear the burden. Debt. After the Su family went bankrupt, Su Liangcheng suffered another stroke after hearing the news. This time, the condition was much more serious. Half of his body was paralyzed, and he could only lie in bed or in a wheelchair. Talking is useless. Country, foreign. How could a family like the Su family not be ready to retreat? They have already transferred some of their assets abroad, so even if the Su family goes bankrupt, as long as they can avoid the limelight and avoid liquidation, they can move their family abroad. Although it is not as rich as before, it can also guarantee food and clothing. When Sui Chen heard his mention of going abroad, he reluctantly cheered up a little. It's all right, everything is arranged over there. Su Liangcheng was relieved. Seeing that Su Mingzhu kept his head down and kept silent, Sui Chen comforted him. Don't be afraid, Mingzhu, let's be around for a while, and move abroad when the limelight passes. Su Mingzhu responded in a low voice. However, the idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel, and their idea of going abroad to avoid debt has failed. The assets they transferred were discovered at the whistle of an unknown person. Then they were recovered, all used to cover their debts. The good news among the misfortunes is that their debts are almost paid off, and they don't have to take on huge debts. However, for a family like them, falling into the quagmire from wealth and honor is even more terrifying than killing them. No one can stand such a gap. Especially Jiang Yu. After her last hope was lost, she could no longer maintain the image of an elegant lady, and she slumped on the ground. How can this happen? How can this happen? How did our family fall to this point? Suddenly, she looked at Su Mingzhu and screamed hysterically, "It's all because of you. It's all because of you that the Su family has come to this point. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't drive away Yen Shu, let alone offend Yen Xing. You are a star who ruined my son's reputation, made the Su family go bankrupt, and let the disgusting people of the Yin family entangle us. It's all your fault, it's all your fault." Poverty exposes many dark sides of human nature, and the old filial piety of mothers and daughters seems to have become a joke. In the final analysis, Jiang Yu loves herself the most. She doesn't mind loving Su Mingzhu when she has no worries about food and clothing, and when she is living a rich life. But once her vital interests are damaged, she will be revealed. Su Mingzhu bit her lip and wept silently. Sui Chen habitually felt distressed, but his lips moved, and he didn't protect her like before. I don't know if I agree with Jiang Yu's words. Su Liangchang lay on the bed unable to move, and had to take medicine to see a doctor. Jiang Yu was like a grudge every day, hysterical and angry at every turn, and Su Mingzhu was no longer a pampered young lady, and was instructed by Jiang Yu to do housework every day. The delicate fingers became rough, and the pitiful appearance became gloomy and resentful. Sui Chen cried to him as soon as he came back. Sui Chen shoulders all the heavy responsibility of supporting the family. Although no one blocked him, and he could find a good job with his beautiful education, it was only good in the eyes of ordinary people. Sui Chen completely despised it and felt that he had given up. But in order to support his family, he had to do it again. The domineering president and son of a wealthy family worked for others to make a living, and it was inevitable that some people would be curious about him. However, Sui Chen felt that it was ridicule and contempt for him, and his strong self-esteem made him unable to stand the eyes and comments of others. His heart was extremely irritable, and when he got home, he had to face his mother's complaints and Su Mingzhu's crying. Within a few days, he couldn't help but explode and was furious at home. If you don't want to stay in this house, get out. Don't complain all day long. Just cry, cry, cry. Jiang Yu and Su Mingzhu were stunned. Jiang Yu felt that her son, for Su Mingzhu's sake, even said such a serious thing to her mother, and was full of resentment for a while. Su Mingzhu also felt that this brother had changed, he was no longer the old brother, and had no patience and pity for her. Then the Su family fell into a contradictory mode of arguing for 3 days and arguing for 5 days. Noisy neighbors on the left and right are restless. On the other hand, the Yen Changlin family is the one who regrets the bankruptcy of the Su family the most. For their family, it is equivalent to the collapse of the ATM machine. And the villa that Sui Chen gave them was also taken away, because before the transfer of ownership, all the property belonging to the Su family had to be liquidated. Fortunately, they can still live in the house they bought before, but they are used to spending a lot of money, and they can't bear to work at all. I just want to figure out how to make money quickly. Would you like to find Yin Shang? Don't say no, he can even bring down such a big Su family, how can we be his opponent? You have seen the result of going to him last time. He killed him and said that he only got 2,800 salary, what can we do? What to do? In case he gets agitated, it might be even worse than the end of the Su family. Let's think of a solution from the Su family. The camel is bigger than a horse. These rich people are very thieves. There must be a backhand left. So they found the Su family again. How dare you show up? Sui Chen sneered. In his opinion, the Yen family was the culprit that caused the bankruptcy of the Su family. If it wasn't for their father's anger, the Su clan had a father in charge, how could it not have fallen so fast, and fell so thoroughly that there was no chance for a breather? In addition to the money these people took from him before and after, Sui Chen hated them. Why don't you dare to show up? My sister is still here with you. Yan Zichen still said arrogantly. In his opinion, when the Su family was rich and powerful before, he didn't need to be afraid. Now that the Su family has collapsed, there is no need to worry about it. Scruples. It's still the same as before. Just give us some money, and we can talk about everything. Otherwise, we'll take Mingzhu away. Then take her away. Sui Chen said blankly. Yan Zichen was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the excuses that had always been good for nothing would no longer work. However, Yan Zichen rolled his eyes and said, "We are going to sue you for abducting underage girls. My sister may not have been an adult when you were with you. You are committing a crime." Ha! Sui Chen sneered, "I don't need to wait for you to sue, I have already called the police. You extorted more than 50 million yuan from the Su family, plus a villa, and also made my dad have a stroke. The surveillance at that time, the recording just now, the evidence is solid. You should first calculate whether you can sit through the prison." This time, the four of Yin Changlin were truly dumbfounded. He didn't expect that Sui Chen would call the police, so wouldn't he be afraid that they would sue him for abducting underage girls? Sui Chen really wasn't afraid of being sued. He and Mingzhu didn't get together until she was 18. In the past, he was only reluctant to let Mingzhu leave, so he chose to use money to send these people away. Did he really think that they were pinched? Extortion of more than 50 million yuan, which is already a particularly huge amount. According to the law, it will be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of more than 10 years and a fine. The evidence is solid, and they can't deny it if they want to. When the Yin family was taken away, they shouted that they were the family of the richest man, Yin Sheng, and he would definitely save them. Then when the police found Yin Cheng said righteously that national laws cannot be violated and must be severely punished in accordance with the law. September is the day when the university starts. Yan Shu chose her brother's alma mater, S University. After the first day of class and saying goodbye to her classmates, Yan Shu walked to the school gate. Everyone knew that she was the sister of the richest man, so there was no need to hide it and walk towards the car that picked her up. "It's a coincidence that you're also a senior?" Hearing the familiar voice, Yan Shu looked up and saw Song Xinglan suddenly appearing in front of her. He was wearing a simple white shirt, with a fresh and clean smile, carrying a backpack on his back, and looked like a well-behaved student. No matter how many times he sees it, Yan Shu can't equate the dog-licking image between him and his brother. But her brother will definitely not lie to her. Yan Shu said hello lightly. "Yeah, are you here too? I thought all of Shengying's students were going abroad." "Most of them are, but there are also normal college entrance examinations like me." "Oh, I see." Her attitude was a little cold. Song Xinglan pursed her lips and asked, "Did I offend you? You haven't paid much attention to me since the Gu family banquet. The chat was very pleasant, but then it suddenly became cold." "Nothing, but you are Su Mingzhu's fiancé, it's better to keep a distance." Song Xinglan suddenly realized, "It's because of this. I didn't even know that my parents had arranged such a marriage for me, and I only found out that day. But I went back and asked my mother, and she said it was just a verbal agreement like a joke. After a while, I didn't expect the Su family to take it seriously." "Then you don't like Su Mingzhu?" "Who likes her? I've met her no more than 5 times in total, and they were all at banquets." "She's..." Song Xinglan pouted and looked disgusted, but he didn't speak ill of anyone behind his back. "Only vaguely, I don't like her anyway." It doesn't look like he's lying. This is strange. Where did the brother's dog-licking conclusion come from? But no matter what, Yan Shu still listens to her brother's words, so even if the misunderstanding is resolved, she has no intention of getting in touch with Song Xinglan. After a few chats, they got into their respective cars. In the Song family's car, Song's father was actually inside. Seeing his son's dejected expression, he couldn't help laughing. "What? It seems that there is no progress in deliberately creating a chance encounter. From what he saw, his son had been sneaking around the door for half an hour. When I saw the little girl from the Yin family coming out, I went up to pretend to meet by chance. Stupidly outrageous. Song Xinglan said depressedly, I should have thought, she hates Su Mingzhu, and I have a name of Su Mingzhu's ex-fiancé on me for no reason, she will definitely not like me. Hey, why do you want to marry me? It didn't really happen, shouldn't it? Why not? And our family's conditions are not as good as hers. I'm a high-ranking person, and I have no advantage at all. Don't talk about her, her family can't look at me. So, Dad, let's work hard and surpass Yin. Sir, at least some points in the family world. Father Song. Song Xinglan really took action. In his freshman year, he began to learn to handle company affairs with Song's father, and he was quite talented, which surprised Song's father. However, he was making progress, and Yen Chang was not idle. In the year he graduated from college, Yen Qing changed from the richest man in S city to the richest man in S province. Song Xinglan. When he graduated and joined the company, he continued to work hard to make the Song family prosperous, and the industry more than doubled. Yen Chang became the richest man in the country. Song Xinglan. Not to mention Yen Qing, even Yen Shu has a successful career. She founded her own fashion brand and made a lot of achievements. The experiences of the Su family at the beginning still had some influence on her. She was rejected by her own mother because she didn't know how to dress and etiquette, which left a deep mark in her heart. So she created this fashion brand, which includes clothing, jewelry, cosmetics, and more. The quality of the big brands is used, but the cheap route is taken. Because she feels that no matter how rich or poor, every girl has the right to be beautiful. Both brothers and sisters were so capable, Song Xinglan was desperate. Dad, Mom, I think it's easier for me to marry myself, what do you think? Song Dad and Song Mom. In fact, he ran after Yen Shu for 8 years, and Yen Chang also saw it. Because of the inherent impression in the novel, Yen Qing never wanted to see him. But later on, he had a close encounter with Song Xinglan, and then he was sure that this was not the second dog-licking man in the novel, but that he, like his sister, had descended from the fairyland to the mortal world. And also an acquaintance. Ah! He wanted to kidnap his sister in the immortal realm, but he stopped him, and unexpectedly chased him to the mortal world. Really haunted. He wanted to continue to stop him, but the female university didn't stay. Although Yen Shu listened to his words very much, if he said that they would not be together, she would definitely not go against it, but liking someone's eyes can't deceive anyone. A good girl is also afraid of Lai Lang's entanglement. Song Xinglan chased after her for 8 years, and even a heart made of stone should melt. What's more, the kid is really hilarious. That's all, just let them do it. Song Xinglan was as happy as a fool. During the wedding, she laughed from beginning to end, and refused to give a toast to others, and then she drank halfway through the wedding. The stupid father Song couldn't bear to look directly, and said to Yen Chang with a face full of shame, please take more care of Mr. Yen, this child is so happy today. Uncle Song is very polite. From now on, we are a family. You can just call me Yen Qing. Xinglan is like this, it's good. Yen Qing said with a smile. Father Song suddenly felt a chill, and even the air pressure around him dropped. But he didn't care, he thought it was because the air conditioner in the hall was running too high. Yen Shu sent Song Xinglan back to her room to rest, but Song Xinglan kept holding her and didn't let go. Xiao Shu, you are finally marrying me. Hee, the first time I saw you, I knew that you must's my future wife. The first time we met, when was it? Yen Shu recalled it for a while before she remembered that it was when she exposed the scandal of the Su family siblings. But at that time, she was ugly, and she was so embarrassed. What did you like about her? It's a long process for her to like him, and it's a matter of time until she realizes that she can't live without him. How can you like it as soon as you meet? It's only possible because of you. You seem to shine in my eyes, we are destined. He hugged her and smirked. Yan Shu couldn't help but laugh. Fool! Su Mingzhu was stunned for a long time when she saw this grand wedding on TV. She and Su Yichen quarreled, and finally came together, tortured each other, and lived an ordinary and boring life. The once rich and powerful life seems to be a mirror image, so unreal, so unreachable. It was not until today that she saw Yan Shu's grand wedding that she was once again aroused by those unwillingness in her heart. She always felt that this should be her destiny. In the blessings of countless people, hold a grand wedding, wear a white wedding dress, and marry the person she loves. However, now everything has changed. Holding a grand wedding, the person who was happy is not her, but Yan Shu. And she could only watch and do nothing. Yan Sheng was not married in this life, and he left after seeing his sister live happily ever after. Part of his property was left to his nephews and nieces, and the rest was donated. As for Song Xinglan, he died on the same day as Yan Shu. There was no disease or disaster, but they died together as if they had made an appointment. Chapter 19 National Treasure Brother 1. What's so good about being a star? The entertainment industry is so chaotic. It's not this unspoken rule, it's the high-ranking person who lives under the camera every day. The paparazzi even chase after the door, and there is no privacy at all. And no matter what, there will be people who scold them. How many celebrities can't stand the pressure and commit suicide? It's useless what you say, you're not allowed to go anyway. Your dad is right. You have finished the college entrance examination, and you want to relax your mother's support, but it's better to participate in the girls' team draft and become a star. This circle is too chaotic. You are a little girl with no background. Mom is worried that you will suffer. As soon as Yin Chang walked to the door of the house, she heard voices coming from inside. He pushed open the door and entered. In the living room, his parents in this life were sitting on the sofa, sitting upright with serious faces. In the middle of the living room stood his younger sister, who was apparently taking turns lecturing from her parents. She was obviously dissatisfied with her parents' remarks, and protested stubbornly, "Then why did you let me learn to dance and learn the piano? After I learned it, you won't let me perform for others. Is it for my own amusement? Besides, the current draft is open and transparent, how can it be as messy as you think? I am an amateur player, and I am far worse than the trainees of those big companies. It is hard to say whether I can survive the first round. What do you think? What are you doing so far?" She raised her head in dissatisfaction, and then saw Yin Cheng coming in from the corner of the light, and immediately ran over in surprise. "Brother! You are back!" When Yan's father and Yan's mother heard this, they quickly got up from the sofa and greeted them with a big smile. "Why are you back today? The laboratory is not busy? Why didn't you make a phone call in advance? Mom will go buy some food, and now I will estimate the food is not fresh anymore. The previous project is over, and I can rest for a while, so I came back. I can eat whatever I have at home, don't bother." Yen Qing replied gently. "How about that? You see that you've lost weight again. You must not have eaten well at work. You have to make up for it when you get home. Lao Yen, go to the supermarket to buy some vegetables, and buy the better ones in the fresh-keeping cabinet." "Okay, I'll go right now." Yan's father and Yan's mother were happily busy. The son is busy with work, and it is rare to come back. They are as happy as the Chinese New Year. Mother Yan quickly ordered a table of dishes, all of which Yen Qing liked. "Yen Qing, eat more." "Okay, you can eat too." The family talked while eating in a warm and relaxed atmosphere. Seeing that his brother was almost finished, Yen Shu gave him a wink. Yen Sheng pretended not to be able to see, and seeing her scratching her ears and cheeks, she couldn't help laughing. After eating slowly and cleaning up the dishes, he finally said, "Mom and Dad, what are you arguing about when I come back? It's not Xiao Shu yet." She didn't know what to think. She suddenly said that she was going to participate in the draft for a girl group. "My dad and I both thought it was unreliable and didn't want her to go." Yan Shu was unhappy again. Why is it unreliable? It's a regular talent show, and the whole people participate. The previous seasons have been popular. Brother, please help me to persuade them. They don't agree with anything I say. Okay, it turns out that you called your brother back. He is busy with work. What are you doing to disturb him? Father Yan glared at her. Yan Shu quickly hid behind Yan Sheng and whispered, I asked him if he was free before calling him back. How dare you speak hard? Yan Sheng hurriedly said, it's not her fault. If the lab is too busy to leave, she will call me and I won't be able to come back. Only then did Father Yan put out the fire. Don't worry about her, if you protect her, she will turn the world upside down. What kind of star do you want to be? Dad, Mom, in fact, I think it's good for Xiaoshu to experience it. She is 18 years old and has her own ideas. You stop her from doing what she wants to do. I'm afraid she will ignore it when she is rebellious. This is less safe. It's better to promise her that nothing will happen if we watch. Even if there is a little setback, she will retreat after a long lesson. Yan Xing said. Yan Shu nodded beside him. I'm afraid of myself when I become rebellious. Father Yan was very happy. You will still climb up the pole. But he listened to what his son said. In this family, Yan Sheng is more like the head of the family. The whole family listens to what he says, because his ability from childhood to adulthood is enough to convince everyone. Yan's mother was also persuaded. His dad, why don't you let Xiaoshu try it? Father Yan finally compromised. You all said yes, then let her go. After suffering, it will stop. Yeah. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, brother. Yan Shu jumped up happily. Following the advantages of Yan's parents, she is tall with long legs and a tall stature. But the skeleton is not big, and it is very slender. Learning dance since childhood, her temperament is also very good. She looks bright, and she has been a schoolgirl since she was a child. Otherwise, you can't enter this talent show by virtue of being an amateur. This kind of talent show is generally prepared by entertainment companies to promote their own trainees, and there are very few vegans. But unfortunately, Yan Shu is not the protagonist. She is just a cannon fodder female supporting role who was beaten in the face by the protagonist, so this draft is destined to be a stepping stone for others. This time the world is still a novel world. The title of the book, For Big Brothers Dote on Me. The heroine Wan Mang is a baby girl who was only ushered in after her parents gave birth to 3 sons. She has been loved by the whole family since she was a child. Her 3 older brothers are all top leaders in the entertainment industry. They are popular movie stars, ghost directors, and top traffic. In addition, she has a bamboo horse brother, who is the president of the largest entertainment company. With such a background, as soon as she entered the entertainment industry, she was a top resource. 4 big bosses escorted her. Her debut was the pinnacle, and she has never been at the pinnacle. After netizens found out her identity, she became the favorite of the national group, and everyone liked her. And Yan Shu's identity this time is the control group of the group head heroine who has been repeatedly beaten in the face. The 2 of them participated in the women's team draft together. Yan Shu found out that Wan Meng had an ambiguous relationship with her top mentor, and took a photo of her hugging with her mentor, revealing that there was an insider question about her promotion. As a result, the whole network was boiling, the network was paralyzed, and the top fans almost scolded Wan Meng to death. Then Dinglu sent a message to clarify, "This is my sister, dear." The public opinion flipped instantly. Not only was Wan Meng no longer scolded, but she was voted by the top fans, won the championship successfully, and made her debut as C. But Yan Shu became a despicable villain who was jealous and framed Wan Meng. The enemy's road is narrow, and later the 2 starred in the same drama. Wan Meng is the heroine, and Yan Shu was the 18th line minor supporting role. Coincidentally, Yan Shu took an ambiguous photo of Wan Meng and the popular actor, and she was exposed on the internet again. So the whole network boiled, the network was paralyzed, and the fans of the actor came to kill. Then the actor tweeted to clarify, "This is my sister, dear." Public opinion flipped again, Won Meng's career and fame rose to a higher level, and Yen Shu was slapped in the face again. Then for the third time, the two participated in the audition for the director of The Ghost Talent at the same time. Ruan Meng directly decided to be the heroine by default, but Yen Shu was not even selected for the 18th line. But once again, she let her take an intimate photo of Ruan Meng and the ghost director. And unfortunately, she didn't have a long memory and burst onto the internet again. As a result, the whole network boiled and the network was paralyzed. For the fourth time, she fell in love with the male protagonist, and was also rumored to have an affair. Then the male protagonist directly tweeted at group pet female protagonist, "My wife, really?" The whole network is boiling, the network is paralyzed. The same ending. Yen Xing strongly suspects that the author of this novel is too lazy to arrange other supporting roles. Why can't you just change someone to expose the light, but just catch someone and slap them in the face? It's sad, but I just want to laugh. The final outcome is that Ruan Meng became a winner in life in the process of slapping her face again and again, and her career and love have doubled. And Yen Shu was completely blocked by the male protagonist, and was disfigured by black fans throwing acid, and then committed suicide in depression. Yen Shang wore it earlier this time. She had worn it when she was a child, so she could make arrangements calmly. This time, he won't let his sister end up like that again. Of course, the younger sister will not be allowed to expose the photos of the group pet and her bosses. In his opinion, the only thing that Yen Shu did wrong in the whole book was this one. Although he can also prevent her from entering the entertainment industry, completely avoiding the possibility of meeting the hero and heroine. But you can't even give up the things you like in order to avoid the hero and heroine. So she wanted to enter the entertainment industry, and Yen Cheng also supported her. Chapter 20 National Treasure Brother 2. Brother, thank you. If it wasn't for your help this time, my parents would definitely not let me participate in the draft. Yen Shu flattered and brought the fruit plate to Yen Cheng with a smile. Yen Cheng picked up a piece of fruit and took a bite. "I'll give you a fruit plate if you thank me?" "Oh, or my mother washed and cut it. Your thank you is too insincere." "Then how do you say thank you? Do you want to invite you to dinner? You don't have to eat. If you really want to thank me, then take what I said next in your heart." "What are you talking about, brother? I will definitely remember it firmly." Yen Shu moved a chair and sat in front of Yen Cheng, as if listening to the teachings carefully. But he winked with a funny look, obviously not too serious. Yen Cheng put away her smile and said very seriously, "You have to remember that this world is not black and white, and there is no absolute fairness and justice, especially for the entertainment industry. You have a straight temper, and you can't tolerate sand in your eyes, but the entertainment industry is a place to hide and hide, and there are too many dirty and smelly things in it. If you don't know how to change your character, you will suffer a lot. So remember what your brother said, don't be impulsive to cause trouble even if you have unaccustomed behavior. The entertainment industry is not a fair place. Even right and wrong have their own definitions. This circle has its own rules. When your ability is not enough to shake this rule, just participate in your competition, and you don't need to worry about other things, someone will take care of it." Seeing his serious expression, Yen Shu was frightened, and said, "Brother, are you scaring me? How can it be so scary?" "It's not to scare you, the real entertainment industry is even scarier than this. But don't worry, I won't let you encounter any terrible things with your brother here. But if you see some bad behavior, such as the teacher and the students have ambiguity, someone goes through the back door and unspoken rules, you don't care about that." "Ah? No way? Isn't Miracle Girl the most open and transparent without insider? And it's a popular vote." Yen Xing sneered, "It's just to deceive you simple students. It seems fair, there are too many places to operate. Do you think the debut position can be won only by strength? Background, marketing, votes, navy. There are many doorways in here. Hearing the front, Yan Shu still looked like he was hit hard, because years of cognition were suddenly broken. But after hearing that, she burst out laughing again. Brother, aren't you an academic researcher? Why do you know so much? Because you asked me to intercede with your parents. If I don't find out where you are going, can I let you go? Yan Shu was instantly moved, and hugged his arm coquettishly. Brother, you are so kind to me. Don't worry, I remember all your words, and I will never cause trouble impulsively. Don't cause trouble, but don't be afraid of trouble. If you encounter anything, call me at any time, don't force yourself. Trust my brother, I can solve anything for you. Well. Thank you, brother. At the same time, the Gu family and Gu Xiao were also comforting his sister Ruan Meng. Meng, you don't have to worry, my brother has arranged it, you can just go to the competition with confidence. He has a handsome face, deep eyebrows, and delicate facial features. He was ruthless in front of the public, but at this moment, he seemed to be a different person, patiently coaxing Ruan Meng. But I'm not the best at singing and dancing. If I'm eliminated, I'll be too embarrassed for my brother. Ruan Meng pouted. She was wearing a white dress, and her facial features were only three-pointed like Gu Xiao, but she was equally delicate and beautiful. The eyes are as charming as cat's eyes, the eyelashes are curled, and the skin is fair. The appearance of pouting red lips and acting like a baby is the most charming and cute. Don't worry, if my brother goes to be a mentor in person, can you still be eliminated? The competition is not just about fighting for strength. With me here, there must be you in the debut position. As long as the plan is properly arranged, even the C position is not a bad idea. Ruan Meng pouted again. I don't want you to canvass for me. You have over 100 million fans, so let them all vote for me. Even if I debut, others will say it's unfair. I have to rely on my own strength to compete. Gu Xiao smiled. Yes, we Meng rely on our own strength to compete. Don't worry, my brother is not stupid. How could it be possible to canvass for you? You don't need to worry about this, just play well, I will arrange it. He saw that Ruan Meng still looked hesitant, and said, Meng doesn't need to think too much, others will try their best to canvass votes. In this circle, money, resources, contacts, are also part of strength. You don't need others to do it. Use. Ruan Meng nodded, but after all, she did not reject her brother's kindness. After only 2 days at home, Yan Shine was called back to the laboratory by a phone call. Yan Shu's draft report was accompanied by Yan's father and Yan's mother. However, it is only sent outside the gate, and parents and all accompanying persons are not allowed to enter, only students are allowed to enter. Saying goodbye to her parents, Yan Shu carried her suitcase into the castle. She has chased the games in the previous 2 seasons, so she is still familiar with the process. When queuing up to verify her identity, the girl in front of her turned to greet her. Hello, my name is Yizhinjin, from Wenxin Media, which company are you from? She looks very sweet, and there are 2 small pair vortexes when she smiles, which makes it easy for people to have a good impression of her. Yenshu said quickly, my name is Lin Yenshu, and I'm a personal trainee. Yenshu's mother's surname was Lin, and she followed her parents' surname. I'm the only one in our company, and I'm almost the same as a personal trainee. We can take care of each other in the future. When I first arrived, it was at a time of anxiety. I made a friend. Yenshu was also very happy, and hurriedly agreed, okay, we will pay attention to each other in the future. Yi Jinjin obviously came prepared, and told Yenshu a lot about other students while queuing. There are many strong students this season, and there are several favorites to win the championship. For example, Yu Meng from Fanyuan Entertainment retired last season due to injury and stopped in the top 12. This time, it is for the C position. There are also stars. Yu Xiaoling, who has been a trainee in H country for 7 years, and has already debuted, has a lot of fans, and the voice of winning the championship is also very high. You should know about Si Tingting, an internet celebrity with 5 million fans before her debut. She is very familiar with every student, and Yan Shu doesn't know these things. This is the advantage of having a company, and you can get some news in advance. Yan Shu listened with admiration. You know a lot. Yi Jinjin didn't care. Other companies know these things, it's nothing. At this time, another girl walked in at the gate. She is wearing a white dress with delicate and beautiful features. Although all the beauties are present today, her appearance is still amazing. She is slender and small. She is struggling to drag a large suitcase, clumsy and cute. Who is this, so beautiful? Yan Shu asked Yi Jinjin in a low voice. Yi Jinjin shook his head. I don't know either, it's the first time I saw you. But if you want to say you are beautiful, you are more beautiful. When you come in, many people are under pressure, she said with a smile. In the entertainment industry, the first thing to look at is a face. Under the same conditions, people with excellent appearance conditions will walk more smoothly. Yan Shu is used to herself, and has heard a lot of praise from others about her beauty, so she doesn't feel much. And she doesn't have an advantage in height. A small person looks fine, but standing with a tall and long-legged person like you can easily be crushed. Yan Shu waved her hand. Let's look at her strength. Maybe she is super strong, and she is so beautiful. Her height is nothing. Seeing Wan Meng approaching, the two stopped talking about this topic. I brought 3 mobile phones, how many did you bring? Yan Shu was at a loss again. Why do you bring so much? Don't you have to hand over your mobile phone when you go in? You won't be allowed to use it. Shu, keep your voice down, that's why you have to bring a few more. Hand in one, and hide the rest quietly and use them secretly, so that you don't get caught or photographed. Otherwise, you don't know the information outside at all. Are you blind? Yan Shu was shocked again, and she didn't know anything about this kind of operation. Didn't you bring more? Then I'll lend you one. You have to know what the outside world is saying about you, so you can make adjustments, otherwise you won't know where the audience hates it, and it will be too miserable to be scolded from the beginning to the end. Yan Shu's heart was moved, and she was used to the existence of mobile phones. It was a little difficult for her not to touch her mobile phone for 3 months. She thanked in a low voice, thank you so much. It's okay, you are beautiful, and you must have a lot of shots. I will follow you to get more shots. It's mutual benefit. She spoke calmly and generously, and was not annoying at all. Yan Shu laughed. She still likes straightforward and frank people like Yi Jinjin, compared to people who are thoughtful, face-to-face and do things behind their backs. After signing up, entering the castle, assigning a room, and about to hand in the mobile phone, Yan Shu hurriedly called her parents and brother. The next call will be at least a month away. Well, pay attention to your body, stay up late, and remember what your brother said. Okay, bye. In front of the library, Yan Chang hung up the phone and entered the library. He came to check some information. He chose a few books that he wanted to use, and found a seat at random to read. He was wearing a simple white shirt with slightly rolled up cuffs, revealing a small arm with beautiful lines. A pair of hands with slender fingers and well-defined joints rested on the book at will. The bright skylight outside the window fell on him, creating a beautiful silhouette. He frowned slightly, his eyes focused on the book. The eyelashes are long and dense, not like boys' eyelashes. The bridge of the nose is high and straight, the lips are pressed into a straight line, the jawline is extremely beautiful, the neck is slender, and the Adam's apple is looming. Crack! A small voice sounded, but it didn't attract anyone's attention. Then, on the same day, a photo of the immortal Side Yen and the male in the library was blown up on the internet. What kind of fairy slaying is this? When did our university produce such a handsome man? I want all his information in 1 minute. Groundhog screams, how can there be such a good-looking man? Are these eyelashes real? For the first time, I have the feeling of swinging on the eyelashes. This beauty, this Adam's apple. I unilaterally announce that this is my husband. Hand control welfare, this hand is like a cartoon hand. The lines are too beautiful. A person with a good-looking profile is not necessarily good-looking from the front. If they are good-looking, they would have been exposed long ago. I have been careful to hide the male for so long, and finally I can't hold it anymore. The photo of the male that I have kept privately will give you a sense of the positive appearance. Picture. My God. I thought that the side face was enough, but this frontal photo is even more amazing. This face value stuns the little fresh meat in the entire entertainment industry. Mom asked me why I knelt down and licked the screen. I'm too good looking. Why hasn't this appearance made his debut yet? One person wrote a blood letter to ask the male to make his debut. Debut? Come, let me show you the resume of the male god. Is it that he doesn't want to debut? The country won't let him. Chapter 21 National Treasure Brother 3. Reading junior high school at the age of 9, taking the college entrance examination at the age of 13, breaking the record of the highest score in the college entrance examination over the years with a score of 749, and was admitted to the Department of Biology of University A. At the age of 20, he obtained a double doctorate degree in biology and physics. More than a dozen scientific research patents. He is a frequent visitor to international journals such as Nature and Science, and several T-category papers are published every year. The most important thing is that he is only 24 years old this year, and his future is limitless. Such talents, did you let people debut? Does the country agree? I'm going, this is the prodigy champion from 10 years ago? No wonder it looks familiar. When his college entrance examination scores came out, the media went crazy and discussed it for a long time. There was no news of him later. I thought that the child prodigy would disappear from the crowd when he grew up, but I didn't expect to make so many achievements quietly. He is still a genius. My mother, shock my whole family, worship thee of learning. I'm sure again, I'm here to make up the numbers. Kneeling and kneeling. I thought it was just an ordinary handsome guy, but I didn't expect to experience such an awesome experience. This life is simply a mess. Some people, when God threw him IQ and beauty, he held up an umbrella. Some people, God threw him directly into the ocean of IQ and beauty. Male God, I want to give you a monkey. Don't stop me. I'm sorry, Lord Shao, I'm going to climb the wall. Yenshin will be my destiny from now on. With Yenshin, what little fresh meat do you want? This face, this IQ, fan him. Since then, the male protagonists in the novel have a face. 1. After Yen Cheng's identity was revealed, many netizens were stunned, and in less than half an hour, she was ranked number 1 in the hot search. Only used one photo. The hot search for Miracle Girl was suppressed, and the news that Gu Xiao was a mentor was also suppressed. Of course, it was also because Gu Xiao's news had been released for 2 days, and the popularity had gone down. But it still aroused the dissatisfaction of individual Gu Xiao's brainless fans. Because some of the people who pursued Yen Qing came from Gu Xiao's fans. However, most fans are still relatively rational, and ordinary people have an instinctive respect for researchers. In addition, Yen Qing and Gu Xiao are not in the same circle after all, and there is no conflict of interest, so there is not much disturbance. Brother! You've been on a hot search, have you seen it? Picture. When Yen Shu was secretly playing with her mobile phone, she saw this hot search and immediately sent it to Yen Qing excitedly. I see. I thought you were busy and didn't see it, hee, my brother is really amazing. Yen Shu looked at the comments complimenting Yen Qing, and smirked with honor, happier than complimenting herself. I can't wait to put on a trumpet and give those comments a thumbs up. While my brother is hot, do you want to help you get a ticket? No. Brother! Don't expose our relationship. I'm afraid of hacking you. It doesn't matter whether I can debut or not, the focus is on participation. If it affects your work and reputation, I'm afraid my father will. Kill me. Yan Shu quickly refused. Just kidding, she didn't dare let people know that Shueishan had a scumbag sister, she would be too embarrassed for her brother. Well, I see, you play hard, and I secretly cheer you on. Thank you, brother. Miracle Girl has been held for the third season, and it should have been on the decline, but because of the top singer Gu Xiao was invited as a mentor this time, the popularity continued from the beginning. The first day was the student grading assessment. The instructor gave 4 grades of A, B, C, and F based on the singing and dancing ability of the 100 students. A is the best and F is the worst. Yan Shu has learned dance since she was a child, so she has a solid foundation in dance. In terms of dancing alone, she is one of the top students in this group of students. But singing is not enough. She has not undergone special training. Among ordinary people, she can sing well, but for these professional students, she appears to be an amateur. However, her voice is highly recognizable, clean and clear, and very magnetic, especially when she lowers her voice. She can't tell the difference between men and women. Therefore, after comprehensive evaluation, she got a B-level evaluation. Yan Shu was quite satisfied, it was even better than she expected. Her good friend Yi Jinjin also got a B rating. It's good, we can have a class together. Yes, and I like the color of Class B's clothes. This lavender looks the best. Ah, we thought of one piece. But I didn't expect so many to get A's, there are actually 20. That's right, Gu Xiao's tutor looks cold, but he didn't expect to be unexpectedly relaxed. Other tutors also give him face, and basically don't refute him. The assessment and rating are broadcast in the form of recording and editing, and only the following public performances will be broadcast live. Therefore, after their assessment was completed, the first episode of the program was officially broadcast on the third day. Not only Yan Shu and Si Tingting, but other students also have their own ways. After the show aired, they were nervously following the online reviews. Unsurprisingly, Yu Meng and Xia Ling were the ones who were most vocal about the championship. After all, they had a fan base, and many of the others were their first public appearances, and they didn't have any eye-catching performances. But there are also surprises. Ruan Meng, who also has no fan base, attracted many fans as soon as she appeared. This little sister is so beautiful, her skin is so beautiful, you can't even see pores when the camera hits her face. It's pink. My God, is this beauty real? I'm going to fall in love with her as a girl. This sister must debut. She can sing and dance, and she looks good, so the girl group should choose this. What kind of prosperous beauty fairy is this? It's so beautiful. Yi Jinjin saw it and couldn't help but pouted. I thought she didn't have a background, it seems she has a lot of background. Huh? How do you know? Yan Shu was very curious. It can be seen from the lens that there are more than 100 people, and certainly not every one of them can be carefully shot. Generally, the shots are hot and can bring a topic, like Yu Meng, Xia Ling and the others, there are quite a lot of shots. But this Ruan Meng has a lot of shots. It's not like a newcomer, and every frame is beautiful and immortal, and the filters are different from others. If there is no background, will the show team hold it like this? And as soon as the show aired, the criticism began. You can see all the compliments on the internet, but anyone who has doubts will be suppressed immediately. It's hard to say whether to buy a navy or not, because these comments boast ZQSY, and it's impossible to tell if it's a navy. But she definitely has a team running for her, no doubt about it. Yan Shu clicked her tongue, feeling that she had gained a strange knowledge point. She is capable, but her dance and vocal skills are only considered to be above average, not particularly outstanding. It is estimated that her team wants her to debut with her beauty. You know, there must be a face in the debut group. Yi Jinjin said quietly, so you are in danger. I don't plan to compete with her for a position in front of her. If I can make my debut, I'm probably a dancer, right? Yan Shu said. Wu Dan's face is even more beautiful than the facade, What's the point of the facade? Lee Jinjin sighed and said, if her background is strong enough, you will block her way and have no background. The character, it is estimated that he will be cannon fodder. Yan Shu couldn't believe it, and was a little dazed for a while. She didn't expect that the water in a talent show was so deep and there were so many ways, which was different from the shows she had seen before. No wonder her brother would instruct her like that before coming here. Did he think of it long ago? Lee Jinjin smacked his head and sighed, I pressed the wrong treasure, I pressed the wrong treasure. I thought I could rub the camera with you, but now it doesn't seem to work. Yan Shu was amused by her, then it's not too late for you to abandon the darkness and turn to the light. How can I do it? I also have integrity. How could I abandon my friends? And you are prettier than her. I like to play with beautiful beauties. Over time, it will be subtly affected and become beautiful. And this statement? Of course, haven't you heard of husband and wife appearance? Couples who have been married for a long time will look a bit similar. It's the same as that, beauty is contagious. Yan Shu was amused by her strange theory. The next step is grouping, selecting songs, rehearsing, and then performing the first performance. After this performance, someone will be eliminated. At the same time, the second episode of the program was also broadcast, and this episode was all about the daily practice of the students. In the first episode of the show, Yan Shu's shots were quite normal, not many, but not particularly few. After the broadcast, many people praised her for her beauty, and her prosperous beauty. Many people even said that she was more beautiful than Ruan Meng. But in the second episode of the show, her lens changed a bit. Basically, she was photographed together with other team members, and very few people left the country alone, and they were relatively blurry, so she couldn't show her beauty at all. But Ruan Meng's shots have increased, and there are several very popular performances. It was only at this time that Yan Shu really understood what his brother meant when he said that competition depends not only on strength. It turns out that the whole process is open and transparent, and there is room for operation. The people who hold it should cut more beautiful and colorful shots. People who don't have a background don't have a shot, and even malicious editing, they choose ugly shots to cut. Without even a camera, how can you get fans to vote? So, some outcomes are already doomed. Yan Qing has also been paying attention to the game. What Lee Jinjin can understand, why can't he understand it? However, he has long known the depth of the entertainment industry, so there is no accident. The novel is written only from the perspective of the male and female protagonists, all of which are presented on the beautiful side, and many things behind it are only covered in one stroke. And who said that novels have to be normal? In the early years, scumbag articles were popular. The novel is also shaped by the author, and some of them have no logic at all in order to reflect Su Shuang, so not necessarily every protagonist is kind and honest. It may also be Black Lotus, Green Tea Bitch, not to mention male frequency, stallion male protagonists are almost the mainstream. Chapter 22 National Treasure Brother 4. Because the audience is required to vote on the spot, the Miracle Girl program has been broadcast live since the first competition. In the backstage waiting room, Yan Shu and her teammates were waiting anxiously, and it was their turn to perform in the next show. The team that Yan Shu was in was privately called the Cannon Fodder Team. Because the grouping is based on reputation rankings, the top 16 automatically become captains, and then teammates are selected one by one. Yan Shu's captain Li Pengpeng happened to be the 16th place, so every round was the last choice, so the situation in their team can be imagined. Except Li Pengpeng is from Class A, Yan Shu is from Class B, and the rest are from Class C and F. The overall strength is at the bottom of all 16 groups. During the competition, 2 groups will perform the same song, and then the winner will be determined according to the votes of the audience. For the winning group, each member will directly add 100,000 referral votes. At this time, there are still many members whose total votes do not exceed 100,000, and the ranking changes greatly after adding 100,000 votes. After the competition, the last 30 members will be eliminated, so the importance of these 100,000 votes can be imagined. Although it is unlikely that the cannon fodder team will win, it is their first public appearance after all, and it may be their last performance on stage, so every member is going all out in training to the death. For Yen Shu, another advantage is that almost none of their team except her has any dance foundation, and they were assigned a dance music. Therefore, she was selected as the C position, and there were several difficult movements, which she also completed. This was a good opportunity to perform, so Yen Shu went all out, rehearsing day and night without even looking at her phone. It's been a week of training, and it's up to tonight to see how the results are. Now on the stage is Lee Jinjin's group, and their group chose a love song, which happens to be what Lee Jinjin is best at. Yen Shu felt that her performance was very good, even better than in the previous rehearsal, which was an extraordinary performance. While happy for my friends, I was apprehensive about my next performance, and soon it was Yen Shu's turn to play. When Lee Jinjin passed by her at the end, he winked at her and waved his fist, "Come on." The nervousness in Yen Shu's heart dissipated immediately, and she thanked her in a low voice. Then he took a deep breath and walked to the stage with his teammates. After a brief interaction with the host, their performance began. The lights dimmed and suddenly condensed. An elevator platform rose in the center of the stage. 7 girls in black leather shorts and black leather gloves stood silently with their backs to the audience. The music played, and they turned together, stepping out of the shadows, click, click, on high heels. Full of aura, cool and handsome. The audience in front of the screen was immediately attracted. The younger sisters in this group are so cool and powerful. The typhoon is also very stable, much stronger than the first 2 groups. Pang 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 finally waited for you. My Pang Pang is so handsome today. I love you. At the beginning, I still praised the whole group or the leader Li Pang Pang, but when the performance reached its climax, the comments on the barrage changed. Who is this young lady in the middle? Her looks are so amazing. Her look just now killed me so much. Her name is Lin Yenshu, I found out in the first issue, she looks so poking at me. This leg has to be 1.8 meters, right? And it's thin and straight. And this waist, the whole waist is fine. This girl dances so handsomely. It's A and sassy, and her aura is almost 2.8 meters. Why did I only discover such a treasured girl? I love it. This performance is amazing. One person explodes the audience. Call Uncle crazy. Bah! The input method is wrong for me. It's Shushu, not my uncle. Uncle is great. Let's go straight to the debut. All the votes are for you. Yen Shu and the others could not see the comments on the barrage, but the warm atmosphere at the scene could be felt. And they themselves could feel that the performance was out of the ordinary, better than any of their rehearsals. That's it, after doing your best, even if you are really eliminated, you won't have any regrets. The team that competed with them was very strong, so no one reported any hope of winning. But the result was unexpected. There was a student in that group, because he was nervous and made frequent mistakes, which also affected the performance of other players. In the end, the overall performance was simply terrible. Even if the program group wanted to cheat and push that group, they would not be able to start. Then Yen Shu's group won. They were stunned when they saw the result. So, luck is also a part of strength. Lee Jinjin said with emotion. Their group also successfully won. After adding 100,000 votes, the 2 of them ranked 48 and 52 respectively. This ranking is very safe, and there is no need to worry about being eliminated in the first round. And Yen Shu's ranking is still rising. Your performance this time is too dazzling. It's a live broadcast again. If you want to cut it, you can't cut it. You will definitely attract a lot of fans. Yen Shu was very happy. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Before I came on stage, I was nervous. I thought I would not be able to perform well, but I didn't expect that I would suddenly feel less nervous when I stood on the stage. It's because you have that strength, so you don't panic. It's a pity that Ruan Meng's group also won. She suddenly entered the 10th place and squeezed out Yu Jiaojiao. She's still strong. Yi Zhenjin rolled his eyes. You can have some snacks. There are fans who have already compared the two of you, arguing who is responsible for the appearance of Miracle Girl. There is obviously team planning on her side. Your fans, the fighting ability is not good, and they can't be torn apart. Yan Shu became depressed. When she used to follow the show, she would also vote for the girls and sisters she liked. But after I was really in it, I found out that there are so many insiders in it. She also read the comments on the internet. As Yi Zhenjin said, Ruan Meng's team is indeed very powerful, and she has already labeled Ruan Meng as a prosperous beauty fairy. At the same time, he stepped on her without a trace, and posted a lot of pictures of her blurry images and uncontrollable expressions. Yan Shu has no team, no company, and even if she knows the news from the outside world, she can only pretend not to know. She doesn't know what to do at all, she can only endure it first. Let's go back to rest early. It's rare to get a good night's sleep today, and tomorrow we'll start group preparations for the second performance. I hope we can be in a group. Thinking of tomorrow's events, Yan Shu put all the entanglements just now behind her mind. Well, I think so too. I absolutely can't draw the opponent group. The two talked and laughed all the way back to the dormitory. Just sitting down on the bed in the dormitory, Yan Shu suddenly patted her head. Oops, I forgot to bring back my water glass. I'll accompany you to get it. No, you go to wash first, I'll just get it myself. Okay, then you go back early. Yan Shu hurried back to the practice room. The students just went back to rest early after the game today, so there was no one in the practice room. Yan Shu didn't stay, took the cup, and left quickly. When she passed by the teacher's lounge, she found that the lights were still on inside, and the door was not closed, but was just hidden. At this time, there is no way to have a mentor. Yan Shu didn't think about it. She was about to leave when she heard the voices of a man and a woman. The voice was a little low, she couldn't hear what she was saying, but she could tell that the male voice belonged to Gu Xiao. As for the female voice, I am familiar with it, but I can't remember who it is. Yan Shu subconsciously glanced inside, and was shocked on the spot. In the crack of the door, Gu Xiao and a girl could be clearly seen hugging each other. Gu Xiao patted the girl's back and coaxed her patiently, with a gentle expression that no one had ever seen before. And that girl is Ruan Meng. It turns out that they are in this relationship. No wonder Ruan Meng received such special treatment in the show, no wonder she did not sign with any company, but has such a strong team. If her background is Gu Xiao, it is not difficult to understand.